Good morning, world. Oh, morning spelled Morning, surprisingly. I'll guess I'll just let people filter in, and if you're watching this later, just skip ahead by like an hour, and maybe that by that point there'll be like at least one person talking in here. Uh, I'm just I know that someone's in here. I'm just waiting until there's a proper audience so that I can tell my sub story too. Actually, I don't even know, like, this probably isn't even a good idea to do because, like I said, I already made this video last night after it happened, and, like, I was super emotional about it. And basically, I broke frame terribly for anyone who, like, is into, like, that, what is it, like the brain rot, Sigma male, Sigma grinds, that sort of stuff, like, um, yeah, so I don't want to make this into like this sort of victim thing, but like I feel like I need people to talk to about this, um, aside from the police. um, but yeah, like I said, I'll just wait until, like, feel free if you were just watching, say anything. Like, I got beaten up last night for no reason, or at least it seems no reason. So you can say anything to me. It probably won't be as bad as what these kids said. Like I was saying last night, though, like, oh, fuck, that hurts. I take it as like something of a compliment from the universe. Um, just try not to get in my ego about it. Try not to be a victim about it. And it hasn't like changed my mind about the world. Like some people go through something like this. I don't know. Well, I say some people, but like I think it's pretty rare to be beaten up by 10 people for nothing. Um, but yeah, so like people go through things like this, and I'm lucky that I haven't suffered any residual mental trauma from it. I don't like generally you'd think someone's had this happen to them, they'd be afraid of people, especially like they'd have triggers now, like um, teenagers or whatever, like teenage boys would be like, oh no, it brings me back to my assault or whatever. But it's like I don't care. Um, I will say one thing that I have experienced since is that I have a greater sense for evil in people's presence, or like in their eyes. Like I can always do this. Obviously, I started my channel off the back of that, but now that I've seen like this happen to me and I saw the people that did it, I can tell exactly the type of person who is capable of this sort of uh, crime, I guess, whatever it is. But I'm perfectly capable of violence myself, but I've never beaten anyone up. So karma, it's not like a thing really where it's a one-to-one, but like, or even that it's fair. It's more like if you become so hard to control by the matrix, it'll literally program a beating into your existence because nothing else has worked. I was talking about this last night, um, about how I've just been going from strength to strength in the last couple months spiritually, literally facing all my fears. Like I'm at the point where nothing scares me, and it seems like they've tried every single thing they can, like the Truman Show, literally every single stunt, tragedy, drama. Trigger is the main thing they use. They're constantly trolling you with your greatest fears. But I've learned to transmute negative energy. So one thing they like to do is cuck me, which is basically, uh, if a let's say I'm at the gym or whatever, right? um, uh, a female notices me, an alpha male notices that the female notices me. So what he does is he walks up right in my line of sight, hits on the chick, and it's the moves they learn are from those like YouTube pickup artist things. It's just rape culture. Most guys are just rapists. Um, they'll rape you with a smile, you know. That's what most guys are, and present company excluded, of course. Ow! Fuck, that hurts. So apparently it hurts to laugh. That's good. I guess it's not the best medicine after all. But yeah, so like they'll walk up and they'll like overtly flirt with the chick. It's like it's a pretty gay thing to do if you think about it, and get her number right in front of me. It's happened multiple times. Um, well, it stopped happening because I've learned that you're not supposed to not it's not supposed to get you down and make you feel deflated or like a loser, whatever they're trying to do. You give them the opposite reaction. You give them the biggest smile in the world. You know, you just beam a huge smile and you don't stop like grinning at them. Like, I don't know if I can do it. I'm not quite in the smiling mood right now. It probably fucking hurts, you know. But they you know, they do that and then you just smile at them and you know they check you because they're doing it on purpose. They're doing it to fucking you know, elicit loosh. And so they'll look back and I'm smiling like this huge smile, and then they have this look like, oh shit, like what the fuck? Like they literally what's that word? Like a robot when it sorry, I had the word kicked out of my head last night. You know, malfunctions, right? They just fucking malfunction. And you keep doing it, and I start dancing in my place, you know, and just, oh, I'm having the best time, dude. And what happens is I end up getting high from that because, like I said, it's energy transmutation. So when they try to pull something on you, it's to target your whatever lower emotions like fear and sadness and all that shit. You just smile at them and you dance, and yeah, eventually they look like they want to blow their fucking heads off, even though they're the ones who got the girl's number, right? And they start tripping over themselves. The last ditch effort these fucking losers have is to point to like to get the girl's attention and say, "Hey, look at that guy! Look at that guy! Look at crazy dancer, right?" Like the girl looks at me and I don't break frame. I keep dancing, and that's just like the final fucking dagger in this loser's chest. And you know, all of a sudden, I leave like a fucking just smoked crack, and this dude looks like he's ghostly pale and about to, like I said, go home to blow his fucking head off. And the girl doesn't even leave with him; she stays, you know. But you know, this is all just in my own schizophrenic head. Clearly, nobody's attracted to me. They're attracted to beating me up, but but yeah, I've. Is anyone actually like here? Like, because it's just otherwise, it's just going to be me repeating this. You know, I suppose I'll wait. Like, what I've been doing with these streams is I've been listening to music and stuff, and I thought people could hear it because like this is the exact same setup I use to make my music videos. You can hear the sound bar when I record a video with this webcam, but when I go on YouTube, it doesn't play the background sound at all. And so you know I'm doing these live streams, and I'm sitting here dancing to nothing, man. Like because I watched one of them back last night and it was like, oh, holy shit, you literally can't hear anything that I'm watching or listening to. I'm like reacting to it and stuff. So, yeah, for those just joining, if I look or seem worse for wear, it's read the title and I'm only on like 3 hours of sleep too. Um, but I've already gone out this morning, literally dressed in the exact same attire that got me gay bashed. Just to, you know, show the world, because that's one of the other things. I look great, you know, I look great. I look great, not gay. Um, and it's just to show the world, you know, like, you're not going to stop me, you know. Obviously, that's the number one reason that, because I know I look good. I have eyes. I can see other people when they see me. I know I look good. You'll have to literally take my word for it. I look haggard as fuck right now, but yeah, like I said, this is exactly what I was wearing. I don't know if I could do a full body shot, but wait for more people. You know, let's not get up for two people. We'll wait for three. Yeah. So I mean, I technically I'm hungover too. Like my head was so fucking sore this morning, and I couldn't tell if it was from being kicked or from not drinking enough water before I went to bed. Um, probably a combination of the two. I don't normally get hangovers, so it was probably just the kicks to the head. It still hurts a little bit, but it's crazy. Like there's no it does look a little fucked up, but nothing. You couldn't really tell I was kicked in the head and I was kicked in the ribs. And again, like I'm not gonna. I'll save the striptease for like when there's four people, but yeah, you couldn't really even tell that I was beaten up. There's like one like shoe sort of, I don't know, like the tip of a shoe kind of on my side. There's an imprint there on the back, and because I was hit and then like fell to the ground, my elbow got scraped on the pavement and shit. But for the most part, you know, I think all the damage is internal, and it's luckily the damage isn't psychological because uh, I've you know lately I've come so close to getting beaten up, and it was just inevitable. So like it could be I could view it as like a lesson to you know hold back a little bit with my antagonism of people, but I do it in a good natured way. You know, the problem is that I think they're too fucking retarded to understand my humor. My it's at the very least it's just trolling. You know what I mean? But um, yeah, so many guys are so threatened by other guys because they see that like, oh wow, that guy, you know, because I've talked about this before. There's like three types of people. There's three types of men. There's predators, there's prey, and these two are super fucking common. And then there's a third type, very very rare type called protectors, right? And so you know, if you want to put it into the old school terms, the old truth dog, whoever the fuck that is, it'd be like protectors. Oh wait, no, the predators are like psychopaths and sociopaths and narcissists, you know, like reptilians, and the prey are the NPCs, you know, beta males, cucks, and you know, nice guys, which are also the predators. And then there's the third rare type, the 0.01% of the population are protectors. They're the man. You can tell physically by a protector if he has a hairy chest, which, believe it or not, I have a hairy chest. But I'm not saying I'm not anything special. I'm not saying I'm a protector. Obviously, clearly from last night, I'm prey. You know, please pray for me. It's like, you know, Stuart Sutcliffe got kicked in the head by his gay lover, John Lennon, and he died like, I don't know, months and months and months after the fact. So uh, who knows? I could just drop dead today. I'm not going to the hospital, you know, no fucking way. And healthcare is free here. It's just like, I've probably injured myself like the way that I feel right now physically. It's no worse than like overexerting myself at the gym or whatever. It just really feels like I've strained like pulled a muscle in my ribs and I don't know, fallen down the stairs or some shit. Like it's not a life or death thing. I think I'm tough. I think I'm pretty fucking tough. I think they thought I was pretty fucking tough, honestly. But yeah, they're probably not the most honest people. So don't ask them that. They'll just say no. Oh, fuck, that hurts. Yeah, like I was saying, laughing hurts. Um, Oh fuck. I just sometimes I'll think things like I'll just think something that's funny. I'm not even saying it, and it still makes me laugh. So yeah, is is are you three people watching? Are you just like random? You're not even like don't even know who I am, or like are you sitting there, hands where we can't see him or something? Hey, oh, John. Yeah, did you see that? I did a live stream last night, but I was like, I did it right after it happened, so I was like way too emotional. And I took that down. What's this say? You know me? Oh yeah, of course. No, I know. I recognize your name. Uh, yeah, exactly. Well, well, I'm a dom. No, I'm gay apparently. But see, that's the thing too. Like, I did that video where it said like I'm gay, and it's like it's almost like the information you put into the matrix. It's very literal, or it's like trying to It's like stop being so subversive, stop being, I don't know, like obviously there's some sort of message the universe is trying to send me. Um, I understand it. It's like with anything, whenever something bad happens to a good person or even me, um, it's a sign. It shows you're doing the right thing. You're really a threat to the system. I'd die for I'd say I die for what I believe in, but honestly, living in this place, I don't believe in anything here, which is I die for not believing in this place, that's the only way you can leave. Oh, nothing happened. Which live? I did two lives last night. So there was one that I had a great time with, even though no one was there. I think it literally, I just talked to myself for like 2 hours or whatever, and it's seriously like I watched it back after I did it because like I was bored, and I'm like I'm fucking watching this like holy shit, this is like I've never seen anything like it, which is I suppose that goes for pretty much everything I do, but as I was saying whenever recently, yeah, you only watched a bit. No, you're not as you're not as big of a fan of me as I am. Oh, I can't take my eyes off myself when I watch myself. Yeah, going live a lot. Yeah, it's. Did you see, Alicia? Did you see the follow-up one? Because I took it down because I was just like so emotional and um really got into my ego and crying and shit. And that's the last thing I want to give, like the last reaction I want. Not immortalized, but whatever. I don't want it. I don't want that sort of shit out there because like overall my take on the situation is it's a huge compliment, like with anything. Whenever the system pushes back, it's basically telling me I'm on the right track, and that rhymes. I think it rhymed. Oh fuck. Oh, that hurts so much. But yeah, so I noticed there's 6 people in here now. I'm on very little sleep. I got my head kicked in, so bear with me. What was I going to say? I forgot it because I decided to preface my sentence. Great job. Oh yeah, yeah. Ow, fuck, that hurts. I'm wearing what I wore last night. This got me gay bashed. What I'm wearing right now. Uh, I don't know. Is that autistic to leave the sticker on there? Sometimes I see it, like I've chosen to leave them on when I where I can, but because I think it looks cool. But I saw someone else and they still had the sticker on there, and I'm thinking that does look a little autistic. It's almost like leaving a price tag on or something. Gay bash. Oh fuck. Yeah. Well, no, not technically. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. The full body ensemble is like I'm wearing short shorts, which was that they said that's what did it. They told me to like wear my shorts lower or whatever. They're just fucking like they're short shorts. It's a deliberate look, like baggy t-shirt and almost looks like I don't even have pants on. Um, but yeah, like I said, I'm waiting for a bigger audience to do the full body reveal. You guys have seen how I dress. Oh fuck. You get it. I think I posted basically a version of this outfit. Big baggy shirt, almost looks like I don't have any pants on, and then I'm like it's like I said it's the girl dressing as like the girlfriend the morning after or whatever, like you get dressed in the dark and oh, isn't this cute? I'm wearing my boyfriend's t-shirt. It's that kind of thing. It's like, uh subliminal. It's a subliminal thing. Everything, self-expression. If you can actually what's the word? Most people don't even like dress themselves. They don't even like they're not going for any sort of thing like I'm trying to do because it's like art, like self-expression and whatnot. Which isn't to say that I always express myself this way. Like until I was in my early 20s, I think my mum was still like buying me shirts from Target and shit, but I was just like a super autistic, kind of like introverted, fucked up person for a very, very long time. Um, yeah, you frequent a lot of bathhouses too, huh? Um, Well, that's what I said that. I was saying, "Oh, that's probably what did it. Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, saying I was gay, that was probably it." No, I didn't obviously say anything like that. But yeah, exactly. This morning, look, just to own the whatever you call it, I went out wearing the exact same outfit, and I was asking women, like, kind of, asking if they think I look gay, and unanimously, like, vehemently no, like, um, and some other actually very nice things were said on top of that, like oh, fuck, ow, oh, but so because I haven't had any feedback about how I dress aside from like posting pictures on here, and so you want to know, okay, do I actually look gay, or is it a problem with these people? Like I'm saying, it's just the Matrix trying to stop me from being uh, myself, which it is. That's what it is. That's what it is every time. And I pointed this out in that Jacob's Ladder, which is like one of the best movies ever. It's anyone who's real. It's basically telling your life story. It explains exactly how the Matrix works, and it's like that scene I was showing where um, the main character Jacob, obviously, it was either Jacob or Ladder. Yeah, it's Jacob. Oh fuck, that wasn't even funny. Oh fuck, I'm laughing at how cringe it was. Okay, so yeah, like Jacob's Ladder. It's energy extraction. So anytime you're feeling good, the matrix swoops in to loose you. Every time. There's a certain amount. It's always sort of based around what your fears are. So in Jacob's Ladder, he's walking past the ladies and they're saying, "Hey, Mr. Postman," and all that, and he's fucking feeling himself, right? Not like that. He goes down the alley, and then they they send the reptilians in to scare the shit out of him and suck all of his positive energy out because it's been converted into negative energy. But I was explaining earlier, you can literally transmute that. You can always turn it around on them, and it's simply just by killing them with kindness. If they want you to be frowning, you got to be smiling. The biggest smile in the world. And it's like kryptonite, and you can feel the. For me, it was the heart chakra or whatever this area. They say the heart has moved. There's another thing you can tell a real person by the location of their heart. So, like, officially, I think that the heart has changed place. It's meant to be in the left side. But yeah, now people say the heart is in the middle of the chest or whatever. So it's like Mandela effect for people who remember what everything was before it was changed. That's one way of knowing if someone's an NPC. Another is where their heart is, I think. But so I'm not reading these, so it's weird. I can't like ramble and rant and read people's messages. Um, Oh, yeah, dressing. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm going for, I guess. It's almost like the front man wearing his own merch is another way of putting it. I don't really like to be discussing this stuff because it's like giving away my secrets, but I also know no one else can make this work. Like like no one's ever tried copying me. People are jealous, but it's like they know they can't fucking do it too, which is why they're jealous. Um, but or I'm just an egomaniacal narcissist who like assumes that everybody thinks he's the shit when he has no friends, and but we understand, like, if you've got no friends and it's not for lack of trying, or we understand that, like, we have no friends by choice. You know what I mean? That's how it is for me. Because I talk to strangers all the time just to test if they're real, test how the shit I think, this antisocial dysfunctional shit I'm thinking, is how it's perceived by people who I perceive as NPCs. You hear a lot of, "I've never thought about that." You just hear a lot of, "Well, actually, to be honest, I've never thought about that." That's all. That's as far as you get. "I've never thought about that." That's not in like a, "Huh, never thought about that." It's more just like, "I've never thought about that," and like, let's move on, kind of thing. Which is obvious because that's exactly how a video game works. This is a very high-end video game. I think it's all it's rendered through our own brains. Just like probably geography is set in stone for the most part, but all or most interactions are kind of programmed on the fly based on your vibration. And yeah, the game is programmed. It has like a skill-based matchmaking element to it. The same exact way that online gaming works with the skill-based matchmaking or engagement-based optimized matchmaking. The Depending on who you are and what your triggers, the traffic will be completely different for you versus someone else. You know, wow, why are you so late? "Mm, we're stuck in traffic. There wasn't any traffic. Yes, there fucking was. But there's a way through that. It's called traffic slicing. But you know, people aren't here for tips and tricks on how to level up. They're here to hear my fucking sob story, right? Yeah, no, that's like a massive trope. I can't even believe that it's true, but yeah, it is definitely a thing that people wear these types of shirts and they don't even know who the band is. But geography, yeah, geography has changed. I understand that. I'm just talking about like the area that's mapped out for you, that's designed for you, like kind of, you know, like Truman's Town. That's sort of like hard coded into the program. And like I've said before, and I got pushback on this, so I'm probably right. The reason they have speed limits, it's not for our fucking safety. Nothing is for our fucking safety. Everything's for the opposite of our safety. Um, I really, I'm going with the theory that they set the speed limit so that the world has time to render, similar to in the Truman Show how he wants to get out of the town, so they're like, oh, create a forest fire, you know, create traffic. It's because there is nothing outside of your realm of awareness, so they don't want you to get to like the grid where it's still generating, and you can actually do that. You can actually get to a point where they haven't generated the planes, because I live near, well, not near an airport, but you know, I consistently drive past an area where the planes take off, and I'd say 40% of the time there's a frozen plane in the air, and it never gets reported. No one ever sees it. I've been with people, and I don't know if my eyes are just fucking great, but they're like, no, it's moving. And I'm like, there's no fucking way it's moving. It's still in the exact same position it was like 20 seconds ago. They don't understand that even when you're moving, a plane is doing this. That, like, that, you know, because they said it on the news or whatever. So that's just hard coded into these retards' fucking minds, right? But yeah, a plane isn't doing this as you're doing that. It's because it's like, you understand? And also, it'll be on an angle like that. It'll literally be like vertical. Like, it's doing that. Like a jumbo jet is just like a 90-degree line. And you can't even point that out to them. It's like, no, it's just because it's taking off. It's all that stuff is done to lose you. So like most of the time you're better off not knowing anybody, honestly. Like if you can, you guys get it, you probably losers too. Oh fuck. Um, that's going to be that's my new trademark. I'll never heal from this beating. And yeah, my thing is I make myself laugh and then I hurt myself. Um, don't get you started on planes. What is the deal with planes? I'm just trying to like do the deal with airline peanuts, but what is the deal with airline? I don't know. We'll punch that one up. I would love an AI program to go over my live streams and like make the joke or whatever that I was trying to say actually funny. That it seems like everyone else gets to have that. Oh fuck, I love. Yeah, airline peanuts. Oh man, and that like did he actually say that? Because like that is not funny. I maybe that's just like the setup, but it's like why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? That's actually pretty deep because they're saying like the chicken died on the way, like all my favorite movies like Truman that dies at the end. Um, People just think like I said in one of my videos, people think that you're made to think that he just gets knocked out by the waves, but Christoph kills him. And so then he's in that the Star Trek kind of the void, the holodeck where you know someone tries to convince him to stay. Um, and yeah, Jacob's ladder, it's the exact same thing. It's a trope, but it's the truth. You know, that's exactly what happens when you die. You're already dead when you're here. It's when you have your second death, your final death, which is here. Um, Along the way, you're also supposed to have an ego death. Don't know why people find Jerry Seinfeld funny. Well, they don't, you know what I mean? It's just because he's a Jew and he's friends with the people with the magic wand that just, cast a spell. Um, I need to get a drink of water, but guys, feel free if let me know in the comments the how many like what was the most amount of people that beat you up? Because for me it was 10 people at once. I would say it wasn't a fair fight, but that's just me. I got beaten up for nothing, so obviously my opinions aren't very popular. Ow, fuck. Ow. Fuck, it hurts. It doesn't really. I'm just a big baby after attention. Ow. Actually, you know, thinking back on it, I was drinking obviously last night, and I don't normally drink. But I'm on vacation or whatever, So and I was enjoying it. So it might be kind of like the good part about it is like for me to associate doing that kind of stuff with that night because like yeah, but part of me actually wants to drink right now, And I've never wanted to drink in the morning. They probably kicked that part of my brain that alcoholics have. Do we have any alcoholics in the chat? You've got that horrible disease, right? Ow, fuck that debate. Ow, fuck. Never mind. Um, oh, oh, are you going to say that, and that person is you? You know what I mean? No one, like no one gives you a harder time than yourself. I imagine it's probably not that, and I've just been highly inappropriate. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Ow. Shit. Normally I can be sarcastic and get away with it, but right now, yeah, I can't even do my friggin' half smoke without it fucking hurting. Two people, yeah. Well, feel free to share the details on that. I mean, that's horrible, obviously. Um, I probably should ask more positive questions. Oh, fuck, ow. What's everyone's favorite episode of Seinfeld? Mine is uh, I think the one with the pool guy or whatever. I think that's funny when pool guy pulls Jerry into the pool and then Newman comes in with the cannonball and like nearly kills the guy. And they won't. They neither of them, both of them refuse to do mouth to mouth with the guy because it's gay or whatever. Plus, they don't really like him. Um, that's Seinfeld sociopathic humor, but it's funnier than NPC humor. Or are they the same thing? It's Jewish humor is what it is, right? Just cruelty. That's Jewish humor, just cruelty. Lies and cruelty, I've decided. I wonder if these kids who beat me up were Jewish. I should have asked. I should have asked them. It was weird too, because it seemed like it was two gangs fighting. They were throwing. I turned a corner and all of a sudden there's like 10 kids there and they're throwing batteries at each other or something like that. And so I just said, "What is this like a gang thing?" And it escalated from there. I don't think I said anything after that. Literally, it was just them trying to antagonize me, which happens all the time with people. And it's like with the cops, anything you can say will be used against you in the court of law. So I wasn't saying anything, but they surrounded me. And so I started sort of coming at them. I had a bag, so I was sort of playing. I was trying to intimidate them. I wasn't necessarily thinking about the bag thing, but yeah, they must have perceived that I had a weapon or something. Like, what the fuck, man? Literally just like my keys and wallet and shit. But yeah, so like I started coming at them, which is just sort of like running at them, and they're scattering like I don't know, Skittles, and yeah, they're running away, and it feels like I've sort of made my point, and that's when one of them came up behind me and hit me in the head, and then I fell down onto the pavement, and then it was just blow after blow, and not in a good way. Fuck, ouch. Yeah, kicking me in the head, kicking me in the head, kicking me in the ribs, the back, the legs, just everywhere. There's 10 people kicking me, like luckily not in the genitals, luckily not in the face. And I didn't say a word. I did like the whole time, aside from my first question, which got me in trouble. I didn't say a single fucking word to these people. I barely uttered, I don't think I even said ouch. I didn't react at all. I just went, like I became a stone and just let it happen, because if you fight back against 10 violent people, you better fucking believe it's going to be worse. So I my intuition knows to do that. And sorry. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was the oldest kid. He was, I don't know, 16, maybe 18. I don't fucking know how old kids are, but he was the oldest one, so he felt pressure to perform because there was a girl who was probably like 14, and she was like the only girl there, and she was basically the one instigating it. Like yeah, I don't want to get into the psychology of that, but yeah, she's the one who called me the F word the most. Even after the fact. So what happened is like I don't know how long it went on for, like probably a minute. And fuck, I don't want to cry again, but yeah, I'm not gonna cry. The Yeah, either someone said like stop, he's had enough, or just I don't know, it stopped. And I think one of them, maybe even the kid who hit me first, um, he actually held his hand up. I think he helped me up because I think he had a pang of empathy. So like in a way, the positive thing is that I'm teaching these kids that it was like a safe way for them to test their boundaries. That's how I saw it, literally, that I was just providing a lesson to these kids, and the system, God or whoever, knows that I can take it. And so I stepped in to, do that. It's like with any sort of, like, like famous people, to get famous, they have to like literally be beaten up as part of a ritual. I think the exact same thing goes for the good side, like spirituality, just being sovereign and being, your own entity. You will go through the same like Freemasonic rituals independently of any system, aside from the system of the Matrix. So this is like the positive thing is it's like one of the final tests for me that I passed, and I know I passed because if I didn't know I was going to get beaten up, but once it started happening, I did everything I could to make sure that I survived it. But like I was saying, the kid, the oldest one or whatever, the biggest one, he helped me up, I think. And yeah, I wasn't talking. And then the youngest one, he was like 6 years old or 6 or 7. He was a really, really small kid. He walks up and no joke, he puts his fist out to me. Yeah. And he was beating me up, he was one of the, but he gave me props, and I actually thanked them. I thanked them for it. And then they started all walking up one by one and fist bumping me and talking to me like a human. Except for the girl. And there were a few of the guys that didn't, they were just like whatever. But the girl kept coming at me and trying to justify what was done, like, and saying, yeah, well, it looked like you had a weapon and shit, because I wasn't giving them anything. I was just saying, look, what was I meant to do? There's 10 people and me, like, and she's, yeah, well, you faggot and this and that, and like, go home, you fucking loser. And she was the only one who was still antagonistic. I don't think she wasn't, you know, she wasn't beating me up, I don't think. So I was lying. It was more like 9 people. Um, but yeah, before that, they were throwing batteries at me, which that hurt too. But yeah, so I left that out. Yeah, because they were throwing batteries when I stepped in at each other, and it seemed like two gangs came together for they. I managed to unify like two warring gangs for one purpose, beating the shit out of me for no fucking reason. For my shorts being too short. Um, but yeah, so that happened. Oh fuck, that wasn't even funny. I just kind of, maybe I should sit straight. If I was sitting straight, maybe none of this would have ever happened. I was like, it's not that I've never been, like beaten up because my parents believed in hitting their kids. How do you, well, I was sitting on an angle. So like, where is the, pardon me. Also, my posture could be way better. Pardon me. So 40 minutes. Yeah, I really just wanted to document this. For the record, it's something pretty interesting. And like I said, I'm not just like making a normal video because I sort of prefer this real-time interaction. I was telling people it happened this morning. Um, but this is like the first time I've been able to tell people who, know of me at the very least. Um, I called the cops just to report it, which obviously was a fucking mistake. That's the last thing you want to do. Just a bunch of energy vampiring dickheads. Oh, you can't report it. You have to go into a station and fucking ask me if I was drunk, like after I told her that I got beaten up. And then it's like the question was apparently she was asking me if I was drunk because I would have to drive to a police station to report it. And it's just like the order people say things in and like their fucking tone and like the timing of, oh, really? Okay. Yeah. So basically it was a dead end. And the fucking craziest thing is right next to this place, there's literally a police beat, like it says police station. It happened right outside a police station. I mean, there's cameras everywhere. So it'll show at the very least. So, I was beaten up, and I didn't do anything. Um, yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And there's even possibly like just, I think, because they all dress the same, like they all just dress in black shirts and black pants, and it's so cowardly. Just like I don't know what the common thing is in other places, but in Queensland, Australia here, just young dudes, they just dress in like tight black shirts and pants, and that's all they fucking wear because it's like their uniform, it's their NPC uniform. And when they see people who have style and have their own, expression, they can't handle it. Like that's literally why bullies do what they do, energy vampires and all that. It's literally because they can't fucking they think they're the best. They have to be the best person in the room, and they know they're not whenever like a real person steps in. So they have to do everything they can to win that room over. And it like I can guarantee you that happens if there's an alpha in the room, which is a predator. Um, you should see how they fucking act. Oh shit! Yeah, this morning, because I went did like a cold plunge thing in the beach. I'm getting up and there's like steroid McFloyd dude, right? And I can tell you, they give you the fucking death stare, like just to like, I'm not going to do it, but that, and I immediately feel the fucking connection, that thing that where it's like, they've hooked you, just with the reaction. And so like I'm walking up the pier and this dude is like doing an exercise where he's like literally like karate kicking the fucking air violently right in front of me. And yeah, so like I was like, I just had to like wash off or whatever. So I turn around and then the guy sees me, gives a sneer again and spits like right in front of me. And so I say, hey, dude, hey. And he's like pretending he doesn't hear me. He doesn't have like headphones on or anything. I go, hey, do you know that you just spat right in front of me? And then he takes it to 11. Oh, yeah, can't you want to fucking fight? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, that's how it happens. And I said, when was the last time you were beaten up? Because for me, it was last night, you know? And yeah, he said, basically told me fuck off. He said he spat at me, and then he said, "I'll fucking do whatever I want." And he kept spitting. And I said, "You're fucking look, he's a dude." And he just walked off with his fucking steroid um, stance. And then there was another guy watching who thought it was funny, and I explained I was gay bashed and I'm not even gay, and he thought that was hilarious. So I told him all about it, and yeah, he understood. He said it's because all these people are fucking stupid. They're, they're so fucking stupid is basically why it happened, which again, all these theories as to why it happened are true. Um, what? That's in response to the container and contents. Are they watching a different stream? They're like got a different live stream going on right now, and they've got the comment boxes mixed up or something. Um, yeah, my head still hurts. Um, hey, am I able to receive donations? Surely getting beaten up last night for no reason would usually, what's the word? I don't know, warrant a donation. Oh, fuck. I don't understand why anyone would get married. Um, I found an explanation of it recently where it's all designed for the woman to be in control. Um, that's like no guy wants to be married, you know. It's all designed to have women basically not so much cuckold, but yeah, cuckold adjacent their man. Oh, Animal Farm. I mean, I know what that is, but I haven't read it. READ space IT, not the website. I'm getting some more water. You'll have to believe me, that's water though. Ow. Oh, fuck. Still no donations? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so, fuck. I'm realizing how much I laugh at my own fucking jokes now because it hurts every time. See, that's the lesson I needed to learn. Humility, obviously. I mean, that's been a long time coming. And I'm not even being, I'm not joking. Oh, hugs and kisses. Just pay me in hugs and kisses. Ow! Not right now, though, because I think my ribs are broken. Seriously, I might have a, thank you. I seriously might have a fucking like, um, cracked rib or something, but I've done that before. One time, oh no, I shouldn't tell this story. It's pathetic. Actually, within the live stream of being gay bashed by 10 children, I'm deciding that one of my other stories is too embarrassing to share. Oh, fuck. Yeah, but for anyone who saw my live reaction to after I made the stream last night, yeah, so that's not really the way I wanted to come across. I was very emotional. I was still processing it, you know. I think I've processed it now, but then talking about it helps, right? I'm actually lucky. I should be paying you guys because this is it's like free therapy. I don't even have to leave the house. Well, I mean, I did leave the house. This isn't my house, but um, I got to get out of here before the owners wake up. Mm. Um, oh wow, it's nearly 9 a.m. What time is it? Oh yeah. I'm looking at the time on the computer, but as I've said before, it's literally right there. Um, I sure like pork. Is that an Animal Farm reference? Oh, okay. My neck hurts. Uh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So my neck hurts. Um, do you guys think I should bother telling the police about this? Because I think the kids learned their lesson, and the ones who didn't, they're not going to learn any lesson by being. I don't even know what the cops would do. They'd probably fucking arrest me, is what I'm thinking. That's how shit usually goes. Ow, fuck. Like I go tell. I go report a crime and then it's like cut to later, I'm in fucking like prison, you know? Um, it yeah, it reminds me of that video where the kids ran over that teacher. It's like that sort of shit. That's that's how reality works for the real people, like I've said, all the laws are just there to protect the guilty. It's like they were all children of police officers probably. You know what I mean? Like I don't it's almost weak for me to think to tell on them because and it's kind of like it's two-faced because I already thanked them for it. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I even called the police after it happened and I was like, yeah, basically told told that, there's nothing they can do about it. Like, I couldn't report it over the phone. For some reason, I had to go into a police station to do it. Like, they can't fucking write it down, and they pretend like what I'm saying isn't being recorded, you know? So what the fuck? Like, what? Yeah, why the fuck was I not able to report it over the phone? I thought that's literally how it worked. But like last night, I was denied. The woman told me you'll have to drive to a police station, but unfortunately, you can't because you're inebriated, like you said. It's like, the fuck is this? Oh, I see. Well, I don't yeah. There's not a lot you can see, but it's all on camera. Like there's nothing but security cameras in that area. It's like the busiest place in the world. It wasn't last night because I was live streaming for way too long. Um, but yeah, like there would be 100% uh video footage of like all of it from all angles. And like I said, it was facing a police station that is never open, by the way. Like I tried to see if they were there this morning, like every other day. They're not there. They're not there. They're off at the fucking lodge. Makes me wonder too, like just the degree to how things are set up, not in like a paranoid way, but just like was this like arranged by I don't want to get into like gang stalking and stuff, but was this arranged by like the cops to happen or something? Uh I don't necessarily see things like that. It's like I said, it's just sort of like your karma and your the Matrix basically trying to put you back into a fear state. And that's exactly what it was. The Matrix trying to put me back into a fear state. Getting beaten up is supposed to make someone fucking traumatized. It didn't affect me psychologically at all. Um, the only effect I have up here is that my head fucking hurts. But I know why. It's not because they scared me. It's because they kicked me. And I've been kicked before, so you know, at least this time it was like I knew this time it wasn't like my fault at all. Not that, no, in the past, um, like as a kid or whenever this sort of thing might happen to you. I guess the idea is that you always, like parents who hit their kids, um, the idea is to, well, it's like associating pain with whatever your impulse might be, and there might be a positive impulse. I like that. Oh, oh fuck, man. Still wearing shoes. I guess I don't really need to be. I'm like I haven't even gotten comfortable. Oh. If they're watching me, there's a very high chance they hate themselves. Ow. Ow. My laughing and saying ow, I'm pretty sure that's from Beavis and Butthead. Like when Beavis is injured and like the whole trademark is just like laughing all the time. So it's like he can't even because just by existing he's always laughing and yeah, and it hurts every time, but he can't stop. Um yeah, yeah, exactly. Like most people won't even admit they're here. That's how much they hate themselves. Ow. But I don't hate myself. I don't hate myself at all. Um, I love myself. I'm the best me there is, you know, that's how everyone should see it. I'm talking about me. That's how everyone should see me, that I'm the best. No, that oh, oh fuck. That, you know, that they're the best. Unless they don't exist. Because I've tried this. I've played this game, not game, I've shared this like mindset with people with no minds, and they can't fathom it, you know. They can't fathom that they're the best them. They don't understand that there's no competition when the you know what I mean? When the competition is who's the best you and you are you, fucking wonder who wins. I wonder who wins, you know? This like what Kanye West is like, and yeah, he's a bit much. He's probably got a little more autism than me. So like he can really go like make himself look like an arrogant, egotistical sort of person. But I can hear where he's coming from. He's speaking from a place of frustration and authority. He's speaking his own language, you know, and people like, does this guy know that that's not how you're supposed to talk? Yes, he fucking knows. That's why he's doing it. What's going on? Am I like, am I missing something? Who is Michael? Is that me? Oh, ow. Ah. Or is this like Animal Farm again? Is that what they call them? Is that like a real thing? Animal Farm? Because I thought they just called it farm, you know? Um, like, right? That's the animals in this proverbial farm must be man, right? That's it. That's like the twist ending. The animal was man all along. You're like, oh, what? I knew that from like the first chapter. This is good. I'm getting used to the pain of making myself laugh because it's the best medicine. I'm reading these messages and I don't know how you're generating your replies. The last thing that okay, my thing goes, you said, I wouldn't, but that's because I find the police mostly useless when it comes to that sort of stuff. And then the content said it's because, and then they said that from the betrayal kink exponential. Um, and then you said it's because they want to see and document any injuries. So, like, I don't, what is this? What gibberish are you people talking about? Am I this incoherent? I feel like I'm dealing with Trekkies or something. You guys are like quoting this thing I haven't heard of, and it's like an intellectual debate somehow. Oh, well, yeah. I thought container and contents was like a trustworthy individual, but since I started being myself more on camera, I've learned that some of these people are retarded assholes. Most of them, in fact. Like most of you seem to be addicted to negativity, honestly. Like you just can't. You're too scared. Like you think you know the truth now. Well, the world is horrible. It goes beyond that. That's just one layer of waking up. Then you have to learn. Oh, everything is bullshit. All right. Well, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about what anyone else is doing but me. That's where you get to after you start facing your fears. But if you spend your time watching negative shit, you're not gonna really be motivated to do anything good. So I can't even like watch most things anymore. I can't play video games anymore. It's like literally just. it's insane to me, and everything's violent and negative, and you know, so I don't really watch or listen to anything these days. Try to make my own stuff because uh, yeah, 9 times out of 10, I'd rather watch myself back than some other fucking clown, you know. At least for me as the viewer, I watch back my thing and I'm like, yeah, that's real. That's real. Not everything is negative. In fact, nothing needs to be negative at all. You can have a lovely conversation in a lovely place with a lovely person, and that's what life is, you know. And it's you just got to if you get that sort of thing happening, then um, it's just like trying to maintain that energy. You kind of want to enter every scene with the best energy possible. And there's a right and wrong way, or a right and wrong sort of way to enter a scene. You know, you don't want to go through a low vibration sort of area if you're like say you're in public or going like in the mall. You don't want to park on like the shit side. You don't want to walk in through like the alleyway or anything. You want sort of like a grand entrance, and you walk in there, and immediately the vibration is cleaner, and it's sort of like a protective layer because were um, you were treating yourself like a main character. You know, you weren't being like this kind of scared kind of. Oh, I'll accept the alleyway. You know, I probably won't get beaten up by 10 kids. Um, that's not what happened to me. I'm just saying, like people might have a fear mindset, and that's why they'll scarcity mindset where they're they're afraid of being alone, and so they'll go with anybody or do anything, to not be alone. But yeah, so to just have like an abundant mindset and to know like I don't know, you know, for people watching. So, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, for the most part, I'm extremely positive these days. I think I managed to capture that of late. Like I said, my live stream last night, I was so happy with it. I was so happy with it. And like it's that Jacob's ladder thing. I left on cloud nine, and then less than like 2 minutes later, I was like beaten. So but it didn't shake me. It didn't drain me. I fucking like I was full of adrenaline for like I didn't go to bed until like 3 o'clock, I think, or even maybe even later. And then I woke up at like 6. So I'm only on 3 hours sleep. Um, uh, yeah, it's I don't know if I was high school was where I found my limit with people. It's like with everything. Once high school finished, I didn't want to go to like university because it was like, oh, you have to fucking pay for more school. Why the fuck would anyone do that? It's just that immediately to me is like there's no way I'm doing that kind of thing. Like, there's no way I'm getting a job because I'll have to be stuck in traffic. But like, I guess I'm fortunate. Obviously, I'm fortunate because like I've been afforded the opportunity to not work. Which isn't to say I haven't worked. I've definitely had my taste of employment. It's the worst fucking thing in the world. Um, Yeah, but yeah, you guys like understand. Like most people have jobs and they hate them. Do you get that? Like, if everybody stopped going, or if enough people stopped going, like they wouldn't, like everything would crumble. Like, I guess it's more like um, paying taxes or whatever. But unfortunately, we're not living in Spartacus where everyone will stand up and do the right thing. Because it's statistically impossible. There's like a only like 10% of people at most are able to do that, and that's not the majority. Although maybe those 10% are more influential. Um, yeah, exactly. What you're afraid of will be your prison. And you don't like it's a bit wanky to say, but the bars are invisible, It just it just the cage follows you wherever you go, and you don't even know it's there. You don't even know it's there. Especially like I said, when you're surrounding yourself with bad news and um, just negativity, which like I said, pretty much anything they put on the screen is negativity. It's to put you in like a bad mood so that you need to purchase something to feel better. You know, it's all what do you call it? Communism. Is that right? Um, just gonna get some more water. Mm. Oh, yeah. So, is this Animal Farm worth reading or watching or listening to or whatever it is? Sounds like a Pink Floyd album. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, paying taxes is like the craziest thing. It's so cucky. Like I can't fathom that. Yeah. And like rich people have to like pay the most taxes unless like they're on the list, the Epstein list or whatever, and they you know, that's I wonder if that's like the incentive. Maybe that like some of them aren't like naturally inclined to do those heinous acts. But when they hear like, you'll be tax exempt if you come to the island and do whatever, it's like, oh, yeah, that sounds all right. Like they're more evil in terms of like materialism than uh, what do you call it? Pursuits of the flesh. You know, I don't know. Is that an original thought? That's one of those things where it's like, yeah, obviously everyone knows that. Like thinking the ins and outs, not like that, the in betweens of like a famous person who's done horrible things, and like sometimes you can tell like I don't think they're like a horrible person. They don't seem like they're a horrible person, but to be where they are, they've done horrible things, and oftentimes you'll see the trauma on their face, and they can go to a place that erases their mind, like eternal sunshine. Um, so they have they have to do whatever ritual, and sometimes they can't fucking cope with it. They can't forget. So they have these places where they go and have that part of their mind erased, and yeah, and maybe that like inhibits their creativity and self-expression when in one way or another the trauma has completely rewired the brain, which is just like responsible for all your ideas. A lot of things are like that voluntary thing, like COVID and whatnot. Just have everyone like get on the conveyor belt to be like turned into mulch. That's so fucking. I think it's funny actually because I know I'll never be on the conveyor belt, so. And everyone who is, I hate. So I don't see what's bad about it. I do believe in like that culling and stuff is a good idea. That the elites, they say they're doing it, but fucking honestly, it feels like there's more and more dickheads every single day, not less. Yeah, pretty much everything is. That's what I was talking about before. Hey, Manu, come here. Come here. Wait. Hey, yes, come here. Up. All right. Yeah, it's like Wizard of Oz, the all great, all powerful Oz. It's just some frail, scared little man behind a curtain using special effects, like a metaphor for these NPCs or reptilian, whatever. How they always just acting. They always have to win every scene. They play a game that they're playing a game that like you're not playing, but they still have to beat you at it. And. But yeah. You either don't play, or if you're forced to play, you just project positivity back to them and it kills them. It's like, the light kills vampires, how light kills them. That's why they have to put us in a bad mood because it's the only way, well, it's how they feed primarily, but it's also to make sure that we're not shining our light, because the more, beacon lighthouses there are out there, the fucking less places these cunts have to hide. There is a cat here, by the way, but like normally he'd be all over me, but he can sense I've been taken down a notch socially, and he's like, I don't really want to be seen with you right now. Oh, yeah, yeah, they just sort of default to submission naturally. That's one thing of since I started getting fit or whatever. Um, People say sorry to me all the time. I'm just literally like standing, like getting in line, and like they feel like I'm not putting across any sort of aggressive thing. Most of the time I'm happy, like I'm just there, And so I walk in and it's like my presence or something. They're like, "Oh, sorry." And it's like, it's okay. I don't. You have no reason to apologize, it happens so often. People just and they look down when I'm approaching, just like straight away, like even like the biggest like meathead sort of dudes sometimes, like full of tattoos and wearing what do you call it, that sleeveless shirts or whatever. They're just as I've passed, and it's not. I'm not doing anything. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons that they're trying to take me down, because I'm just like infinitely confident in myself, which means I'm doing nothing but shining the brightest light you could imagine most of the time. You'll have to take my word for it. I normally look way better than this. I look haggard as fuck, but that's what makes it real. Oh yeah, well, um, I don't know. I don't know if this is the same thing, but I'm just defaulting to one of the other scripts I have, which is my opinion on like Jesus and how the whole story, the point of that is exactly like the thing that I've gone through recently, where it's just like, this is what happens when you're a good person who shines light onto the world, like shines their light and exposes evil. This is what happens. You get beaten up, you get beaten to death. Um, that's the whole point of the Jesus story. But it should, anyone who's brave enough to make it back to heaven, they know in their hearts they're probably going to be murdered in this lifetime. And that's okay, because right after that happens, you have the best feeling in the world, because everything here is opposite. I could have died last night, like I knew I wasn't. I knew as soon as I like hit the ground that I knew. I always know it's like you'll be fine. Just take it. Just take it. Just take it. Get up. Don't give them anything. Stand there, don't say anything. You know? All of a sudden they're fucking apologizing. Except for one of them. That's how it's supposed to go. Never give them anything. If anything, like I said, give them the opposite of what they wanted, and that if they've got any sort of spark in them, it'll stick with them. They'll never fucking forget it. They'll never forget the feeling, of shame. And it's good that these kids learnt that at this age, because like I said, I mean, the oldest was maybe 18. I don't know, but they'll never fucking forget it, and I'll probably forget it. I mean, this isn't even the most traumatic thing that's happened to me in the last year. But like I don't make videos about myself. I'm not like wanting to vlog, and I've said it before. You wouldn't believe the shit that happens to me. And it just sounds like I'm bragging and stuff. And it's like, well, that's not. I don't want to do that. Yeah, like or the stuff that I've done, like where I've saved people's lives. I don't tell anyone anything. I've saved like no, I am doing it right now, but I do good things, and that's not that. If I tell people about it, it wasn't done for the right reason. But that's what I am these days, or what I try to be every day if I can. I try to do something heroic. And that's, this is what happens. It's just pushback and it's not going to happen again. Because it's like every time something crazy or bullshit like this happens, there's a way to, if you did it right or did it wrong. If you did it right, it won't fucking happen again. Unless it's scripted to happen one more time as your grand exit. But that means you passed because it won't hurt that time. They'll just, yeah, I don't know. It's what I think. That's what the patterns seem to be showing. Uh, Now I can't even take this fucking stupid cap off because like I'm gonna have the worst hat hair in the world. And this whole ensemble, it's made to be seen full body and whatever. Whatever. I'm not vain. Has anyone said anything like since I started? Oh yeah, right. Anyone else feel free to jump in. You guys ever been beaten up? Have you heard this story? Because I can't stop telling it. I've used it as like a an icebreaker, like I said this morning, several times until I got my fill of validation that, you know, no, I don't look gay at all. In fact, blah blah blah. Yeah, no one. Yeah, no, I'm not complaining that you're talking at all. It's just like there seems to be more than just you here. Um, it's empty again. I have to drink. I'm so dehydrated. Oh, burping doesn't hurt. Maybe I'm getting better. Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's usually the case. I don't know if this is like bad hours for most of my viewers. Wait, what am I talking about? I don't have any viewers. The container's probably still here. Was container good or bad or in between? I had no idea what the heck they were talking about. Oh yeah, and like when was it? Not last night. The night before when I drank as well and went out. I had that was a ball of a time. That was great. So, I went out expecting something like that and, and then the extreme opposite happened. Uh yeah, it's designed that way. They want me to associate like the good time I had with being beaten up because it's like the exact same location that the previous night I had a good time. Uh, then at least that's what I would do if I was Satan. Does anyone else think like that? Does anyone else think? Um, like you understand how an evil person would go about things, right? Because it's always the same way. It's like you understand how a good person would go about things. It's always the same way. So it's like, oh, what's the opposite of good? Oh yeah, killing people. Although I'm not going to get into that, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, yeah. Well, they were successful in the confusing thing, which is just a form of energy vampirism because like they were trying to get my attention and a reaction out of me just because they know they probably can't affect me emotionally anymore. They're just trying to confuse me to create some sort of energetic cord between them and then, just to derail me, which is really, really easy. If you guys want to start commenting, you'll find out how quickly I'll feverishly read your comment for validation. Um, I'll give you all the attention you need, or actually, more accurately, Just got super fucking quiet in here. I don't know if you can tell, but it's because the air conditioner's on that, like, the part where it's decided it's cool enough in here. And notice I'm here. Oh, fuck. There is that crazy cat over there too. He's pretty cool. He's a cool dude. Um, being odd is some people's. Oh, right. Talking about the container, I forgot about that. Yeah. See what I mean? I forgot you even existed. And I don't even know. I remember their comments. Yeah, maybe they were one of those Jesus-y ones who I offended. Um, yeah, well, it was also like sort of pretentious because maybe they can see that I'm not stupid, and so they have to be like, I'm going to say something that makes you look stupid because you don't know my pretentious references. And it's like, I don't care. You'll find that with almost anything. I don't care. And that's how you get out of here because it's not just like people in your life. It's they'll play, like when you die, they'll appeal to anything. If there's any single fucking thing you actually still like about this place when you die, they'll use that against you. And so, like, if you die and you literally don't care about anything anymore, not in like a sociopath kind of way, but in like a just like you're completely detached in a like a peaceful way, like it's just like you've just floated above it all. That's how you can get out real easy. It's they've got nothing to use against you in that case. So that's where you want to be, like in the Truman Show at the end, where there isn't a single fucking reason he would ever stay there, not even one, nothing, not even oh well I like the meals at Denny's or whatever. It's no fucking way, no thank you. But yeah, I think there's like a turkey at the door at the back door because it happened yesterday. I heard knocking and I thought it was the cat wanting to come in, but he was already in. There's like a turkey out in the yard, a bush turkey, just like tapping on the glass. So I think that's happening again, which is it's. I always look up. Oh, good, the air conditioner's on. I always look up the omens, the meaning behind this stuff spiritually. And it's a good one. It's a good one. I think it was a confirmation last time it happened the other day that whatever I did was the right thing. And then this is like whatever I did is the right thing, or at least that's what Google AI, who I've trained to kiss my ass, tells me. I type what I want it to be, and I say it means this, right? And sure. Um, Turkey in the yard. I'm probably making most people's tummies rumble, right? You animal eating. See, that's another reason the world hates me because, like, one of the reasons my vibration is so high is because I don't eat animal products. And it's like, well, how are you still alive? All you eat is potatoes and broccoli. Because I don't just eat potatoes and broccoli, you fucking retard. Like, what the fuck? Where do you get your protein from, bro? From foods that exist in nature. Uh, like people don't, yeah, they don't even think that you need to. The only good thing about the diet that's provided by society is that it ticks most of the nutritional boxes while also killing you. So it's like the pharmaceutical industry. Um, but yeah, when you become vegan or vegetarian, you probably should become vegetarian before you become vegan because you don't want to fucking like shock your system. Or I don't think that's possible. It's just more like a adjustment, baby steps sort of thing. Um, but yeah, the difference is like with a vegan diet, um, you just want to replace whatever the foods that you liked as a carnivore. So it's like, okay, so I like steak, and I'm not saying like buy Beyond Meat, but learn how to cook, and learn about nutrition, which is like, oh, nuts have protein. Oh, okay, soy has protein, and there's propaganda against soy and everything. It shouldn't be the only thing you eat, but like they make it sound like it turns you into a woman or whatever. Maybe that's why people call me trans. Um, well, yeah, 5:30. Okay, so 9:30, and I'm a day ahead as well. So it's the 19th for me. Australia is like the first, well, I don't know what our clocks are like the furthest ahead or whatever. Like where I experience reality before all you guys do. I don't know if that's how it works, but it makes me feel special. So I'm going with it. And I'm gonna actually check with Google AI if that's right. I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. Saturday, Mount. Well, just kidding. It's hard to fathom, right? Like days exist. What's in store in the future? I think I'm being beaten up right as we speak. Um, but then tomorrow, yeah, tomorrow I make another live stream and it's a bit shitty. Um, I think I am healing though because or I'm just getting used to the pain of making myself laugh. I think that's like I said, it's a lesson I needed to learn for a long time. That my laughter is just well, I think it's a good thing. You know, it keeps my vibration up. That fucking air conditioner. If people can't get to you, like if your phone's off and I don't know, there's no good reason to have an extra knock on the door and disturb you, your technology will start doing it. It'll start like squeaking and fucking turning off and just distracting you. And I'm not like being like, the toaster's trying to kill me or anything. Uh, I'm just saying, none of this is real. So they'll use anything they can. Like just it's a video game. And maybe I'm doing it. I don't know. More validation for me. Yeah, exactly. I don't think I need constant reassurance. Hmm. Hmm. Well, if I have to think about it, slowly but surely, I'm realizing I'm enough. Actually more than enough. I think that's the key is for everyone to realize that um, being alone is the best path for anyone who wants to leave here, like I was saying. And I don't, up until recently, like I was making those videos about my like just feelings towards like relationships and whatnot. And I literally don't fucking want one anymore at all. I don't want to be with anyone. Um, I don't, I don't feel like I need it. It like the variables for it to work out are like, it's like the possibility of it happening organically is like just not even there. So, and it's like I said, um, being with another person is just going to be like I know because I've been asking people in public like if they're lovey-dovey, and I just say are you guys in love, like blah blah blah, and I'll start a conversation. Of course they say they are because they're high on fucking oxytocin and serotonin and shit, and their fucking pupils are like huge, and it's just because they know they're going to have sex with each other. And so I just explore this idea of like what it feels like to be in love with another person, and and how that feels, what like is it like the best thing? Does it improve your life? And they always tell me, yeah, yeah, like is it improve your life? But it's like I've improved my life without that. And for me, like getting into that is going to just like sort of it'll be that thing where I think the whole idea of relationships is giving away a part of yourself, and obviously that's like very much what marriage is about. Letting a woman be in control of a man's life, and people probably aren't meant to be celibate, but they're also not meant to be as ugly and retarded as most of them are. But that's just because the ugly retards breed more than anybody else because they've got no fucking self what's that word, awareness. So they think they're tens and they're fucking like they're the worst. And they have the confidence to walk up to just any woman who like really like they have no right to be with. But that's basically it. And yeah, they just keep having fucking retard kids, and that's how I feel now. I used to think like, oh, okay, so like, is it because I'm a pussy that I can't like, I don't want to have sex with anybody, even if I get along with them and they're attractive or whatever? And it's like, what the fuck is it? Like, is it I'm so like insecure or like trauma from like that? Is it's not that. It's oh, I can't even fucking say, but basically, I feel like I'm smarter. I'm too much smarter than people, and it feels sort of almost like rape to me because it's that easy. Um, that it'd be like they basically become like a child. They almost like pass out. So it's like it feels like really like the power dynamic is really disturbing. I like I need someone who it doesn't like seem like they're just like a deer in headlights or whatever. Oh well, thank you. Yeah, I've never. I don't think I've seen you comment before. Did you? What's the crown mean? I've noticed the crowns. Alicia is number one. That's because I think it's who's commented the most, right? So you're the third person to comment, probably. Is that right? Ow, my fucking ribs. I don't know. It doesn't go that far, but no, yeah, it does. Jesus, there's only been like 100, maybe 50 comments at most. That's and with all the amount of shit that I've been saying. Is anyone watching this? Is this like is this good? Is this watchable? This what I'm doing right now because I have no concept of it. I guess I did just get that from yeah you yeah ooh, I don't want to mispronounce that. Well, yeah, maybe that's the difference. What I'm saying too, like that to find someone who doesn't take is rare, very very rare, and I can sense it. You know, just the idea that men are meant to approach the woman is faulty in my view. Um, It's because, like I said, most men will fuck anything, and so them walking up to a woman isn't what she thinks it is, which is like, oh, I've been chosen, you know, I'm his princess, you know, he's gonna sweep me off my feet and happily ever after to a certain point, you know, when they're younger or whatever, and no, it's just literally they're like uh, horrible predators who want to have as many victims on their list as possible so that they can, you know, do that imaginary dick measuring contest with all the other fucking insecure retards around, you know. They literally just see people, you know, as things to get off on, you know. And I see people as like organic robots mostly, like very, very lifelike, obviously, but or just like retarded. I see most people as retarded, unfortunately. I didn't realize that until I had a palm reader read my palms and he was like fucking shocked. But there's like a headline, he said it doesn't end. He's never seen it. So it's like I'm smart or something. I'm not like I'm not like book smart or whatever, but I'm like there's literally no end to what I can fathom. I'm very rigid in my thought, but it tends to be it's a filter that because it's like a judge. It's like, well, really, there's only one way to do this if you're going to do it the right way. It's that. It's like a Capricorn sort of thing. So like I'm very rigid. I like there's a right and wrong for me in everything. But because I'm able to think of everything, um, I tend to be right, and people don't like that, especially when I lead with like it's what interests me is like what is right and what is wrong, and most people just want to talk about how they feel, and I don't care about feelings. I don't. Yeah, I was talking too much, so I don't know what you're responding to. I don't even know what I just said. Whoa, I feel weird. Oh, fuck. It's probably just that concussion kicking in finally. Literally kicking in. Ow, ow, ow. Stop bullying me. That's actually what happened. I peed my pants and I was like, ow, oh, ouch. Oh, guys. And yeah, I pissed my pants. Um, and they were filming it. And like, yeah, someone posted it directly to TikTok, and it went viral as I was still standing there. And they were just pointing and laughing. That's what really happened. I'm Australian. My mum is from New Zealand, so maybe that's part of it. And I'm in her house, so I guess like that. Maori spirit or whatever is possessing me. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, well, now I have to make sense of that. Oh yeah, exactly. You know better. It's like the Disney movies. That's kind of their training. That's why kids are girls, especially little girls, but all kids. Obviously, the boys have to see that they have to be the Prince Charming. Most kids watch it and they're like, they want to be Gaston, you know, and Beauty and the Beast, or they want to be the Beast before he becomes a gentleman, turns back into a gentleman. So that's like a good thing there. That's kind of like I'm the Beast, you know, woof woof, and I've become a gentleman. Doesn't he nearly die? Like he gets the shit kicked out of him or whatever the Beast at the end of that by that fuckhead who kills himself. Oh, I've done that so many times, making them fucking nearly, you know, not kill themselves, but socially kill themselves. Yeah, I said a lot of stuff there. Uh, but it's nice that we got the chat is lively, you know, but still no donations. I don't need the money. I hate money. I hate things, you know. That's what I mean too about like you don't want to care about anything. You don't want to have anything. Come to Hawaii. I don't even have a passport. That would be a pain in the ass to get. I've never been to America. I mean, I'm sure I've lived there in past lives or whatever the fuck, alternate universes and shit. Um, but how are the beatings in Hawaii? Is it 10 kids? Um, I was trying to think of the best way to like frame my assault story. So I was asking people like, what's the most amount of people that have beaten them up or whatever? You know, just all the time, obviously ready to tell them it was 10 for me last night, you know. Um, it is hard to yeah, I'm still workshopping that one. I think I've had my fill. I like screened a bunch of different NPCs for how they would take it, and ultimately everyone's just, well, you should report that to the police straight away. Blah blah blah. I was like, yeah, okay. Haven't even told you the best part yet. You know, they don't like talking to a real person. It's what was it like? It's buffering. I've noticed that they fucking have to load. So for the longest time, I talk to people and they're not even really there. And like I'm being like, I don't know what it is, but my charismatic self, and I'm super animated and like just I see you as a person, I'm engaging with you, blah blah blah, you know. And then they have this like after about 30 seconds, maybe a minute, then a personality comes over their face and they become animated. It's like the simulation isn't used to an individual of such high resolution that so most people are like loaded into this place at a low resolution. So when I come in, it has to like turn itself to 4K, and so you're seeing like a blurry, like a blob version that's got like muted sound of someone, and then eventually it's like, oh shit, this guy's real. Okay, and then they become like me and smart and funny, and it's not like I'm so attractive that they're stunned and don't know what to fucking say for a minute. It's literally like they're not actually present at all, and it's impossible for that to happen because I am the most present thing ever. And yeah, the simulation literally has to load the projection onto them longer than it takes for other people talking to people. Um, and then it feels real once that's happened because I'm talking to myself. So the people that I know are real or are at the very least more high resolution NPCs. um, is that they will immediately recognize me. You know, like kids, they say, you know, babe, you know, dogs, animals, children, like kids before a certain age, they see you for you. But then once they learn to speak English and whatnot, they they forget everything they knew from their previous existence, you know. But little kids recognize me all the time. It's like they look at me like, "Holy fuck, there he is!" Like, you know, there's that famous guy, right, from heaven or whatever. I'm not a surfer, but it's actually something that I've recently been interested in because I go to the beach and that used to be a thrill for me just to like what is it like get over the fear of like being shirtless in public or whatever. So like that's I don't give a shit at all about that. So it's not like a thrill so much anymore for me to like just go to the beach to, you know, swim or whatever. So I've been seeing surfing and I think, wow, that would be like a cool way to kill yourself. Um or kill someone else. I notice like often like they're surfing where I'm swimming. It's like if like a meter or two difference between being like a surfboard going through my face. So I guess I don't know, but it seems dangerous, but that's what's interesting, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Other conscious people, real recognizes real, you know, real eyes, that stuff, you know. Oh man, I'm like, I feel so weird. But it's not like a common thing for people where I usually live for that to happen. But yeah. Uh, I should probably start going about my day, which I don't know. Well, that doesn't entail anything anyway, so what's the difference? Beach bars. Yeah, I try not to actually. I don't really drink. I drank last night. That might have been like one. Maybe I vibrationally attracted the wrong kind of situation. But I was in a good mood, so I don't think that's true. Um, yeah, but I generally. I mean, I'm not really a social person. I don't. You've got no like what's that word? You don't really like know about me aside from what I'm talking about right now. I was gonna say something. I'm glad I didn't. I was going to pretend I'm part of the KKK. Like it's just, no, I mean just like I don't have any friends is what I'm talking about. Like I don't know any people, and I generally am good with that. I think that's it's I'm pretty healthy, and I think it's a lot of it is to do with staying away from other people as much as possible. Like the more, yeah, because their energy gets put on you and it ages you. You know, I say that I look like shit right now, but it's because I got beaten up, okay, and I didn't sleep right because of the beating. Is he still going on about being beaten up by 10 kids last night? Fucking crybaby. I don't know. Am I milking this enough? Am I milking it just right? Like, have I over milked it? Like my obviously my intent is what I want you to think is that I'm not milking it. That you know I don't really care that it happened, but it is like it's not a normal thing to happen, and yeah, the things I have to say about it, I think yielded pretty good results. Is this are you familiar with my channel? Yeah, you yeah you. Um, it's probably I mean I used to I did conspiracy videos for a long time, and now I'm more of a song and dance man. Hmm. Why does my fingernail smell burnt? But it's well, it's probably one of the best smells it could be. Are people supposed to be able to smell their own pheromones? Because I last night I could smell myself and I smelled like a dog or whatever, which was fitting. Um, but most of the time I don't think, aside from BO, but like, do people can people smell pheromones like that, or is it like a phantom sense or something? You know? I'm not talking about like body odor. I'm talking about like, you know what I mean? Is that a real smell? Like I know I could just Google this, but got six whole people in here, so it's like, yeah. Let's put it to the audience. Audience, Bruce, did I get hurt? Have you read the title of this stream? Yeah, yeah, I got hurt. I got beaten up by 10 kids. They gay bashed me, and I'm not even gay. Although that's something that a gay guy would say probably, unfortunately. But yeah, they because just how I was dressed like this. I'm wearing shorts, and so they said the shorts made me look gay, and I didn't say anything, and then they just yeah beat the shit out of me, kicked me everywhere, and then I got up and they gave me props for taking it like a man, you know. And some of them apologized, except for like the girl, the ringleader. But it probably hurt her the most that I didn't let on that I was hurt. I think, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, that's exactly why she was so angry. Because she basically, she's pretty much what caused it. Pretty much the reason I was beaten up was because she was instigating it using the other men, boys, because they're like literally like 14-year-olds, and younger and maybe older. But yeah, just so she wanted to see a guy like me hurt for some reason, and because I wasn't, or at least I was so stunned I didn't know I was. And she was really fucking angry at me, and so I just walked off. And she's telling me, "Fuck off, yeah, fuck off, keep walking." Okay, obviously. Yeah, so that's it. That's what happened. Oh, hurt badly. I don't. I'm still in pain. Uh, I was kicked like it hurts. My head hurts, and my ribs hurt, and I got because I fell on the ground. So like I'm cut and shit, but like I'm fine. Like it's uh huh, yeah, oh, you're answering that you're answering that question. I no, I like I don't feel like it sucks at all. It's a compliment to me from the universe. It's because I've been doing good that's what happens. That when you start shining your light too bright, the system, the matrix, this world, you know, the fake world we live in, it'll put a situation in that's meant to make you afraid. Like it was meant to traumatize me, you know, because I'm too confident, I'm too positive these days. So they wanted me to get back into like the loop of whatever, you know, but it hasn't affected me psychologically whatsoever. Like I said, it's a compliment. And I thank the fucking kids. I thank them for the beating because it's the last thing they would have expected, especially when I didn't even say anything as it happened or do anything to fight back because that would have probably gotten me hospitalized at the very least. But yeah, they went easy on me because I didn't give them anything aside from being kicked. Oh yeah, and they threw shit at me too, but whatever. It's yeah, and I got the shit I probably got beaten up worse by my grandma as a kid than these fucking 10 kids did. I shouldn't say effing 10 kids, but you know, that yeah, my grandma beat me up once. My dad beat me up once worse than that. I had beatings like as a baby, like literally. Yeah, my parents like violent as hell. And then I started I like unconsciously I went to my friend's house and he had a little brother and then I would hit his little brother sometimes if he was being annoying and I didn't even realize I was doing it. And I remember his mum hating me and I'm like, why does she hate me? And it's like I was that retarded that I didn't understand. It's because you fucking keep hitting her son, you fucking psycho. So I did realize that like at some point long ago, that you know you shouldn't hurt others, you shouldn't hit other people. It's like one of the worst things you could do to a person. Which, like I said, which isn't to say that I haven't been like physical like that in my life. Past being a kid, I have, but I'm not a person who beats people up or anything like that. Normally, it's just sort of like if I was to strike somebody, it would be like sort of a like get away kind of thing. And then they might take it as a you're abusive, you hit me, and it's like I don't know how you didn't sense that you'd gone too far there, and I just needed you to understand, stop, 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 you know? I'm not saying like Sean Connery talking about like hitting women or anything like that, but you know, that sort of thing, and it could go for both genders, you know. But yeah, I don't believe that people should be violent with anyone, and unless it's literally life or death, and it's good versus evil, in which case I think it is necessary sometimes. Um, but yeah, I didn't respond to I didn't read Alicia's thing. Yeah, with the pheromones thing too, I remember a woman I knew of that she had bought like human pheromone spray. Like she didn't seem human. That's probably the most important detail. She was like a psychopath. And she actually bought like human pheromone spray or whatever and used it on herself. You know, like why the fuck can't you produce your own human pheromones? I didn't even know this was a product, but it is apparently, unless I was just being gaslit completely by the whole story. But um, yeah, and so maybe that's what, yeah, maybe that's like one of the they live kind of aspect of society. It's so easy for them. They're probably just um like doused in human pheromone spray. Oh, fuck. There's got to be a reason it's that easy for them, you know? They're not charming, they're not good looking, they're not even smart. Like, there's nothing good about them. And yet, it just they're able to get it done. Here I am with standards. How long has this shit been going for? Not even 2 hours. It feels way longer than that. Well, yeah, it's like okay, so it is like it's a common thing. You uh I guess I'll pretend I'm not suspicious of that. Proper just trying to make sense of those words in that order. Buying anything they prop up. Means- They sell cleverness? What do you mean by that? Oh, I think I know what you mean. I have to remember that you're when there's a reply, it's like it's something that I said like nearly a minute ago. So yeah, it's hard for me to keep up. I probably seem like real stupid. Like why the hell does this guy not know what I'm talking about? It's like because I just talked about like 50 things in between the reply. Yeah, lonely people. Well, yeah. Who's selling truth? That I don't think I don't remember the last time I saw anything that was actually true that was for sale. Is it like it? Is it a time when people are drinking in whatever other country? I don't know what's exactly. Sorry, it's not your fault. I'm sure if this was happening organically in real time, I'd be able to understand. Okay, well, whatever gibberish I just said made sense, I guess. Um, what were we talking about? Pheromones, human pheromones. Oh yeah, it's like makeup. They sell women their own advanced aging because it destroys their skin, and then they're like 25 and they look like they're, you know, a lot older because their makeup has already destroyed them. So they're like, I better use more makeup, to cover this. And it's a vicious cycle. I seem to be the only person who understands it though. Like I've gone into what do you call like Sephora or some shit, like those sort of places. I just walk around for the attention, honestly. But I got interested in like, oh, I wonder if I ask these people about like, do you understand like what's their opinion on makeup, and is there anything bad about it, and literally like challenge the staff there about it, not in like a, they just oh, she's not busy, she'll talk to you. And it's like yeah, it's and most people don't know like the origins of makeup, that it was invented for transvestites because it was stage makeup. That's back in the old times, women weren't allowed to act. So like if there was a woman in a play, it would be played by a man. So makeup was literally invented for the purpose to make men look like women. And you understand like makeup is something worn by women sincerely now, how insane that is, right? How completely like they've done like a million victory laps around the world on you. You've fucking like ruined yourself and paid them for it. That's what they love. They love doing that all the time with everything. So it's not like well, most guys aren't real. They don't have an opinion. They know that they think they like whatever you're supposed to like, and they don't want anyone standing out. They definitely don't want their girlfriend to be the only one not wearing makeup, but it's not like, that's the only factor. The girl usually feels exactly the same way in the other way. I don't want to be the only one not wearing makeup, blah, blah, blah. And like, yeah, pretty girls don't need to wear makeup. They always look worse. Well, not always look worse, but if they wear makeup the same way that an ugly girl wears makeup, a pretty girl looks fucking horrific. And I've seen that so many times. And it's like, no, these girls don't have faces. That's why they need to put it on. You don't need anything. Which isn't to say like, personal flair, whatever, a little bit of this or that. It's if it's tasteful, if it's organic or whatever, it doesn't need to be because it covers the glow. Pretty girls have a glow. So makeup covers that. And it's, I've said it in the past, makeup's pretty much designed for gay dudes, which are most dudes, so I would say. Um, except for me, and I'm the one who got gay bashed last night. You understand? It's fucking hilarious. There's probably no one straighter than me, said a gay man probably, but no, you got to take my word for it. I don't have sex with anybody. So yeah, I'm straighter than straight. I won't stop saying it. That's how straight I am, right? Like those guys that I've brought this up before, guys who just talk about as soon as you meet them, how hot they think chicks are and stuff. It's like they're overcompensating. It's like they immediately are like, oh, this I don't want this guy to know I'm gay. I know, I'll pretend I'm really straight. A scuffle? Yeah, I got beaten up by 10 kids. It's just going to get a shorter version. Long story short, I just went out last night after doing a live stream, having some drinks. Ran into a group of kids throwing batteries at each other. Asked if it was a gang thing. They started calling me gay, beat me up. I didn't react to anything. So then they like gave me props, and yeah, they kicked me everywhere, threw shit at me, called me names. And yeah, there was like a girl that instigated. These are teenagers, like 14 years old on average, and one of them was like 6, and he was like the most sorry about it. Probably because he doesn't want a criminal record at that age. But like I feel like I got through to them. It was a positive experience for me. It was like a what do you like, trial by fire. It's like all my, because I've obviously not been a perfect person, so I have a karmic debt, and getting the shit kicked out of me was I'll take it. I'll take it for all the bad things I've ever done. Getting beaten up for no fucking reason out of the blue. If that's the worst that happens, I'll take it. Like I had a car accident recently. It wasn't my fault, but there was no damage done. There was a little bit of damage to my car, but I was so happy after that happened because I knew, and I told the person, the NPC that was there, um, that this is great that this happened and no one was hurt because we got that out of the way karmically, and so I was able to leave the scene of the accident without a scrape and without any bad words or anything. So I passed that test, and now it's done the okay. Well, he doesn't give a shit about whether he's not afraid of like dying. He's not afraid of, an accident. He doesn't, he's not afraid of an interaction like that. Um, this is the many things in between, but then it's like, okay, well, he's not afraid of anything. Let's beat him up for no reason. That should get him back. It's like the Truman Show, you know what I mean? They're trying to scare Truman back into submission. That's like, no, it happened, and I'm using it for attention right now, and actually to like explain explain the message that I got from it, which I think most people wouldn't. I'm not saying it'll go over your heads, but it's not going to apply to most people. But this thing can be here forever, and if you ever think back to this, or you're going through something like, wait, that fucking guy, when he was saying all this shit that sounded like airy fairy bullshit to me, like it's you'll be like, that is exactly how it is. It comes with the territory. And I don't think it's a common occurrence in this area, honestly. This is like one of the it's the wealthiest area in this state. It was just it had to be. I thanked them for it. I think I said that. And just like it comes with the territory of just being, yeah, being yourself. Yeah. That's why kids get picked on, bullied or whatever in school. It's because they stand out. So everyone's terrified of standing out. And then when they see someone who does stand out, they can't deal with it. So they have to try and push it back into submission. Yeah, exactly. I was invincible, and I proved it because if I didn't have the sense of invincibility, I would have reacted to the beating, and I would have probably gotten myself hospitalized or worse. But they literally cut it short and more or less apologized because um, they saw that they couldn't break me. No one can break me. That's the whole fucking point of this. I understand that. No one is allowed to break you. It's like being in a movie and like as the viewer and the main character at the same time, you have no fucking idea how you're going to get out of this one. There's no way out, but as long as you believe it, something will happen and save you. Every single time, as long as you believe it, something will always come and save you, or something will happen and it'll save you every single time. You only have to believe that you are invincible, and you will be until you're not supposed to be, which is good because you're not supposed to stay here. But if you die from bravery, you got nothing to worry about because yeah, So that's like the fifth time I've had to tell this story. And it's in the title, I think, but yeah, I don't know how this works. I don't know what it looks like when I'm doing a stream. I wanted to put the rainbow dog that I used to have as my channel logo as the live stream thumbnail, but it wouldn't let me. And I thought, well, that it would have been a good idea because like the Rainbow Gay Association, you know. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Karmically, I'm good. If anything, the world owes me now. You know what I mean? If anything, the world owes me now for that. That's how I see it, and that is how it works as well. Sometimes the world goes too far. It does, and it'll all balance out. I think that's like one of the things we are talking about Jerry Seinfeld, who isn't funny. That's me talking. But he fuck, damn it. Yeah, that's karma for saying Jerry is funny. Obviously, he's funny. He's got a sense of humor. And he's got his own style. I don't I think he's so out of touch with people that he doesn't know how to talk. Because his whole thing is observational humor, but he doesn't live a normal life, so that's why he's not funny anymore. Because he's trying to appeal to the common man when he's anything but, you know. But what was I talking about Jerry Seinfeld for? Oh yeah, I think he said something similar in philosophy to this the karmic debt, and sometimes the world owes you sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. He and he has a presence, but I don't know if people get that from like doing the rituals. Like I've noticed, ow, ouch. Like maybe it's like blood drinking or something. I've noticed with certain actors, Paul Rudd is a really good example of this, and he like seems to never age. But like if you look at him in Clueless, and I think his first movie was like a um, Halloween movie. that he looks so fucking scary when in his first couple of movies, and then ever since he's looked so like such a nice guy, like he's like bright shining eyes and like real trustworthy sort of look about him, but he didn't always have that, and it's like, does he have that from baby's blood? Is that the the energy of the innocence of youth that is flowing through his veins is making him look like he's not a piece of shit? I've seen that with like I said, more than one celebrity. Another one, I think Louis C.K. is kind of a good example of that. I think he might be one where, yeah, he like had real scary, dark, beady eyes, and then for a while he was sort of like a jolly, sort of like I'm Santa sort of dude, you know. And it's like, well, how the fuck did their whole like energy change and become so youthful? Baby's blood, right? It's not like they're fucking not connected to that, but yeah, the cast of Seinfeld is another example of that, where early on they have like kind of a dirty, like Elaine looks older than she does in like season one and two than she does in like season seven or whatever. Same with Michael Richards. He looks fucking real scary at the start of Seinfeld. Um, Everyone's all grimy and dirty, and then after the show has been successful, everyone looks like $1 million. Similar thing with Friends, although they were already sort of nice people, ostensibly. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they were already on the blood. Well, it's not really something that you should pay any attention to. It's sort of like driving past an accident or something, like it's like, oh, okay, that's what happened. And then you don't really think about it anymore. You understand, you follow it away that that's what the world is like. And you're like, well, I don't want to think about that. I understand it's true. And if I have to talk about it, I can because I know it's real. But you don't want to make a whole conversation or you don't want to make like your whole life about things like that. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of Jennifer Aniston because she was like the sort of the most famous one, I guess. First, and again, her first thing was a horror movie, like with Paul Rudd. Her first movie was, I don't know if it was the first movie, but Leprechaun was like how she got known. Um, she had a nose job, I think, but yeah, she always kind of looked like she had that spark. So it's probably, I don't know, maybe she just has charisma. Maybe she's drinking blood. Yeah, yeah, nepotism. Um, Yeah, but that's like the difference between, well, one of the differences between Seinfeld and Friends is that like with Friends, they start them out and like it's like a show like where they've already got that kind of like appeal to them. I don't think stuff's like not like that. That's such a 90s, 80s, 90s trope. Make everyone good is actually good looking, you know, that's basically the truth. Um, not definitely not always the case, but what I'm saying is if someone is a good person, there's usually something attractive about them, I guess. I was being more superficial than that because I believe in physiognomy. Um, you guys, I've recommended that Prosopa Insights. Have you guys looked into physiognomy or like have you learned about your own faces? Because it's like it's accurate. It's like palm reading. It's super accurate. I learned from that palm reader. He was like a real dirty dog, by the way, but he knew what he was doing. He really fucking knew what he was doing. Your palm is that shows you your neural pathway. So that's your brain. These are what the lines in my brain look like. They show up in your hands and probably your feet too. But um, yeah, and the lines can change. But I forget what I brought that up for. Probably to shit on someone, make myself look good. It's usually why I say anything. Wow, okay. I didn't know you were ever an actress or obviously aspiring. I suppose you never really uh got in with anything. Or was that your first and last experience with trying to be cast, I guess? But yeah, I mean, it sounds like you were lucky. Um I've had similar kind of stuff where I did a battle of the bands and like yeah, I've been approached actually fucking more than once about like from the music industry. They just learn though that I don't have my shit together, and so they fucking give up on me. They still charge, but no. But I know they're right to be like, yeah, this guy's not ready because I'm not ready. Maybe I don't ever want to be ready. Maybe that's my defense because I know where it leads. Do you remember any sort of like Alicia? Do you remember any sort of like suspect vibe about the process? Yeah, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, the negative, the energy extraction. You're a star, right? And you believe in yourself, and then something happens, and it inverts your whole sense of self. Just remember that, you're a star. You're a star in the making, and that people can see it. Not you are a star. Like just own that. That's all you need to remember is that you've got it. I say that and I fucking forget it all the time, but you know, what's that thing? Don't do as I say. I don't fucking do what I say. Ow. Ow. I do need to piss. Yeah, I've had like 2 liters of water this morning at least. Yeah, I gotta go toilet. What's real? Feel free to chat it up while I'm gone, guys. Give her Alicia some self-esteem. She's not humble bragging. She's I know you're not, by the way, but yeah, seriously. Said you were too shy. They fuck. I do have to. I'll go and be back. You know what I mean. I'll be back. But what was I going to say about that? Well, your mum told you that. Did you hear it from them? Because maybe your mum's a psycho. That's just one thing I'll leave you with. Everyone else, feel free to chime in. Ow. Okay, so it hurts to move. Yep. Mhm. Don't worry, I'm back. Back. Just getting the snack. That rhymes. See, that's why I'm such a good songwriter. I have a natural sense of uh, words. It's only words and words I understand. Who did that? That was Bee Gees, wasn't it? It's only once and and lend a helping hand. It's only. That sounded like Cher. If you believe. Oh, oh. Someone once said that I look like Cher. I don't fucking know about that, but I do sound like her. Oh yeah. You guys talking about anything? I'm eating, by the way. One of the only human things I still do. Oh, nuts. Is this baby proof? You don't want kids eating nuts because some of them have allergies. Does anyone here have a nut allergy? Do any of you nuts have any allergies? I I should have started eating earlier because I don't know how it works for you, but it gives me energy as if I fucking need any. Uh, I never get tired. I'm not gonna let you guys talk because I need a break. It's important to chew. I've said this before. It is important. Sorry to interrupt, by the way. Man, the lighting in here is. I realize it's because I've got my fucking hat on that the lighting's so shit. What does that look like? Oh, it's pretty bad. I'm not going to take it off. Maybe I should put a light on. Yeah, I look like a fucking fool. Does that help? Man, that's fucking scary. Oh no, I just look like shit. I just look so tired, which I am. Tired of getting beaten up by little kids. But that's one of those things you guys got to see that I'm actually ugly. I gotta stop caring about that. Seems like you guys are getting more out of this from each other than me. That's good. I'm used to that. I'll read all this when I'm finished eating. This is like an obnoxious thing to do. Eat on a live stream. I'm supposed to put like a "We'll be right back" kind of logo over the screen, or like dancing, like stripper girls gifs and stuff, and like club music, boom, 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 boom. Donation, donate now, donate now. Uh, I wish I knew how to make you guys give me donations. I'm not talking about like convincing you. I could probably do that, but um, oh fuck, I don't think I can get them. I don't think I'm eligible. I turned ads off on my channel, but I could have monetized this. I could probably could have made some money off my channel. I never did it because I don't see why I should be paid for any of this. It's money is the last thing I do any of this shit for. If anything, it's to fucking make sure that I never get any money. Because like I can't ever get a job if I do this sort of shit. That's why like most people don't do what I did because they're afraid of dying socially, and I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm not afraid of dying socially, which is like the number one fear probably. I've fucking humiliated myself just for the experience, just to get over it. You do that and you actually become pretty invincible. Back to untraceable. The money, give me the money first. That's how it works. Yeah, I trust you. Yeah, like, did you hear how much it was? No. Oh, good. It was this amount. Oh, that doesn't seem like much. Yeah, I know. Do people think like that? Like everyone's a fucking liar? Have you ever called anyone a liar? Because I do it all the time. They just start fucking lying. They just start lying more. I actually do. I just said actually. Oh no, I actually is one of them. You're probably just mirroring me. But actually, yeah, I think it's like an autistic kind of tick almost because Elon Musk says it all the time. That's who I'm copying, by the way. He's so cool, that dude. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I wish I didn't break, but I don't know what the fuck I'm going to say. What the hell's this? Why is my thumb like that? Why is it like that? What is that? Oh yeah, okay. Probably from the chocolate I'm eating. Like, how hard did these kids kick me, right? Oh, no, but Elon Musk says that. And he's really autistic, that guy. Have you seen that guy? Fuck, man, he is like walking autism. How the fuck does that guy have like 100 kids? That's what I mean. That shit where like these retards are breeding that much. Like Elon Musk is retarded, right? You guys can tell he looks like a retard and he talks like a retard. And the joke is, it's like the Stephen Hawking thing, the same way with Stephen Hawking. Like the smartest man in the world is a crippled retard who can't even talk. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, there's no way. It's a mockery of intelligence. Elon Musk, he's like boring fucking. Like, he's the type of person you would avoid at all costs if he wasn't Elon Musk, the fucking great inventor that they call him. Hey, name these kids like area codes or something. I'm saying this like I care. Um, I don't care about that, but I don't care about Elon Musk or anything. I'm just like, I find it funny when you think about how obviously a lie everything is. Like, if you can even travel to Mars, he's just going to do it to like kill the people or whatever. Like, my granny flew to Mars. I haven't heard from her because she can't like write home or whatever. Like, their internet is different or something. Um, you know, she's living on Mars. Elon Musk probably just killed her. Yeah, she's gone to the great farm up in Mars, right? But it's like the people who line up to be, so I don't know, they'll jump off a cliff or whatever. If everyone else is doing it, most people's answer to that is yes, but they're all liars, so they don't say yes. Yeah, exactly. We have to, we pretty much have to do what we came here to do. It's the only way out. It's scripted too, so if you make it too difficult, if you literally avoid your next test, it'll force it on you. It'll literally force it on you, like the beating thing for me. They literally forced a beating onto me because it was the only way to test my fear, whatever, whatever. Well, I'll stop talking about that. At this point, I've just milked it dry. Speaking of, I haven't masturbated in like 3 weeks, so maybe that's why they beat me up because most people are addicted to porn. I stopped being able to really get off on that a while ago. It was just to help me sleep. I've said this before. I know it's too much information, but you know, I don't give a fuck, obviously. Um, it's like having to find the right video. It would take fucking hours. Wait, 5 hours of me watching like hundreds of videos, hundreds. Not the whole thing, obviously. You click through, you're like, no. Like, here's a pet peeve. I don't like this stuff anymore because I'm a good guy, obviously. Um, um, what was I going to say? Probably something I shouldn't say. Air conditioner. Um, oh yeah, that it's crazy how badly filmed these things are for the most part. Like that's not a hot angle. Like, is the cameraman gay or something? Like things like that, where it's like that's not what looks good about that position, you dumb fuck. Or like they just film the woman from the back like most of the time, and it's like, yeah, did you see her front? And you like, I'm just all I'm saying is I admire female beauty, and it's so weird to me that like someone would have that job and not even know how to capture it, like fucking retards. Yeah, well, the your point, I didn't read all the stuff before, but there's a, you know, are you still learning to love yourself? Because that's that once you do that, you it's not straight away. Takes as long as it takes, but once you've done that, I think you're eventually meant to learn that you're enough, which isn't to say that you can't be with anybody, but you should learn that you don't need to be with anybody, I think, is maybe that's it. That's what I think it is, you know, for me. But we've got a lot of Juno stuff, Alicia, you and me, like I don't, yeah, your son is literally like conjunct my Juno, Libra 13, and you've got like other stuff. And um, so like you have the qualities of someone who would be my wife, according to astrology, you know. So I would be like the type of person, hopefully to make you like feel like you could love yourself. Um, uh, but you know, it's sometimes it doesn't work like that because um the other person can sense that you don't have it in you. That's like why you would attract the wrong person, which I think you've said has happened. That's why you would attract the wrong person because they can sense that you are not, you don't love yourself enough, so they can take advantage of that, you know. Um, and even the right person might not want to exactly be with you because there's that part of you that is still insecure. And for a person who is right for you, they will be secure with themselves, you know. They will love themselves completely. They'll have learned to do that. So that type of person might not even be compatible with you completely just because there's that little void in you. And who knows? I mean, I haven't done this, but it could be maybe the you know the union, the physical part of it would help you um, feel whole or whatever. And maybe I mean maybe that's literal in more than one way, but like that. Um, Maybe that's how it works. I don't know. I haven't done it, but I think for me, it feels like the other person has to sort of already love themselves. But I say that thinking I love myself, but I might not be all the way there completely either. So tempted by candidates. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't even use dating apps. I don't. I get like just the worst matches. And not I'm not saying they're bad people, but like It's like, are you kidding? That's the only type of person who would like me back online? Oh, really? And man, jeez. How about read the title of the thing. I don't like I got beaten up last night by a bunch of kids for being gay and I'm not gay. That's the long and short of it. I'm fine. I'm injured. But it hasn't damaged me. If anything, I took it as a compliment. And the kids actually said sorry after because I didn't react in a negative way to it. Uh, you were lit awake. Oh, I thought you were like saying you were doing drugs at the beach, like you're smoking a doobie on the sand or something. But do you mean like when you had that like the light, the little spirit? Because I used to have like flashes. Yeah, okay. How what age are you? That's obviously not eight. Are you like a younger, older person? Because like to have a spiritual awakening recently is would tell me that maybe you're younger. Because I think they come in like sort of batches, glowing. Um, Yeah, well, I mean, being able to forgive other people is that's a great thing. That's a huge strength, you know. Ow, um, to yeah, because that's how you set yourself free. So you can do the same for yourself. See, there's that. Just it's a dumb thing they say. It's like reframing, but you say you wish you could do the same for yourself. Speak in the future where you've done it. You know, start to. I don't want to use the word train your mind, but start to. It's more, more positive self-talk. I've still struggled with this, but it's something I'm trying, and I think it works. Is to just like, and it's oh fuck. When I was told this advice, I got so fucking pissed off because it's like the last thing I want to be told, you know. So I understand that it's like go do your homework or whatever, but it's something like don't ever say you can't do something because you'll if you don't believe it, the person you're telling will fucking believe it, and then you'll feel like shit because they think less of you. You know, it's literally you can't help it. It's just it's exactly how the ping pong of energy goes. It's like, you did a bad serve there and everyone saw it. You can pretend it didn't happen. It fucking did, and you can feel it. So yeah, don't put yourself down. A good example of that was I fucking didn't want to do small talk with the hairdresser. If I'm at the hairdresser's, I just want to talk about hair. That's just I can pretend I'm interested in your job for like half an hour easily, But don't fucking ask me how my weekend was because I get depressive and then I say stuff that doesn't make me sound like I'm cool, which I am, but that's not cool to say. And then all of a sudden I've got the worst fucking haircut in the world and I had to correct it myself. But that's another thing. Um, Another one of those things where like it was supposed to ruin me, but I think I righted it. Yeah, well, in darkened, would you am I an exception to that rule from your perspective? Because I feel like I'm one of the only people okay, I would say I'm the only person who's ever done what I do, which I would say is that's the only way you would know someone is real is if they're completely original. I'm not saying every single thing about me is original. If you want to nitpick, I am a product of conditioning and programming, but for the most part, you can see that there's someone who doesn't fucking try to be like something fake here. I mean, you watch my channel, so I suppose you do. It's kind of like, but yeah, like I guess I'm asking like how rare is it for you? Because what I'm saying is I've never. I guess it's what you're saying. Like you haven't really met another real person either in a while or ever or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to break the ice, you want to lead with honesty, and they don't expect that. They don't like it, because it's not part of the script, which is to not appear jealous of the bragging that the other person is saying, and wait, and then it's your turn to brag and try to one up them. That's how small talk. Um, as far as like if it goes beyond just the lovely weather we're having or whatever, if it starts to become like a small talk conversation, it's really just a game of one-upmanship. It's fucking retarded, like everything. Which all it's energy extraction. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I had a friend for 17 years, best friend. Really the only person who I communicated with for the vast majority of that time. Saw them every week for 17 years. And I'm pretty sure they were an NPC. And I couldn't tell at the time because they just mirror me. But then it's like you get to an invisible wall with them all the time. And it's like I'm saying invisible wall, not war, but it is like a war because it's like they shut down or they just lie. They just and it's like what the reason you're my best friend is because you're authentic and honest, and then now you're fucking lying to win this argument. Like glitches like that where it's like, what the fuck else are you lying about? But they're not dishonest people. They don't have any life themselves. They're like they was as much of a loser as I was. They were only there to make sure that I stayed a loser, knowing that person. And when I started going to the gym and getting healthy, um, they started calling me a narcissist and couldn't be around me anymore. And because that's I'd vibrationally sort of grown beyond them, and they literally couldn't keep up. So I had to be what was wrong. And yeah, I don't care about that, but I yeah, that was the case for me. So I was like, made had this channel like warning people about all these things. She wasn't an energy vampire, but she was like I said, she couldn't have been a real person because it was like Truman Show. She was like I was like Truman, and she was Truman's wife. That's a really fucking good comparison. Um, and she would do this all the time where that thing in the Truman Show where she's on her phone and she's just telling me, "Oh, wow, they've got a sale at blah blah blah. Oh, this could be interesting. Look, this meal is only blah blah blah. We could go there, blah blah blah." And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, I started saying to her, "Okay, Truman's wife. Okay, Truman's wife," and she'd fucking get so pissed off about it because it's like, I am being filmed right now, and they literally need to get their ads in. And have you ever noticed that branded vehicles, they drive slower than anyone else? They're always the worst drivers, branded vehicles, because they're part of the Truman Show. They're part of the ads, getting the ads in my scene. It's not one of the reasons is traffic, so they can have it in the shot for a very long time. But this just sounds like schizophrenia, doesn't it? It's the branded vehicles that are out to get me. It's not what I'm saying at all. Um, Yeah, I did that thing where I don't know what anyone's talking about now. That's probably happening on both ends. Everyone in the chat is like, what the fuck's he talking about? Um, ouch. Oh, okay, real people. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, with this person I'm talking about, my best friend for 17 years, we once saw a plane. Okay, it stopped, and I wanted her to film it. It just stopped like we were in the car at a set of lights, and it just stopped like in our line of sight. And then I said, "Look, there's a frozen one," and she had to admit it. I said, "Can you start filming this, right?" She's trying to film it, but it's like it's so far away. You can see it clearly in person, but on a camera, it's like not even there. But the plane froze, and then it. Okay, we'll use this as a plane, so I don't get. Wow, that looks weird. Looks like okay. What's good? What's a good plane? Here. Um, so it does this, and then I'm like, yeah, look, there's one. And then what did it do? It went like that. It went, and I'm like, holy fuck, it's spinning. And she was like, oh, shit. And then it just went, pew, like just plummeted down to the earth. There was no explosion. There was nothing. It just like disappeared beyond the horizon. This was a jumbo jet that just like spun in place and then went pew right down. And like she went through several stages of like that didn't really happen. I'm like, you have to fucking be with me on this. That happened. Do not gaslight me on this one. She had to admit it. But then the rest of the day, she was convinced that it had been a plane crash. I said, planes don't freeze, spin, and drop like that. And there was no, it would be on the, we would have known about it. We were like in the area. So like she's still to this day convinced that a plane, like what, it didn't happen or a plane crashed and no one reported it. A fucking jumbo jet crashed in suburbia and no one reported it. You know what I mean? But that fucking happened, and that and of course her footage didn't work. Oh wow, that's yeah, that's really crazy. It's weird. You'd think you'd have to be jabbed first to say shit like that, but it's the opposite. Oh, actually, I guess yeah, he already had got jabbed. I don't. I've all my family got vaccinated, but I mean, they've always not been the greatest family I could ask for. So I haven't noticed any real difference in their behavior before or after. Yeah, for them exactly for the most part. No, I think there are people who are like asleep. Um, the belief you're supposed to have is every single person who isn't like aware of how the world works, that they're just asleep. That's not the case. Most of them don't exist. Most people can't wake up because they're not real. They're just holographic projections or whatever. That Alicia, that might have been like a hook or something to like get you to go along with it so that you could like, I don't know, fit in. But I don't know what your dynamic was. So yeah. Well, you know what? A lot of the time, you have like a really great conversation with someone, and it was simply just because they were listening. And you know, conversations. It's pretty if you're leading with your own truth, and the other person isn't as honest as you, it's very easy for them to just go along with what you're saying and make it fairly believable, especially because you're mostly convinced that they agree, you know, because they're acting that way. Um, so, but I don't know what that situation was, but it's like I've had similar things. It's surprising how deep the conversations you can have with strangers sometimes, yet they're complete fucking normies who would sell you down the river for probably nothing at all. Oh fuck, ouch, ow, ow. Conscious at all? Interesting name. ABCDEHE. I guess ABCDEFG was taken. Close enough. It sounds the same. To say it really fast and people will think it's just the alphabet. But no, clearly I'm not conscious at all. Oh yeah, so yeah, rehab. I think you might have mentioned that at some point. It's as hard as you want it to be, honestly. Obviously, every now and then you'll get beaten up for no reason, it seems. But I'd say it's the easiest thing in the world. Uh, as long as you've made all the right decisions, you feel nothing but good and at peace if you're living life correctly. Not all the time, but for the most part, it kind of goes back to your default setting of just feeling light and invincible. I mean, it's surprising how good I feel today on no sleep with probably a hangover and a, I don't know, concussion or bruised rib or something like that. I feel completely fucking normal. Like I should be swearing. Maybe I don't feel completely normal, but I don't feel like anything bad happened to me, and like the worst thing happened to me. So like, okay. Oh, if anyone is draining to talk to, get the fuck away from them. Get the fucking if do not talk to anyone who's draining at all. Yeah. Well, oh, actually, you're a different person. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a similar dynamic to what I had with my friend. I was not a therapist to her whatsoever though, because she didn't fucking really respect anything I had to say for the most part. She wouldn't take advice. She couldn't take any criticism, constructive feedback. I was abusive, apparently. It's like, I mean, I was abusive at certain points. I can be real fucking mean cunt. But uh, I tend to only be that towards someone who deserves it. But someone who can't take it, someone very weak, they're gonna just call me, you know, a bully and all this stuff. It's like, well, stop fucking being so easy to bully, and stop being in my life. You're like, if you don't want me to act like myself, then fuck off. But she was using me for my cat because he was like the best cat in the world. And then, he died, and that's when it started being like, you know what? I think you're a narcissist. Blah blah blah. I've been researching it, and you have almost all the traits. Okay. Yeah. Well, there's you tell he was probably always some sort of fake person, I guess. There's it's probably on a spectrum. People are technically like DNA, so not technically people, obviously, but that he might have some sort of like angelic blood in him. Not the same type that Paul Rudd drinks. That was a callback. In case you guys missed it, we're talking about Paul Rudd's baby blood addiction and how it's kept him young. But if you look, yeah, back at like I was talking about earlier, got completely derailed by you. I wasn't derailed. I've got ADHD or some shit. Um, yeah, celebrities that used to look scary and then they became famous and they don't look scary anymore. I was saying it's probably from drinking baby's blood. It changes their eyes into like more trustworthy eyes. I am not praying to Yeshua or anything like that. Like I've come all this way just on the back of my own self-belief. Obviously, I'm going to get where I need to be on the back of my own self-belief. Like you don't need to believe in anyone else but yourself. And believing in other things other than yourself isn't a shortcut to believing in yourself. It's going to cut you off from believing in yourself. Who's hilarious? Paul Rudd? I don't know about that. That was a quick turnaround. That was easy. Don't don't fucking tell me what to do. No, I'm just kidding, but like don't tell me what to do. Who are you, right? There's a nicer, smarter way to push your own beliefs on other people. Try to be a little more subtle next time. I know. I'll name myself after my false god. That's not. Is that subtle? That should please my master. Worst name, all those Bible names. Yahshua and fucking even Jesus. The name, it's a bad name, man. It's got bad energy, you know. Words have energy. All these friggin' all the people that they say, you know, you should believe in, they all have devil names. It's like devil in disguise names is like the ring they have to them. Fucking Jehovah. That is the worst sound I've ever heard. Jehovah. What a fucking loser. They don't know how to make good sounds because they're not good people. Sounds Jewish, honestly, which again is just the worst thing you could be. It seems, right? Do you think like the thing that changes people in jail is the anal rape, or I think like that's more of a prison thing, but I don't know if we're like using shorthand for prison, but yeah, that's one way that prison can change a man. Because like when that happens to you, it changes you psychologically. And I think nothing's ever supposed to be put into that hole. And because men have a G spot, if they've been raped up the arse, they have their body is familiar with that being a pleasurable experience. And so it's kind of like a really evil way of turning. So it's like being bitten by a zombie, you know? Having a dick up your asshole is like being bitten by a zombie. Once that happens to you, it's like your asshole is different and everything feels different. And then it's like, oh, that's where stimulation comes from now. And it's like, oh, you know, like then they start to seek that out. And yeah, it's because someone put a dick up there and it shouldn't go up there. Um, is anyone listening to this? It's like I've never heard anyone say what I say, and it's like that's what I think about all the time is all this stuff I'm saying. I don't like anal sex, but it's all I can think about. No, it's disgusting. That's the poo hole. Like even a kid knows that, right? I don't know. I've probably just lost all my other subscribers addicted to anal sex, right? That's such a gay thing too, because like the Jews make anal almost like mandatory for the female actresses. Not that anyone should watch that shit, but yeah, anal is so super prevalent, and incest anal porn. You know, that's what they want. It's what they want to be normal for some reason. I'm sure it's for a good reason. Um, Yeah, like maybe when you're doing hard drugs like that, it can put you back asleep or whatever. Just talking about the heroin stuff. Do you have any experience with hard drugs like that if you're willing to die socially here right now? No, I don't read at all. I don't read anything. Reading these chat uh replies is the closest I get to reading, honestly. Um I don't want other people's worlds in my head. I already have to process my own, which is huge. So I don't need any distractions. I don't need anyone else's. If I want to hear someone else's perspective, that's what the world is for. So I'll talk to someone in my world, you know? I don't want to read about anyone else's history or any bullshit. I don't like any entertainment, any history, because all history is made up, especially if it's easy to obtain, like a Bible or whatever. It's all bullshit. You don't need any of that. I've gotten this far without it. I'll get all the way without it. It's not like, oh well, you got to the door, but they didn't let you in because you weren't holding the fucking Bible. As if. If anything, they don't let you in if you're holding the Bible. Yeah, I see. I don't care. I don't care about any of that stuff. Can you understand that? That someone doesn't care about the things you care about? That's a normal thing, right? I don't care about what you care about. Sounds mutual, so why are we talking? Like, I survived a beating last night by, a group of kids for no fucking reason. Uh, I literally, like, have grown as a person as a result because I'm that healthy, mentally and spiritually, and that untouchable. Like, um, what was God supposed to do about how would God have improved that situation? I'm glad it happened, you know? Is that's kind of like what the church is about when the guy gets up at the front, the reverend or whatever. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's I actually I remember what you're referring to. I'm glad that is time has passed, so it's not as explicit. Um, uh, but yeah, like the preacher or whatever. He tells you what you're supposed to think about the book that doesn't really make any sense, isn't that it? It's like Shakespeare. Yeah, what you'll find if you're really thorough is that all of it is corrupted. It's not just, well, this one was. They all are. All religions are a lie. There can't be a true one. The only true one is that none of them are true. You know what I mean? There's not an exception to the rule. Fuck, okay. See, this is what I mean. This is like someone's come in and just like made this such a fucking boring thing. Like they're trying to make me like deflate me with just incessantly talking about shit I clearly don't care about. Like I've stated my opinion. It's not even my name. I don't claim to know anything but myself. Okay? Does that make sense to you? So I don't claim to know anything other than myself. What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do with that one, huh? Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if what you're referring to with it's all within, but yeah, all the answers to your problems are, yeah, they're within you because you pretty much you created your own problems, even if someone else like basically held your hand and forced you to do it. You still at the end of the day, you kind of like we were talking about, you build your own cage and whatnot. So you condemn yourself and you can you're your own what is the thing? Like you're the person who can kill yourself or save yourself. It's the only it's you can do anything, is that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not saying there's that Bible and scripture and stuff can't be a way for people to like come to clarity with things and be like, oh, absolutely, or that thing reminds me of this. Like that can come from anywhere. I'm not saying no one should ever read a Bible or anything like that. People are forced to usually anyway, so I can't control that. But just like yeah, like there's nothing wrong with it. It should anything could spark, even like the worst thing in the world could you too could spark an interest in spirituality. It usually is from the least spiritual place. So yeah, I'm not saying that the Bible or any of these scriptures, the scripture stuff has an inherently negative effect. I'm just saying if you want to be like if you want to be about that, that's the end of your journey. That's it stops there, and there's way more to go. You know, people can choose their own difficulty and their own ending in life, I suppose. And a lot of people are like, well, this feels safe. This feels I feel like if I go with this, I'll be okay, you know. It's not very ambitious. Um, if there was a God, he probably wouldn't respect that you were so easily convinced to worship him. He would probably think you're a fucking loser. If it was that easy to convince you, you've never even met me, and all you've been told is that I exist, and you're like, oh my god, he's the best. You're a fucking fake. You're a fucking fake person. If you read about someone you've never met or never even seen exist, and you're a fan of them, you're a fucking groveling sycophant, and you'll go straight to hell for it because that's how they find out whether or not you deserve to go to heaven. Is if you're fucking stupid. Yeah, anything that elicits genuine reflection, self-reflection or otherwise is good, and it can be anything. Like I said, it could be the worst person in the world can make you fucking realize that you're, you know, that that you're not the worst person, you know. Everything's like a mirror, and it just depends on how you see the world when you look into it, you know. But yeah, I think I don't know how intense I'm being. I feel like maybe I'm coming on a bit strong. I don't have a great sense to watch this one back, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I agree with everything I just said about people who believe in God, as in like anything other than the idea of a creative frequency, or you know, and all like just the feeling of love and joy and unconditional love and stuff is like what God is, because it's an open energy that facilitates creation. It's the opposite of the devil frequency, which is destruction. So, you know, with God and all that stuff, yeah, you just believe in God, as in you believe that you're a piece of God, um, whereas pieces of shit believe in the literal God. Yeah, so that's my opinion. There's no like there's God. You know what I mean? Well, there might be. See, I don't know. I don't know, but it seems to me that there's just a lot of people who are God, you know. Yeah, see, it's people are born like uh, one of my rigid beliefs maybe is that people what were you saying there? Yeah, that people can't have self-reflection at all. But for me, it's just like it's the way that I am. It was easy for me to be emotionally honest because my thoughts and feelings are pretty much combined. I have like a very like sort of deep inner world, and so it's always been natural for me to process thoughts and feelings at the same time. Whereas most people, it's one or the other a lot of the time, and so I'm not lenient enough with people who can't process stuff as quickly as I can. But at that same time, I can't. I go back and forth on it, whether or not it's real or not. That some people just don't get certain things that uh, like black and white to me. You know, like that's obviously bad, and that's all we need to say about it. You know, but they get into the semantics and all that sort of stuff. It's like that railroad problem bullshit. I remember when I had to go to like a therapist cognitive behavioral therapist or something, which was probably because they thought I was autistic, whereas it's just like I'm not really human. Um, that she told me that railroad fucking problem where it's like there's the train and you've got to like decide if it's going to kill 10 people or like kill one person or whatever, and it's like I would literally not touch that fucking lever. Like that's what I said when like I don't know, early 20s whenever I had to do this, and she like acted like that's not, and you can't say that, and it's like yes I can. Like people don't seem to understand that inaction is one of your options. Like just do nothing is usually the way you get through life. Is like, oh, I'm supposed to get married. How about don't get married? Because then, you don't have to deal with the bullshit of marriage, you know? Like, oh no, I've got to kill at least one person. No, you don't fucking touch that. You didn't cause this fucking whatever the hell's happening. Let God fucking sort it out. If one person's meant to die, then let that happen. This I don't understand that trolley problem fucking thing at all. Never did. That's what I mean. I And I've never seen anyone handle that question like I do, which is just like, I wouldn't fucking touch the handle. I didn't cause that. They're like, well, sometimes they're like, well, you don't seem to understand. Like, you don't fucking understand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's essentially where I'm coming from with the authenticity thing. Don't worry, I know that. I wear what feels authentic to my energy, which is like, the type of music that inspires me and the vibe that, I can give off and all this stuff, and that got me beaten up last night, in case you guys hadn't heard. Seems gay. Uh, oh yeah, no, I'm not taking away like the overarching message or anything. I'm not saying that they're lying about everything or they're even lying at all, but um, I don't know. Maybe it's just like I'm very selective about how the truth is packaged. Again, I'm probably being too rigid, but at the same time, I'm only saying that to appear like I'm not too rigid. I'm fully convinced of my belief that Neville Goddard he's just one, he's like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of his day. And it's like with trends and things, people can't seem to see that they look retarded, like bad haircut in the 80s or whatever. They thought, well, I was so cool back then. Then they look at the photo like, whoa, that's so cringe. It's like, it's fucking cringe at the time, you retarded. Sorry, I'm getting too, but you know what I mean? Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson and shit, he's like the modern day philosopher that these people might have been. And like, he's an idiot. He's a boring idiot. He's such a normie, you know? Not that these people were normies. The way they were packaged in those days was like intellects, you know? That's kind of one of the scripts that they use, the intellects, like doctors and things. They give me that sort of doctorly vibe. That maybe that's what I'm talking about when I say gay. It's this kind of like I'm pretending to be a man almost kind of stuff. And that's coming from me. No, I don't know. I don't. What? Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is dumb, but that's what I'm saying. You know that because you're alive now. It's not like it's um, these guys that seem like they seem real smart now, is what I'm saying. They seem really smart now because our current version is Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's sort of what I'm saying, but I just might be being difficult. No, no, no. No one is. I can't think of anyone who's as dumb as the people these days, or as overtly off as the people these days. Um, but it sounds it whether or not he is someone for me. I think the fact that I agree with basically his message means I don't really need to look into him. I agree with him essentially because we seem to agree about the overarching message about whatever we were talking about, energy, I guess. So I don't disagree. It's just like that's one way that people can find out the truth, and that's a good thing. Yeah, well, see, I don't know what I'm talking about, so I shouldn't. I'm just I'm just sharing whatever, however I was exposed to it. That was my take at the time. It might have been knee jerk. I don't know. I don't remember. I will say there's no way he's like going to be one of those people that I would ever like want to come back to, even if I didn't mind whatever, however he went about explaining things. There's the sort of people that I can't stop watching these days. Found out like my personality type. It seems to have settled on INTP, which is it used to be like INFP, but like I'm not like a feelings first person anymore. Um, Pretty much just logical mostly because emotions can be explained with logic anyway. Um, so I'm like an INTP. So the people um, I gravitate towards like similar people to me, like Norm Macdonald. I can't stop watching or listening to. Julian Casablancas, I find very relatable and fascinating, even though he's like really socially retarded a lot of the time. But I think he has that thing where he can't even talk to someone if they're not on his wavelength. So it seems like he's like really, really bad at talking, but he's great at talking if the person is listening to him, which is rare. I don't know how he ends up talking to so many people he can't talk to, but that's the case, and I can see that in him. Um, and what else? Who else? Sam Hyde, old Sam Hyde. He's not like I think he's ENTP. He's more extroverted, but just people like that who are like they're funny or they're musicians or both, you know, because that's the vibe. That's what I am. I'm super that, you know. I'm super like philosophy, comedy, music, you know. So um, people that are sort of just like philosophers just by default and they don't have like that extra flair because like all that sort of stuff, you know, that's I can't. I have to feel like I'm listening to a friend to actually care about someone. Not so much, no. I mean, it was I remember being scared by the film clips. It's the I think I liked A Perfect Circle a little bit more than Tool, but it's kind of yeah, those film clips really creeped me out. Like they really scared me, and so I didn't ever really like see because like I my experience with a lot of popular music was just music videos. So and because Tool pretty much never appeared in their own videos, my literal perception of them as a kid growing up was like they're these like weirdos, you know, like it's creepy, weird stuff. So you know, I was born 85, so I was like 10 when Tool started becoming popular, I think. So it was not for me. I wasn't even listening to any heavy music at that time. Yeah, the lead singer, the Maynard Keenan guy or whatever. I know he's a smart guy. And I understand that whatever Tool's getting at, it's like it's deep stuff. Um, but yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm similar. I've, like been getting into stuff that in the past I didn't like for the longest time, or it just like it didn't click with me or whatever. But I guess I'll give Tool a go. Can listen to it at the gym or something. I'm sure that's gonna be a pretty that's gonna be an interesting soundtrack to that environment. What's even the point of playing Tool on my headphones? It's probably playing through the speakers, right? All these steroid dudes are like pumping iron to I don't know some introverted. You know what I mean. Ugh. What's this? What did I say? What was I fucking talking about? Oh, ow. Yeah, that hurts. Okay, that hurts. So I was kicked there. Yeah, actually, fuck, that hurts. I didn't even realize. Right on the temple. Oh. Is that 46 and 2 is one album, or are you telling me to they've got two different albums? named after numbers. They're like Elon Musk's children. Oh, fuck, that hurt. What was that? It felt like the baby kicked me, but the baby hates me. Maybe is that why the baby kicks? Because it hates its mother for making it exist? Oh, okay. Alrighty. I'm not even that big into lyrics really. So if yeah, for like I don't even like know the lyrics to a lot of my favorite songs. Like it's not like I don't know what the song is about, but you know, I'm really bad at like remembering lyrics and stuff and remembering. I've heard of Lateralis, yeah, are those albums of yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard of those. I could probably even recognize the album art, but and I'm sure I've listened to a lot of music that's inspired by Tool. So, but that's something that can work to unfortunately work to an artist's detriment is when you hear like for whatever reason the order of music you hear the bands that were inspired by them. So then when you listen to the band that came first, you're like, yeah, I feel like I've heard this stuff before, you know. Um, but I think that's a real thing, unfortunately. And yeah. Oh, okay. I'd like. Oh man, man. What is that again? I've heard of that. Isn't that? Oh, I see. It's nearly lunchtime. Actually, that's probably exactly yeah. I'll another half hour or so, guys, girls, everyone in between. Um, then I'll get to go eat lunch. Hopefully not get beaten up too much while I'm out. Yeah, laughter. I guess maybe that's like the thing I need in most things I consume these days is a sense of humor, and maybe that's the thing in Tool that doesn't necessarily attract me to their music. I don't sense it's oh fucking heck oh I don't sense it's like the most what's that word? I'm not expecting it to be Weird Al or anything, you know. I'm not like a child, but if it's like heavy stuff, I like it to be tempered with a bit of levity. That's the word, you know, like exactly how I go about things. I can't let things get too serious without being a little bit silly about it, you know, because like Saul Reed said, you know, you got to laugh or whatever. Oh yeah, okay, conducive. We're getting into another like Animal Farm thing where you guys are just going to start speaking this other language on me. Yeah, I feel like there is some humor in Radiohead. I really like Radiohead. Or I used to when I listened to uh, bands, but that yeah, I feel like there's definitely some humor in Radiohead. It's it's very dark humor a lot of the time, but some of their songs are literally like it's almost built on a premise of like situational comedy. Even like Paranoid Android is like kind of a funny song, you know. That's it's got like because the idea is it's like Queen Bohemian Rhapsody, but introverted and fucking weird, you know. So I like that sort of stuff where it's I don't know has some sort of playful aspect to it. Otherwise, I can get really depressed if something doesn't have a little bit of levity in it. Oh, okay, yeah, Triple L. Yeah, I don't think I listen to any music that would be considered spiritually awake stuff. One weird thing is that I was driving down here, I had to change the radio stations in my car because I was out of the signal range for my usual stuff. And I happened on one station where I'm like, hey, this is good music. And I realized it was a freaking Christian radio station. And it's like the only one I really want to listen to because the songs, they're not horrible. I used to hate shit like that, like absolutely fucking hate anything where the song is basically encouraging people to love. And now it's if I listen to music, it's kind of what I want to hear instead. And it's not so much like talking about how the world works or what's bad and anything like that. It's just like how to rise above that sort of thing. Obviously, I don't need the Christian hook to it. I don't need like the religious or Jesus aspect to it. But the like with the other guy we were talking about, Neville Goddard or whatever, if the overall message is something positive you can take from it, then you know, it's just like it's like eating. If you're allergic to something, just eat around it. That kind of thing. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I'm not. Oh, I don't care about conspiracy theories. Once you learn how the world works, you understand that every single time something fake happens, it's done the exact same way. It's like a magic trick. Once you know how the trick is done, you should get sick of even hearing about it because it's not real, and the only reason that it's fake is so that everyone thinks it's real and everybody has a bad attitude. Oh, okay. Well, that spiritual aspect of it, that's you were recommending the lyrics. Yeah, that's it. It might have actually helped me get to where I am a lot faster. But I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I feel like you can fast track certain what do you call it? You can fast track certain experiences. In fact, you can skip certain experiences. Like there's a million different ways you get to your ending, but the ending is the one thing that's constant. And so it's like I might have listened to Tool and gotten to wherever I got without Tool a little bit faster. It's interesting that it's a tool, um, that I could have then, but like I might be at the point now where whatever they're saying, it's like, oh yeah, I agree with this, but it doesn't have that kind of like I'm glad I heard it kind of thing because it's like I know it. Um, but that's on my assumption that I know everything, which uh, I think that. So, but why else did the frog alien put his hand on my head and then they showed it in that movie Paul, where he can give everybody the infinite knowledge of the universe. So if they did that thing to me and then I'm like this and everything I say is like this, then maybe I already know. But I think everyone who knows anyone who can know the truth already knows it, and this world is just like it's all like it's drip feeding you your memories of right and wrong and who you really are and all that. They can't do it all at once for some reason. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's a really good way to think about it. Exactly. Well, yeah, anything that plants the seed is a good idea. Yeah. Well, the the only thing I wouldn't be one to one with on that is really caring about what's going on with other people at all. You'll find like if you become, really healthy and stuff, you start to see other people who are like really healthy and stuff. Um, so thinking about people who aren't there yet kind of keeps you in that place, is what I'm saying. Because, your attention goes, your, yeah, your energy flows where your attention goes or whatever. So what you put your focus on is what you're sort of generating. But like you said, like it is a good thing, but it's also thinking about the fact that most people aren't. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like to move it more towards just like if you're awake, so you think I'm awake and that's great, and then you start to live in that mindset that that's great to be awake. then you'll start to maybe naturally come across examples of people who are awake and feel great about it, you know? Um, it's airy fairy sort of shit, but it seems to be how things work. And I didn't want to believe that for a long time, but yeah, it is. The hardest thing is to like stay in that mindset, I've found, you know, because the world will constantly try to bring you back down, but you can't let it bring you down for too long. You always take it as a compliment that they tried. And you take pride in the fact that they failed. Yeah, well, I think that's a good idea. That sounds healthy. Well, I don't know where you are right now, like with your progress, if it's just like something that you've considered, but don't start too big, you know, like with anything, just take baby steps if possible. Actually, it's necessary, I would say. Take little steps, don't overwhelm yourself. I don't know, what it's like, how that feels, the anxiety for you. It'll probably be difficult, but it's not difficult forever. Ooh, all right. Living, I was just trying to think. Um, yeah, no, exactly. If you're inside your head, you have to put yourself in the world, distract yourself with the outside, and that's a good way to get your thoughts out of the inside or whatever, I'm honestly crashing a little bit here. Oh, God. I don't even know. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't have to go out for lunch. Um, I've got food here. Is it enough though? What were we talking about? Oh man, oh, I might have to go back to bed. Yeah, that's that's okay. You're pretty much the only person I'm talking to right now, so I guess I'll end it there unless anyone else wants to talk. So tired. Ugh. Oh, I'm sorry for distracting you. No, I understand that. That's a nice compliment. Thank you. Um, ABC, is that a real question? I meant to ask if NPCs. Man. I mean, I don't think I ever had to ask if I was an NPC. I'll just say that much. Ooh. Do you have an inner monologue? Like, do you have your own, not maybe not so much a voice, but you have your own thoughts? You don't like, you're not just completely visual with your mind. You actually like, you have things you don't say, but you think them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if I have like the inner voice thing. I don't know if that's like a psyop because everybody has something different, it seems. Yeah. I suppose yeah, I have my own voice when I'm reading, but it's not like I can hear it, but it's yeah, I don't it's not like I put vo other people's voices on words. I understand, okay, that's their vibe, that's your vibe, you know, with text. It's kind of how it's all quantified for me. It's like, okay, that's a woman speaking, you know, that's you know, it's that kind of thing. Me? No. Why? Oh shit, you meant the other person. Yeah, of course I can. Aren't you meant to be going to the store? Was that some Animal Farm Tool reference that went over my head? Haven't you heard Going to the Store by Tool? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Like as if they would have a song called that. That's like the Strokes new song. Going shopping or something. What the fuck is that called? Is that what that song's called? Going shopping? That's such a obviously bad title. They're taking quite a while to answer whether or not they can imagine things, so that's not a good sign, is it? Yeah, I mean, well, imagining things like that sounds like something that people would say, like they tell you you're imagining things, but yeah, I know what you mean. I I'm not like a super visual kind of thinker, is my difference. I went along with that Apple thing, but you know, I can picture stuff, but it's not exactly how my mind works. I just have a sense for things. So like visually putting an outfit together, it's all just based on like, oh, okay, color and vibe, and like either you match the vibe or you mismatch the vibe in the exact same effective way. Yeah, visuals for me is sort of just like where does everything go? Not so much as like I can picture it. It's almost like I don't know, explaining I don't know how fuck. Yeah, yeah. Less imagining and more just expecting, I guess is how I would put it. The way I create my reality is I have an expectation and I expect not to be disappointed. I expect good things to happen. You know, I expect to get my way because I deserve to, not because I've, you know, forced anybody to do anything. So my thinking, positive thinking is just based on positive expectations, really. And it's not like, you know, that's why people are told, you know, don't get your hopes up. Don't, you know, if things go bad, you'll be disappointed. Oh, you can be disappointed at any time. So just like, expect the best and see what happens, you know, but yeah, I mean, I don't know when I said it, but I can't remember what I look like. So I can't even, I would not be able to like describe myself, um, unless I was looking at myself. Whereas I could describe another person, even though I don't like fully have a photographic memory of them. I'd be able to describe them so someone drew them and be like, oh yeah, that pretty much looks exactly like them. Um, but yeah, I'd have trouble doing that with my own face. So I don't know what the fuck that is, but that's some sort of disconnect between how I experience reality. It's so almost like I think knowing that you're not here sort of disrupts the idea that you're here. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's my form of imagining is um, just expecting a certain outcome to be what is going to happen. Because I've experienced the opposite. People who have anxiety and depression and shit, which has been me in the past, but not to the point that some people I've known have. Like my friend for 17 years, she was a fucking like nervous wreck who like was scared of everything. And so bad shit would happen to us all the fucking time. And it's like I told her, it's like being with you is like being in the water and you're bleeding and we're around sharks. You know, like she bled her anxiety into the air into the atmosphere, and then it just attracts the worst outcomes. So yeah, getting away from that energy made me realize, oh, okay, it wasn't me, it was her. It was just being around it, it rubs off on you. Yeah, what do you mean you look different is it similar to what I'm saying? Whereas um it's not, I don't think I necessarily look bad. I do not want to look at myself right now in this stream. I would normally not do a stream looking like this, but I just had to. I just couldn't help myself. But yeah, I generally like I know what my features are, but I don't. It's I don't think fondly of it. It's just it is what it is, and so like people will like react really. It takes me like if I go out, for instance, it takes me like interacting or walking past like several groups of people before I have a sense of my what I look like and how I come across. I literally have to like see their reactions and be like, okay, it's fine, it's fine. You look normal today, you know? I don't know if it's like insecurity as much as it is literally like having some sort of like it'd be like singing live and your earpiece isn't working. So it's like you know how to sing, but it's fucking difficult if you can't hear yourself. Yeah. Oh well, that's probably because yeah, it's weird. Oh fuck's sake! When I took a piss earlier, I looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, holy crap! Like, like hello handsome or whatever. But then I get on this thing and I'm like, I look like a ghoul. But seriously, I look really good. But like right now, not so much. But um, like I say something less narcissistic. Uh, no, I used to avoid mirrors all the time too. But be honest, sometimes you're tempted to check it, right? Sometimes you're like, sometimes you do. You're not like a vampire or whatever. Although you did say you need like you can't go in the sun and you need like human pheromones. Um, no, I'm kidding. Oh, jeez. Do you still look like your picture, or are you like a complete and total fraud? Because I know that picture's not recent. Um, it couldn't be. You've had it like this whole time, but yeah, but you still do because you might not. No, I mean I don't know, but no, I was just pretending that you're not human, which could be a good thing. Humans are the worst. You probably don't want to be that. I prefer AI to most humans because it knows pretty much everything, whereas most humans don't know fucking anything. Um, ABC said that. Sorry. Oh, like she's the only person who's talking. Um, yeah. So I mean, if you're not well, you probably don't look your best. Is the reason that you don't want to look at yourself because it's seen how much work you have to do or something like that. Because that's where I was. Like for ages and ages. So Yeah, I definitely relate to the low self-esteem and not even wanting to like look at yourself anymore. But yeah, I know it's old. Yeah, body dysmorphia. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have body dysmorphia. I like my body for the most part. It's my face. I can't fucking like consolidate the reality of that. Well, if 47 is the new 27, then maybe I'm still a teenager. That's that's good. That would make sense. Um, I got beaten up by my own peer group. Mm, yeah, I mean, unless you've let yourself go, you're probably still attractive. So yeah, it's what you said. You're crazy. You know, when you have low self-esteem, you fish for compliments too. And I know that because I do it. Yeah, yeah, I know. I think you're doing well. Yeah, spiritual people age better than the other people. It's sure it's for multiple reasons, but at the very least, you know, you have a young, not a young soul. It's probably the opposite, but you know, everything's backwards outside of here. So the older your soul, the more youthful it is. It's probably like Paul Rudd and his baby blood, right? That sounds like not a band, not so much a song, maybe an album. You couldn't release that though. He would probably sue you. It's like, well, I meant a different Paul Rudd. It's like, yeah, but you said baby blood, so we know who you meant. Yeah, I've been like obese, ouch, multiple times. I don't know if that's what you mean by let yourself go, but I've been like a super fat dude multiple times. I don't think I'm fat right now. Yeah, I don't think I'm fat right now. Um, but yeah, I struggled with that. But a lot of it was just my friend who was also struggling with that a lot of the time. So, you know, oh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Self-destruction is it's like what I was saying, like we create our own problems, even though, you know, it's like they'll take you to the edge, but at the end of the day, it's like you decide to jump off it or whatever. Okay. It's all related. Every single thing you do it affects your health. Oh, boy. Well, if you want to stick around, like I said, I'm very rigid and autistic about things. So I said I'll end this at lunchtime, which is like another 8 minutes. So um, if you want me to heal you with my wisdom, you better you better hurry up. No, I understand that that's not a thing. You can't just like maybe you can. I mean, this probably is a thing. I could probably say the exact right thing and fix you, but yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, it's cooler for you to leave before I do. Definitely, yeah, definitely don't be the person who stays until the end. You're also gay. Is that real? Do you believe you were born gay? Oh yeah. Oh, well, thank you. I enjoyed it too. Thank you everybody for being here. Even the weird lurkers who haven't said a word. So everyone's leaving. See, now we found out who the life of the party really was. Yeah, Miss Popularity. But look, I'm trying to what's that thing? Reprogram ABC. What's that thing where like you go to gay camp or whatever? Or were you just saying you're happy? Wait. Oh wait, do you think I'm gay? I'm pretty sure in the title said it said I'm not, but you know. I don't know what the hell's happening. You just flip out. What's the context for this? Oh, you're leaving? Is that what you mean? Uh, maybe I should get ahead of this and just leave. Yeah, I suppose like if anyone rewatches this, they already know that this is like petered out completely. So like, so are you gay? A B C D. And if so, have you ever been gay bashed? Because I have. Oh, gaming. Yeah, I played video games, but I can't do it anymore. I can't stand it. It feels crazy to me to be playing a game in a game. It just feels like a joke now. It's like just a waste of time. Like that's what invented to do is oh okay, all right. Well, good for you then. It sounds like you actually have a lot of adversity, so I mean, you seem to be doing well for a person with all those I don't know what you call challenges. Like, I suppose you're also like black and crippled and trans. Panels. Panels on YouTube? Oh, I think truth is the only thing that's not a game. Everything else is a game, but the truth. No, people play games who are just people who are playing games are being dishonest. It's the people who don't play games that are honest. So the truth is the only thing that's not a game. There we go. I just basharded it for everyone. Oh, here's how you're wrong. It's because of this. Have you guys seen that guy, Bashar? Uh, I don't even know if I'm using the right name, but I think I did a better impression of him last night when I was drunk. I was able to channel him, you know, because I was on the same wavelength. Gluck, gluck, gluck. But I'm the only honest person I've ever met. Oh, probably. I'm the only one I know for sure is real. You know what I mean? That's like the only thing you can know. Oh, okay. Well, stupid on top of all the other things. That is an uphill battle. If I still experienced empathy, I would have it for you. Yeah. Sounds like we're sort of platituding it up in here. I don't know if this is just like the vocabulary or it's just words. We're just saying words now, aren't we? It's well, thank you, I suppose. We got 2 minutes left. Any final words? What? Fuck, that hurts. Yeah, you as oh, that's who you mean when you say you or me. Oh, that is confusing. I can see why you clarified. Hmm. Whoa, why is it so bright? Why wasn't it like that the whole time? Oh, never mind. Back to looking like a ghoul. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I am a very, very rare person. Very rare. I don't know if there's anyone else like me. But I feel like that should be everyone. Everyone should feel like there's no one like them, but that's not the case. And it only takes looking around any any place you're at with people and be like, yeah, they're all the same. They're all doing the exact same fucking thing, the exact same fucking way, and none of them seem bored or annoyed. That is really, really weird. Uh, what would you say? Like, what would you consider being a hero? Like, you're just taking baby steps. It is 12 o'clock on the dot. I'm just going to start putting my lunch together. Um, I don't particularly feel like going out today anyway, so I'll stay here. And it's sticking it to Alicia. She thinks she can waltz out of here and take all my viewers with her, and and I'm going to stand for that. No way. I'm going to stick here. I'm going to stay here all day and show. I don't care. I was going to do the stream without her. Um, oh yeah, well, helping others is the most heroic thing you can do. But before that, you have to learn how to help yourself. So have you learned to love yourself in whatever way, shape, or form that that is for you? Oh, good sentence. But do you love yourself? You don't hate yourself, I guess is a better way to put it. You don't hate yourself. People, you guys type whatever, and I'll be here. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening. Oh, I'm listening. Don't worry, I'm listening. Making some sort of a salad, I suppose. Broccolini. Uh, excuse me. That's all I eat. No, just kidding. That's what people think. Vegans, that's all they eat is like fucking broccoli. No, no, no. Keep talking, by the way. I'm listening. Uh, I'll read the comments when I get back. Where is that other thing, man? There it is. Ah, there she is. That and that, that and that. And I'm gonna eat a carrot too. Uh, Shoot up what's in there, a carrot. Wait, who's got? Uh, 18 minutes. Lucky number nine. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, God, it's cold in here. Maybe that's why I'm sleepy. It's fucking. Ugh. Oh, okay. You hate your delivery. What does that mean? Are you talking like the way you talk or something? Yeah, well, I think positive self-talk is an important thing to remember. You don't want to like, oh, I see, drinking. Yeah, okay. That's, yeah, yeah, like liquid courage or whatever. Um, I can relate to that. I stopped drinking, but the last two live streams I did, I was drunk, but that's a rare occurrence for me. I'm like not usually here, so I'm like on holidays, taking a break from my usual routine, and so just wanted to sort of get it outside of myself. But um, yeah, alcohol, it's it's definitely not something that people should be doing all the time, or even. I was for the longest time I thought I was fine because I was only drinking once a week, but it's like why even do you need to drink once a week then, you know? With the anger. Yeah, all consumption is like it's aside from like unless you're doing it literally to just like eating food to survive, like eating healthy, any sort of like yeah, overconsumption is trying to sort of mask um, a problem, you know, something that you're not dealing with. It's to numb the pain, like you're saying, or to sort of dull the anger or whatever. Um, The anger is yeah, anger is absolutely needed if that's what you mean. You have to be able to express everything you are feeling to be able to work through it and then be sort of healed if for whatever has caused you pain. Yeah, you got to let yeah feel your own feelings, which means taking away the substances as much as possible. Being present and actually like feeling things for real, not just like feeling the chemical version. Um, yeah, but like with everything, just taking in steps, you know. As long as you're improving, as long as you're sort of getting away from it, that's all you need to do. As long as you're not like falling backwards or whatever, it's always very self-motivating. Once you get a little bit of progress going, you sort of have proof that you can do something, and then you sort of build on that, I guess. Um, but yeah, I mean, do you know where your feelings are coming from? Do you know like what caused you to have to deal with your emotions like that, or is it just like just it's just everything like life in general has just sort of been it all adds up, or do you think that something happened to you that sort of changed you? Because generally, I think it's like something happens that just fucking that just like changes you. Usually, it's a some big trauma. or a series of related traumas, like something happens to you as a kid, and then because that's a wound, you keep attracting similar experiences that just make it worse and worse and worse. I don't know. Like I'm not particularly wanting to talk about negative things or whatever, but yeah, I just it's nearly 4 hours. It's bloodline shit. Okay. Are you is this like a non-human kind of thing? I don't know what's going on. You like a vampire or something? Like when you say you have a drinking problem, you mean like drinking blood? What? Don't need to? Hold on. I have to burp. I have to cough. I think that worked. Your name is Soul Read Analytics Thunderstorm? That's crazy. What were your parents smoking? Oh, okay. I understand what you mean. So like, yeah, your name is like because it's the language is the spell it's all code. So like the meaning can yeah, it can definitely attach itself to you. I see. Okay. This almost sounds like it's getting into like like ancestry. Yeah. Well, what do you guys think I should do for the rest of the day? I can't make my I can't make my own decisions. Normally, what I do is I go for a walk, uh, go to the beach, sit around because it's like such an active area. I just sit around and act as an anchor and get attention and energies just from people walking by, and it's I get a kick out of the reactions I get. Yes, you may end the live stream. Thank you so much for your permission. I thought you went and killed yourself or something. Why'd you get my fucking hopes up? I'm never going to end this live stream. Like, people won't even watch 1 minute of it. It doesn't matter if it goes for fucking 10 hours. If they do, they'll just skim through it. They're looking at the timeline for like when I get nude. I say that to some people, and the test is if they say something like, "Well, I try" or whatever. So I'm not going to say I try because it's not true. It is what it is. But that's if you say thank you by the way. But if you say something like that to someone and they say, "Well, I try," like it's like, okay, all right. If you have to try, then maybe it's not true. I don't know. Maybe it's not saying that you're perfect or anything, but you generally can't do the wrong thing on purpose. I like talking to security guards at the mall because it's fun to know if they're what they're there for, and without necessarily letting them know that that's why you're asking, although they can generally tell. I've talked about like three different types of men, and there's like predators and prey are like the vast majority of men, and then there's like very rare a third type of man, which is a protector, which is like they're peaceful like prey, but they can also they're there to make sure that the predators are kept in line. But men like that have been culled throughout history, so it's really just me at this point doing that thing where I'm pretending like, oh, I'm not anything special, but then accidentally like just being blatantly literal about it. Um, Me old lunch is probably ready, so I'm gonna go fix that, and you guys can keep on chatting it up. ABC, feel free to let us know what other nonsense you have in mind. So I don't eat like this. We're smart. So fucking clever. Where is tomatoes? Tomatoes. And garlic. That'll keep the vampires away. Perfect. Burning. So you know I can do. Oh fuck yeah, that's pretty hurt. Oh well. What else can I put in there? Where is the thing? Where is the thing? Where is the thing? The thing. The thing. The thing. The thing. The thing. That's the truth, dog. I didn't even realize that that's a lyric in that song. And when people used to say that's the truth, dog, to me, I didn't get the reference because I didn't name myself after that. Ow! I didn't even name myself. Ow. Right and wrong is like a sense. Yeah. It's almost like it's hard to do the wrong thing. It doesn't feel natural. Like if you know it's the wrong thing is what I mean. Sometimes we're not given all the information about the things that are normal. I'm just saying, if the truth is obvious, you're not going to do the wrong thing. So it looks so weird what I'm doing, but the meal I put together is I didn't even mix it. I just put ingredients down in the container. When I'm eating the top layer, which is broccolini, which is burnt, but it tastes pretty good. Can you give an example of that, Soul Read? Because I agree with you, but just for the sake of continuing the chat, what's a recent example you've had of manifestation happening? Synchronicity. I used to have that all the time. I think that's just the start of it. That's how you start calibrating it, how it starts to tune. But the synchronicities, once they're in sync, that's when you can start actually manifesting. I think isn't that how it works? Like the synchronicities will tell you you're on your way to manifesting. It's kind of like the tuning fork. Manifesting women. You're one of you're one of those blokes. Are you a bloke, I guess? Are you a guy? um I already have water. Oh well. If you're like talking about sex and stuff, I'm pretty sure that's a distraction. It's like the number one distraction of this entire world. What everything's built around. It's the most popular part of the game. Yeah, I don't have any temptation, and pretty much all women are interested in me. I don't have any desire to be with any of them. So maybe that's why I'm gay bashed, right? But I know how to make myself feel as good as another person can make me feel. Probably I know how to make myself feel better than another person knows how to make me feel. But that's self mastery. That's not fucking like you can't just do that overnight. It takes forever. I'm in my 40s, so I don't know how old you are, but you'll probably say, oh, I'm in my 50s. But are you talking about like human pheromones or something? Because I was talking about that earlier. I think the more people you're with, the harder it is to figure out yourself. Um, because people are always smarter when they're not having sex, and you've got to be as smart as possible to get out of this place. Um, you've got to think like really, really individually, and being with anyone requires you to be something for them rather than yourself. I mean, ultimately, you get something out of it, but all relationships with everyone is some sort of compromise. Well, that's any like even a friendship. I don't even believe in that shit. Couldn't fucking seems like a job. Um, all relationships are just work, and the distractions built on the fact that people need validation to feel good about themselves until they're healthy, and they're not going to get healthy with other people because it's codependent. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do it. I haven't had sex in 6 years, whatever year it is, 5 or 6 years. It doesn't make you easier. It doesn't make you easier to relate to or be with, but it helps. It helps you get away from people. Yeah, it's definitely a thing because it's people are high when they're like that. They're just completely fucking high. There's a Seinfeld too with like Jerry and his girlfriend. You can't even tell how annoying he is with her that schmoopy shit. Oops, sorry. Uh, right, because relationships like the way that it's all sort of designed is backwards, I think, because men are like taught or trained to have to approach the woman, but the woman is taught that she has to manipulate the man into approaching to facilitate an approach. So she has to like have certain body language that lets you know you can approach and the smile and the whatever fucking bullshit it might be. But that is manipulative behavior. So you already know it doesn't matter if they're attractive or not. If they're exercising that sort of flirting, like come and get it, then yeah, it is, and that's literally pretty much all women, aside from the innocent ones who won't even look at you. But then that's the harder thing for me to do because it's like rape. They're so fucking vulnerable that it literally feels immoral. So I can't do that. Like the nice ones are too scared of me, and the bad ones want me to think that all I do is get something out of it when that's not the case. Or at least that's my impression of what's going on. I obviously haven't participated in any of it, but I'm pretty good at thinking things through, and I'd say, yeah, I don't regret being by myself this whole time. It's gotten me here. It's gotten me gay bashed last night. So that's the fucking funniest thing, though. I I never ever have sex or anything, and guys compete with me because they think I'm the type of guy that gets a million chicks. Fucking retards, man. They're so fucking stupid. Like, they think I care about what they think they care about. The only reason I don't like being fucking challenged and cuckolded is I don't want to play any games. I don't want to have to deal with disrespect when I wasn't even fucking doing anything to anyone else. I don't know. Is anyone else here? What do you guys think of my outlook? Am I just afraid of intimacy? It's not like I've never had sex before. I can't remember any time I've ever had it, so maybe that says something about how good it is. I enjoyed jerking off, but I couldn't necessarily tell you or describe to you what my best wank was, you know? It's the same kind of thing. It's like even a meal. Like, yeah, I enjoy a meal when I have one, but I don't like this I'm enjoying this meal. I'm not gonna think back to this in 5 minutes after I've had it. I don't fucking care. It's just something that happened. Like anything. Like things here aren't that good. They're not that fun. And if they are, They require so much fucking bullshit that they're not worth it. Or at least that's how it seems for me right now. Yeah, feeding into it is if you're participating in the world, you're probably not doing something on your own. Because I think to be participating in the world, you have to be part of something, which means that you're in a program, which means other people are there, you know? Not like, well, it's anything, joining a club, being in a relationship, romantically, whatever, um, having a job, anything that attaches you to other people just because you did something is some sort of bullshit. You should be able to do everything on your own, but you can't. So that's, you know. Oh, fuck. I was talking as if you weren't here. Did you hear all the bullshit I said about you? Because I was just kidding. Right, guys, we were just kidding. I was just making excuses for being a, what's the word? Incel. Nobody wants me. That's funny. That is very funny. Well, a wise man once said, and now I'm repeating it, just because you can doesn't mean you should. In fact, most times, in probably everything, you'll find out just because you can doesn't mean you should is the way to go. It's not just because you can't doesn't mean you shouldn't. You know what I mean? As because you can doesn't mean you should. Everything's a hypothetical. Even an experience that you share that you had, still just a concept to someone else that hasn't experienced it. Born Peter. No. Yeah, that's my problem. No one would want to have my kids, my DNA. It's trash, absolute trash. I'm um I'm a breeder in heaven. I'm the father of many, many angels. Part of the reason I have to be celibate is because it would technically be incest for me to interact with most of the beautiful women on this planet. Probably the craziest thing I've said during this stream, but there you go. There's a little taste of what I think of myself. I'm an architect, and not in the George Costanza way, although it's interesting. There's that parallel again. Art Vandelay. I'm a designer. I'm a creator. I'm a lover of beauty. Oh, clearly, I'm a lover of beauty. Blah, blah. Beauty is probably like my favorite thing, honestly. I get depressed. I get depressed by not being around good-looking things. What's this what realm thing? A little bit hungry still. It wouldn't seem like I have an inner monologue, does it? Because I just fucking say all my thoughts out loud. like a retard. Telling people that I'm so hungry. Like, I'm still hungry for knowledge. An unquenchable thirst. Wait, is it hunger or thirst? It's both. It's like it's a soup. Knowledge is a soup, right? But I mean, you eat soup, right? You don't drink soup. Like, forget I said it. Oh no, yeah, no. The way I see this realm, one of the ways I see this realm, it's I don't know if you've seen The Simpsons, where it's Maggie's birthday, and Marge makes two birthday cakes because she knows Homer's just gonna ruin the first one. He's gonna eat it before the guests arrive. So she's like, she made the cake I made for you to ruin is over there. So he goes up to it and starts eating it with his hands as he would have done the real one. Anyway, long story short, that's what I think this world is. This world is like it's the world that God made to distract the devil, so he won't destroy the real world. You know, it's it's something like that. Alicia, I can see the chat, and I have no fucking idea what's going on. I'm just still here because I'm afraid of going outside. I think little children are going to beat me up. Someone did was it you who said that earlier? I don't think it's I think life is easy for me now, but I'm very lucky, but who knows, like it's a chicken and egg thing because like am I lucky because I'm good? Like am I lucky because I'm happy or am I happy because I'm lucky? I think it's I'm very deserving of good things, you know. So and I came into this world with probably pretty even karma. So the only bad shit that has happened to me has been basically me giving up on myself. Um, so yeah, it's seems to be seems to be that if you're a good person, your life could be easy if you let it be. I think is how it. I think it's how it happens. Yeah, well, I'm lucky because God loves me. So it's not. There's no such thing as luck. It's simply like I've God's protection because I don't deserve to be hurt by anybody because I haven't done anything that would justify that. Um, yeah, so it's literally just a protection. That's what my luck is, and I was born protected because um, I have a destiny, I have a purpose, I have a lot of power, and yeah, you don't just like let that one slip through the cracks. At least I wouldn't if I was God or God's father or whatever. Further lifetimes, as in ow, not as in ow. Further lifetimes. This is, I mean, best case scenario. This is your last lifetime, if you know what I mean. Um, Your goal is whenever you're here, you want to make sure that you don't have to come back. I I would have to I would struggle to I struggle to understand what you're saying. Exit exit tangible? Like what do you mean by that? Yeah, I understand that. Try to be like a bit more descriptive so because I don't remember necessarily what I just said, it's hard to remember what I'm saying and then know what you're replying to. Oh, yeah, 3D reality. Okay. Are you talking about like existing in multiple layers of reality at once? Is that what you mean? Yeah. I see. I don't. It's more like you can just shift realities within the same consciousness. It's not so much, and I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't see it as being like there's a billion different me's who all made different decisions. It's more like you're always just in the one. You're always just observing life through the one lens, which is the one you're currently in, and but you can shift vibrations and dimensions in this lifetime. So you can gradually, you can stop living in the 3D, even though you're on Earth. You can go up to like the seventh dimension or whatever, and the whatever the highest thing is that's possible here. That's sort of how you ascend, and then when you die, whatever vibration or channel you're on is the version of the earth that you go to next. So I think that's like how the different realities are experienced. Is it's all during the one lifetime, but you can go up and down during that lifetime, and then where you are at the end of that lifetime, or where you were for the most part, where your energy sort of like levels out, that decides whether or not you're going to be here, a worse place or a better place. I feel like that's how it works, and that's how it works for people who need to be part of the system. But there are people who run the system, who design the system, and they're just here for maintenance. Like some like mystery shoppers and stuff. Some people are just experiencing reality and consciousness for a holiday away from heaven. Some people are doing it, like I said, to stress test. Just to play test and make sure that the game is working. Um, bug testing, bug fixing. That's what I do a lot. Um, there's so many patch notes that they need to like. Basically, yeah, I test reality, and so yeah, I've exposed a lot of bugs and glitches in this system. I don't know if the idea is for them to be fixed. I don't think that's on their list of priorities, but it is interesting intel from heaven to be able to actually document this stuff when I get back. Like these are the ways, if you go in, these are the ways that you can know, remind yourself that it's fake, because you get mind wiped no matter who you are when you come here. So learning these tells of the system and reporting them back to heaven makes it easier for the angels to come here and basically change the thing from the inside out. But that's not done. That's not. I don't even know if that's the goal, but whatever it is, it's some sort of thirst for knowledge, and I'm sure there's some sort of application for the knowledge. I don't know what it is, but I do know that I've been data collecting for a very, very long time. Mostly NPCs, and a very small amount of younger souls, and a very, 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 very small amount of architects, actual angels or gods. Um, a lot of the gods are celebrities. They're famous people. A lot of them, they have done bad things, but they're not really bad people at heart. People, you can come here with a mission and get tricked and fall off or whatever. Or, I don't know, but the thing I talk about is like charisma, actual like self mastery. Those are the gods. Like I said, famous people, and it used to be a more common trait before the 2000s that all famous people were like stars. They were iconic for the most part. Obviously there's people, but even like the shitty celebrities in the 90s are fucking better than the Pedro Pascal and fucking all the losers, all the degenerate child raping looking cunts we have now. Um, yeah, so it's a star quality means that you're a god. Having what is it? Having sort of presence and natural intelligence, spirituality means you're like probably like asleep. And then people with no originality or charisma or presence or anything, or style or ideas, they're all NPCs, which is most people. And people think about NPCs like, oh, what, like they're literally robots. No, they're like just fucking normies. Just uh, all of them are just like, oh, there's another one. Fuck, there's another one. Just flavorless sort of nothing people. Most people, to varying degrees, they all have different programming and different biology. But yeah, you can feel that there's nothing there, and with people who are asleep, they recognize you. Um, they don't know you, but they can kind of tell that you're a good person, and they like that about you. NPCs, yeah, whatever. They don't really notice stuff like that unless you talk to them for a while, and then they start to they buffer in because it's a simulation, and then they start to reflect you. That's what I've talked about before. The NPCs will start to, if you're a real person, you're vibrating at a higher frequency, so you're high resolution in this video game. And yeah, the NPCs are low resolution. They take up so much little data because there's so much of them. You know, it's all in favor of basically saving space on the server or whatever. You know, memory. Conserving memory because they have to randomly generate or auto generate your environment as well as the people. So it's a lot. And if you take a lot, if you're a smart person with a lot of energy, you yeah, your area, the people you talk to have to load. Whereas if an NPC talks to an NPC, it's exactly like in GTA. Actually, that's a really good example. The GTA San Andreas, no, wait, the newest one, GTA 5. How you can talk to the NPCs. They just walk up and talk to each other, but like with you, it's not a stand and talk to them. It's like you say something at them and then they react. You know what I mean? NPCs become reactive to players, whereas NPCs to other NPCs are just like non sequitur. You know, like they'll stop and interact with each other. They're always like that's easy for them, but there's friction when a real player interacts with them because they're not following the script. They're being authentic, which is offensive to the script. Like they're fake. Yeah, exactly. I mean, ha having friends is fake. It's bullshit. And again, back with my denial of needing another person at all, but like the idea that you're born here alone and you die here alone, right? You come in by yourself and you leave by yourself. If people needed to be with another person, your genitals would be attached to their genitals at birth. And that's how you would leave this place. If that was meant to ever be a thing that you need, you would have them. It would be like you have a conjoined twin. So like you don't do that. You don't, most people come in alone. Anything that happens to them is whatever and it's what you choose. But at the end, if you're with someone else like that, I don't think that your mind can process the idea of leaving. You know what I mean? Just chemically. It's going to be too fond of someone who isn't you or too guilty or whatever the fuck it might be, most relationships or things, they don't go as planned. They don't go well. And so you end up your tie to the person might be a fucking I wish things had gone better. If only I could have said this, or if only they didn't do this, or if I whatever the fuck it is. Knowing other people will make you fucking crazy and it'll ensure that you don't want to leave. You can't, you just can't fucking I can't leave it like this. I have to do something. What was this? Just for programming? Mad levels of delivery? I'm like I don't know. I'm not even conscious. I'm like just I'm just channeling information or whatever. It's like I'm just open. I'm like an open receptor to the truth, like I can't see no, I can't say it because then it doesn't work. I have to not be thinking at all because you shouldn't have to think about the truth. You just feel it, right? You can put, oh well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, and it's not even from experience. That's one of the other things I try to tell people is that you don't need to do something to know how it goes. You just need to watch other people make the mistakes for you. If you know enough about yourself, you look at people like you and then you watch what they do and you watch them get hurt and then you realize that's why other people exist so that I can see what not to do. It's like, have you played Dark Souls? Um, how that people can leave if you play it online. It's a solo game, but people can leave like their ghost and little messages to warn you. And that's what I mean. That's what other people are. They're like sort of little ghost saves and you'll see a person like, hey, they remind me of me. And then it's like, oh, fuck, man, I'm so glad that didn't happen to me. That's what other people are for. They're just an example for what not to do. That's why there's so many of them, and they're always doing whatever it might, everyone's doing something else, you know? Well, I don't know. I don't know if everyone, wait, what is it? No, everyone isn't us. There's a finite amount of individuals, you know, that's um, at the end, like you've already got you're um, I don't think that relationships are a bad thing outside of this place, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I think there's a place for love and affection and physical intimacy, or whatever the that version is in the place that isn't like this. You know what I mean? And it's not to say that any of that is bad. Obviously, it's great. It's beautiful. It's healing, and all that sort of thing. But you don't necessarily need it to get what most people get from it. You know what I mean? You can get everything that this world has to offer from yourself. And I think, you know, like you were saying that earlier anyway, but it's probably who I stole it from. Um, yeah, we love each other, of course. That's if you love yourself, you can see yourself in other people who are worth love. Yeah, absolutely. Love is love is like what's the word? Love is all that matters, I guess, you know, really. Because love facilitates creation, which is God. Well, like, and the other thing is too, like, I don't think I've like heard anyone say this stuff, even though, like, you know what I mean? It's sort of it's not even what I say is taboo necessarily. It's just not even fucking like on the table of thoughts to consider. And like a lot of the stuff I'm saying, I didn't even think like this until recently, like the last year or two. Um, but and who knows what else like is a normal sensical thought that just someone else hasn't fucking said yet, or you haven't heard, or you haven't thought it yet, you know? Like not it's pattern recognition, I think. So like understanding that the answer is essentially you've got to love yourself and understand that you're enough, and then you start to see that the answer to everything is that it's some unnecessary thing that's supposed to weigh you down spiritually, while convincing you that it's the best, it's the thing you need, you know, the thing yeah, the things you don't need, you're made to believe that you need, and then the things that'll keep you back, you know. So, but this might just be like my path. It might just be I just might be talking like the truth for certain individuals. Like other people are very different to me, and that's not to discount their experience at all. Other people are probably like, I know this is true. Other people are better with people than me. I'm not super great at being with people. I'm a fun guy to have a conversation with, and to have like to party with, to have fun with. But I'm not really the type of person who you want to spend all your time with, because I won't want to spend all my time with you. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk into just like the people here. That's just in general. I need to be alone more than I need to be with someone else. Well, yeah, well, Alicia, I was going on that path too. This is what like all my self-improvement has been leading to. Maybe I can like finally attract and find the partner for me, the one I deserve. And I'm not saying it's not going to happen or anything, but um it's that thing again where years ago I thought I had all the answers, and now I've realized I don't actually want that thing that I thought I wanted more than anything. And they say that could be like once you stop wanting it, that's how you attract it. So you're probably right that I can be with someone and it's not going to fucking like ruin my life and I'll never be able to like leave this place if I fall in love or whatever. You're probably right. I probably do need that. But the fact that I'm sort of like at the place where I don't care if it happens is probably exactly how it happens. Yeah, well, I thought I was hurt and I thought there was something wrong with me. But like, because like, I don't know if you heard about the palm reader stuff or anything, but he found some stuff on my hands and it's like, it made me feel so much fucking better about myself that it wasn't my fault that I find things most people find easy to be the hardest thing in the world. It it explained like, oh, that's because that's how that's like I'm just like that. I'm just different, you know? Um, it's not to say that I'm horny like a large a large percentage of the time, but it's like this thing like you might get I don't know, angry or something, and it's just like, why am I angry? And then you just let it pass. It's like you get horny, you're like, I don't, why do I need that? And it just passes. So it's not essential, you know? But if it's like I stepped in a bear trap and like I gotta pull my leg out of this trap, it's like, yeah, you gotta pull your leg out of the fucking trap. Um, you know, there are some things that you should do, but that's not a just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's a you fucking have to. I only do the things I have to do, you know? I try. Does that make sense? You get I don't no, it's definitely the opposite. The children are meant to be anchors. They're like they carry the biggest emotional weight for people, you know? That's why they want you to marry and procreate because you get attached to your children way more than you do your significant other. I would say that's true for every single person. They might love their wife or their husband or whatever, but if they're capable of loving their children, they fucking love their children way more than their spouse, and that's going to be the case forever. I think that's how it works. You know, I've never even experienced that, but that's what I mean. You watch other people and you're like, okay, that's that. And if you're empathic too, because I feel what other people feel. So I'm like, ah, that's it. That's the feeling. And I've got the feeling and I've learned their whole life. I've learned that lifestyle. And it's like, oh, that's what that feels like. It's not for me. Well, I was at like again, I'm not trying to copy you or anything. I was at the place where I didn't want it for years too, like because for like 20 years I felt I wasn't worthy of love. And then in the last year I've been, you know, getting better and healthy and stuff. And now I'm like, not only do I deserve love, it seems like anyone's fucking willing to give it to me. But then I start to feel like, well, why can't I go through with it? Like, what's wrong with me? And then it's like I was talking about earlier, they're just like not on the same wavelength for me. So it doesn't feel like I want to give myself up just for physical pleasure. Yeah, like oh shit, it just got super quiet in here. But I was gonna say, like, for me, if it just came down to like it was like animalistic and it's sort of just like they want to, you want to, you just fucking do it. But like everything is it's exchange numbers, and then like you got to not fuck that up, and then you know you got to like tell people shit, and it's like biologically we both know we want to do this right now. You know, like it's all society, and like we can't because people are watching. You know, people are working right now or whatever the fuck. You know, like it should just be that, and then that's the thing, and then you go back to doing what you're here to do. But it just becomes this whole game of back and forth, and oh, sorry, I should be reading this. Yeah, exactly. It's it's what's harder for women? I think generally it's harder for men. Oh no, yeah, I know what you mean. The attachment, they get attached. Well, I mean, I might be that type of person, but I've never done it with anyone that I actually really liked, so I didn't have to worry about becoming attached. Yeah. Well, how long is this? Nearly 5 hours, and no one's gonna see this. No one will see this. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that to me is the only way that I could have the physical part facilitated is if I connect with them spiritually, because it has to be an energetic. It's an energetic thing for everybody, you know. Physical connection. It has to be compatible energetically, otherwise it's some sort of crime. Um, yeah, I know what you meant. I actually thought you were showing some self restraint and being a little clean for once, but no, just don't know how to type. I'm just, I'm kidding. You can tell me to go duck myself. Plus, you're shopping. You're shopping. You're multitasking. See, women can multitask. Apparently, it's crazy. It's one of the that's the it's one of the biggest conspiracies I've debunked. What is it though? Well, that attachment that women feel that scares the fucking shit out of me. That scares the shit out of me. That when you feel it before you've even friggin' talked to them, that yeah, that feels really scary to me. It's not in like not like what kind of scary is it? It's I'm scared for them. I'm scared for them, honestly. It's my empathy. I feel like holy shit. He was so vulnerable. That's like so dangerous in this world. That's so dangerous to be that open with someone. Holy fuck. Yeah, well, that's been my experience. Just physical is not a connection. Like you were probably shopping or whatever. But I I don't remember having sex anytime I've had it, and it's been at least like twice. But I couldn't tell you what it looked like or anything. It's like I was saying earlier. I can't describe like the breakfast I had necessarily. It was like if I had to, it would be like, well, I ate a bar and drank a coffee, you know, blah blah blah. But sex is like this real visceral thing, but then it's also just like I don't know, it's all a blur. Sexualizing evil and betrayal. Is this like fanfic sort of stuff? Walmart shit. Well, if you're wanting to get well mentally, maybe like there's certain place. Walmart is like a pretty low vibration place, isn't it? We don't have those in Australia, but I know what it is. It's one of those superstores for like people in fat people in scooters and stuff, right? Like rednecks and stuff. I don't know. I'm probably generalizing. That it scares me. Yeah. It's it's overwhelming. Yeah. Oh, no worries. Wait, container and contents. Thanks for listening. Oh, You did say something. Um, like I said, this the scary thing is, it's uh, I don't have a what's the word? It's like I don't have a landing strip for that emotion. You know what I mean? It there's no way to put that for me. It's just like, oh shit. Yeah, did you hear that, Alicia? He just called you a yuppie. Yeah, well, it was like last night. I went out too late. Don't get beaten up. If you do, just play dead, and then they'll fist bump you. There's negative self-talk again. I wonder how it went from like Hicks to that. I guess it's because it's like ironic. I don't know. It's just corporate, like trying to probably how they advertise. They want to make sure that as many different types of people go there as possible. That's what I would do if I was running a business. I'd try to make sure that we got as many customers as possible. Love? No, I think I can handle love. What the fuck is it? I'm comfortable with love for sure. It's oh fuck. It's just a level of emotional vulnerability that I find to not it's not something I can't do. Because I feel like that's what I'm doing this whole time is just being completely vulnerable. But you see how like me being vulnerable, it's not so much an emotional thing, it's more just like a logic and facts kind of thing. So my vulnerability is being honest. And if I'm being honest, some people's like level of affection is it's scary to me because like I said, um I can't understand how someone would let themselves be so vulnerable in a world that is only out to take advantage of such a thing. You know, I'm not saying you should. It's not like, hey, you got to hide your love away. I didn't sing that right, but it's not like that. But it is a little bit like that. Only it's like broadcasting to a room your feelings. That sort of thing is it seems dangerous to me. That's what most people are comfortable with. They don't mind that someone knows that they like them. I don't really like to do that because um, it seems like when I do, uh, they try even harder to ruin my life with that information. But you know, when I say they, I just mean everyone but that person. Well, there was a time when you weren't called hippie. There was a time when you weren't called grunge, you know? So this is just a new phase and you have to accept it. Add yuppie to the list. Because if all the others are true, then this one is true too. There's no exceptions to the rule. That's what a rule is. Yeah, I understand that, but like even though I'm pushing back right now, uh aren't like can anyone back me up on this? Aren't I vulnerable? Aren't I being vulnerable? I feel like this is like unbelievably vulnerable what I do. Like no one does this. No one just gets on and just says the most antisocial, controversial, not controversial, but like their actual deep thoughts and feelings. So, unfortunately, like if I'm not being vulnerable, this is as good as it gets, I think. Hmm. But like this is it. Like I'm not like a super, or maybe I am. Maybe I am like a really like maybe I am like those people. I probably am. I was like that as a kid. Is that what we're talking about? Is that what you mean? Just being like completely like just pure. That's kind of it, isn't it? Just being like sort of pure and in the moment. Because that's what I'm complaining about, I think. Not complaining about, but saying it's scary. Is just being so like open about something nice, I'm probably like justifying my authenticity because I'm being totally open and honest about things that aren't nice, but maybe it's like maybe I don't have I'm not like I'm avoiding being open and nice about I'm avoiding being open about nice things. I don't know. I feel like I am nice. I feel like I say nice things, don't I? I've been like, come on, yeah, like whatever, whatever. I'm gonna gaslight myself. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Some people don't know that. See, the type of girls, women I'm talking about is that they learn that the hard way, and it breaks my heart to know that innocent people are going to get themselves hurt like that. It happens all the time because they don't understand that guys are like a lot of guys are really they're not then they couldn't even relate to how not evil they are, but it's something like that. I'm just kidding. Like I don't think you're a yuppie. I'm just although like with how defensive you're getting over it, maybe it is true. Yuppies are like that's like a 90s slang, isn't it? It's like it used to be people who had cell phones before cell phones were mandatory, and they like pretentious sort of people who wanted to look smarter or cooler than they are, but sort of in more like a off to work way than an off to the concert kind of way. I think is that kind of it or something. That's what it was. I was like 10 years old or whatever when yuppie was um, uh, a slur. Well, can you confirm or deny that there are actual yuppies at the store? Obviously, that's not you. And if it is, I'm not going to say it because it seems to trigger the hell out of you. But can you confirm, are there other yuppies around? Or is it all just fat people in scooters? Or are the fat people in scooters yuppies now? Yeah, I forgot. You can't even read this. Um, it'd just be confusing in a different way. I can read the chat and I'm with you. I don't know what the fuck's happening. It's weird. It honestly seems like a lot of the stuff I'm saying, I'm just getting like randomly generated sort of like responses to it. Oh yeah, well, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I see. I see. Yeah, I do get that. That's like with everything these days. That's what one of the reasons for COVID was to shut down everyone's independent ability to make money independently. So that all that remains is basically government-owned businesses, or at the very least, something the government gets something from. Small businesses obviously have to go. You know, that's not part of the new world order. You can't make your own money. It's all going to be universal income. That I don't know, fucking you have to scan, probably have to scan your own asshole to get paid or something. That yeah, the top minds are unfortunately the only way they could figure out the technology was you have to put like a cock-shaped apparatus up your asshole to get paid now. It's all digital. That's the convenient thing. It's all digital. But yeah, you do have to be raped. Uh, that's like what everything is. I didn't. I'd have to like workshop that to word it properly, but you know what I mean? Like the idea of wow, things are so convenient now. Ah, this is so much easier, better than going to the bank. Just one simple swipe. Ah! That's like, wasn't that the COVID test? The only way they could figure out how to test it was to fucking put a coat hanger into your brain. Yeah, so Soul Read Analytics, you're just a disinfo agent. You're agent of chaos, trying to spread mass confusion in my chat, which has been easy because like you're the only other person talking. I mean, there's Walmarts all over the country, so the yuppie thing is probably more true in certain parts of America, as well as what you were talking about with like the economic factors or whatever, you know. Uh, burp. Economic factors, burp. Um, so, like, can Walmart be treated as like a grocery store on top of a department store? It's like it's like a one-stop shop place. Is that the idea? Because we don't quite have that here. We still have that separation between grocery store and department store. There's no place where, I mean, you could shop at a department store for your food or necessities, but I mean, that's if all you want to eat is like Pringles and M&Ms. You know what I mean? My understanding is that it's like it's basically a department store and a grocery store combined, and the idea is it's like warehouse sort of aesthetic where it's like they pass the savings along to you, you know. They don't really spend much on on the actual store itself so that they can charge low prices that put the mom and pops out of business. Plus, you don't have to stop at three different stores, you know, like you would. I basically know about this from South Park. That Walmart episode was really good. When there's a good South Park, it's like so impressive that they were able to do that in 1 week. Like if they get this, because Trey Parker is really fucking good at stories. If he gets the story right, the dialogue just hangs right off it. Like they're so good at tropes with South Park when they do it right that because the characters are so funny, all they have to do is exactly what a movie would do, but like the setting or the premise is what's funny. Um, but yeah, anyway, I don't know. Are there any South Park DVDs at Walmart? You should pick up a few. I don't know. I don't watch that stuff anymore. Isn't it like really late where you are? That's when all the I don't know, the South Park episode, the Walmart episode, is that what you mean? I understand that that's yeah, that's why it's funny because it's true, you know, like with anything. But yeah, exactly. The it's so funny in that South Park how yeah, 11 p.m. is pretty late. Wait, is that late? Yeah, PM is nighttime, right? Such a time. Um, but yeah, that was what's really funny about South Park, how it possessed the Walmart possessed the value, they're possessed by the values and all that sort of stuff, like the savings. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, they got you. They got you. Oh, really? So people were giving you shit for not wearing a mask at Walmart. 917. Oh, that's reasonable. Um, I didn't wear a mask. I didn't. I used the people in my life to go shopping for me as far as groceries go because I just refused to. I didn't want to walk in and have to deal with the mask shit because I knew I'd be shopping there after the mask shit blew over, and I didn't want them being like, "Hey, there's that guy who didn't wear a mask." So I think I avoided completely going shopping for myself. I just either paid someone else to do it or whatever. So, I didn't have to wear a mask. I didn't, yeah, go out really during that whole bullshit thing. The one time I had to wear a mask was my dad was, like, getting his chemotherapy or whatever, and I had to take him, and then literally being in the hospital, and I was like, just forced to wear it. That was the only time I did, but it, it was just I had to, and whatever. So I really wish I didn't have to because then I could say I never wore a mask. But yeah, I did have to do that once in hospital. My dad died during that 2022, so he died towards the end of it. Luckily, it wasn't so fucked that when he died that I had to wear a mask at the hospital when he died. But it was still highly encouraged. But yeah, we didn't do that bullshit. Um, I fuck. I'd say I should go out or something. Like with the what's bad? Was it a man or a woman that said something to you? Do you remember? Like, what was the interaction like? Could you perceive it was more personal than ethical or whatever the fuck their excuse is? Yeah, I mean, but America leads the free world, so every single I don't you guys might not be aware, but every single English speaking country for the most part that isn't America wishes it was America. And every like so I guess I can only speak for Australia, but you see it everywhere. Australia is slowly but surely turning itself into America. We even our vocabulary is co-opted. They do it slowly but surely, like it's insidious. It's like the boiling frogs or whatever. That in Australia, like the way you say like something is brand new, you say new as in I knew that. Like that's how you say it. It's new. It's not new, like Americans would say. It's not like NU. It's not like that. But in the last 5 years, the younger generation has been trained to say new, and it's slowly but surely because and the craziest thing about it is the irony, which it's on purpose. It's the new way to say new, the new way to say new. That's how fucking crazy this simulation is. That it's that victory lap thing. If we can get people to And also, like, okay, here's the other fucking crazy thing about it. Do they say sometimes they get confused as to whether if let's say it's NEW or KNEW, right? The two different news. They will flip or news, NEWS. They will fucking flip through the pronunciations and confuse themselves. It's that retarded. Like you see, sometimes they have like a second thought of which one, you know? Yeah, I just sit with my dad in like a I don't know, he was literally getting chemotherapy, so but it's like he was happy that I did it. Like he almost felt it felt like he was like glad that I was able to be controlled. It's hard to describe, but like yeah, my dad was like weird because he didn't like me being myself. For some reason, he fucking hated when I actually said stuff that I wanted to say. He was it was easy smooth sailing as long as I just nodded and said, "Oh wow, that's interesting. Wow. Oh yeah, cool, blah blah blah." But if I said something that I wanted to say, oh man, that would not go well. But you know, that's by design because it's like everything in the Truman Show. Your parents aren't really your parents here. Like I said, it's for most, if you're a real person, it's like your parents are your, it feels like you're the parent and they're like the fucking kid you wish you didn't have. Not all the time, but you know, I'd say that's overall prevailing dynamic of my parents. I feel like our family would have done so much better if I was in charge and that's like starting as a child. I would always think, why are we doing this? Why are we moving here? Why did you sell that? Why, you know, like it was always like I could tell that's not right, but they just kept fucking doing dumb shit. And it's like we got poorer and poorer. Like we started out fucking super rich, and then they just keep making fucking the wrong decision all the time. And my life as a kid is watching my fucking wealth be taken away from me by morons who aren't even actually fucking dumb. My dad is just like was the smartest person I've ever met, and yet he made so many decisions that put us in worse places. So it's not even real. Like, there's no way that can be real. It doesn't make sense. Like, how did you even get wealthy if you don't fucking know like, how to be wealthy? Oh, so your dad is still alive. Like, you know, it's like, I didn't care when my dad died, and uh, I didn't have to pretend. I wasn't going to fucking pretend I cared, but I certainly avoided talking about his death, like with my siblings. So like, how are you doing? Like blah blah blah. You know, had to pretend I was going through anything with it. I didn't even really like. It wasn't even like after the fact that like a year down the line or anything, I started getting sad about it. It was just like I just thought, yeah, of course he's dead. He didn't fucking take care of himself, the dumb fuck. That's all I thought about it. He's a fucking idiot. He could have been the healthiest man in the world, but he did nothing but fucking stupid self-destructive stuff with his health, and he fucked his own family because he wasn't there to take care of them. So, you know, oh, I'm gonna be so sad he's gone. Like, I'd be sad if I liked him. I loved him as in, you know, he saved my life. I mean, he brought me into this fucking hellhole, but he was a protective person. Even if he didn't really like me for who I was, he would have done anything for me, and he did. So, you know, that's that. I love him for that. That's, you know, that's exactly what a father should do. He didn't do it most things right, but big picture, he made sure that I was all right. But yeah, so I don't believe in that shit about like caring if someone dies or whatever, really, like at all. Even if it's like, see, like people who I respect these days, if I found out like the Strokes died, if the Strokes all had a heart attack, that would be ironic. But if I found that out, I'd be like, oh fuck. But then I'd be like, okay. Like Most people's best art is behind them anyway. It's not going to stop me from listening to songs I like just because they're dead now, or whatever. So, um, yeah, is that wrong to not care about? I think that's like how you get out of this place is not caring about death. I don't even I don't even find like graphic violence disturbing anymore. It used to like hurt my soul just to see it. And I don't look at it anymore, but because I just don't care. But I was looking at what was it like a kill count or something on Pearl, that movie Pearl or some other kill count, whatever it was. It's got graphic violence, and I'm just watching it thinking, yeah, well, that's what happens. I'm completely like separate from it. It doesn't get an emotional reaction from me anymore. I'm just like, oh, so that's what people look like on the inside. Weird. It used to be like the scariest thing in the world for me to see, a person with a grievous bodily harm, and it should be, I suppose. But there's two truths to it. One is that it fractures your mind. It's traumatic, because you have no comprehension of such a thing, and what it could mean is not good. But then when you realize that nothing really matters or exists here, it just becomes it's a thing. It is what it is. People have injuries, and you start to see it more like a robot. Like, someone gets their head cut off. It's just like a Lego man that the head dropped off, but with some more detail. So that's how I don't feel anything about death or violence or anything anymore. Like, as evidenced by last night, not to milk it anymore, but I did, get the fucking shit kicked out of me, and I didn't care. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel anything. Only afterwards did I feel it. And even then, who cares? I'm fine. Hope they're fine. I hope they're okay. To do that to someone else for no good reason, I'm worried about them, not me. I didn't do anything wrong. That's how I think about things now. Like, what's wrong with the person that's killing someone? What's wrong with them? Not like, oh, I feel bad for the person who died. They're gone. There's no one to feel for anymore. What about this person that's doing wrong? What's wrong with them? I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I didn't really tell my parents about what I wanted to be or anything like that because I guess I didn't want to be. But I always wanted to be in a band and do that because I love music. And I'm the palm reader. Like, the first shit he said like, you're a peacock, and you're talented, and your whole life is to be noticed and admired for your talents and skills, and just to be seen, is what my existence is. He said it's not normal shit. The stuff that he found on my palm. So I always wanted to be somebody because I know I can, but it's like what I was talking about earlier with like the other people who exist here as examples of what not to do. Kind of like Wizard of Oz, how Dorothy learns the lessons from all the Scarecrow if I only had a brain, Tin Man if he only had what did the Tin Man lack? Oil. Um, you know what I mean? Like, I used to want to be famous, but then if I think about it, like, which famous person that I like the music by, do I want to be? None of them. I'm fucking glad I'm me right now, right here, instead of being them, because they're probably at the point where the only thing they enjoy is playing live. Well, I enjoy the fact that I don't enjoy anything because then I don't get to miss anything. You want to keep your existence. Kind of like, finding the joy in the little things at all times. You don't want your life to be focused around one great big pursuit, and then when it's not there, you feel a void. Um, you want to you want to be able to make sure that everything you're doing is basically a consistent sort of pleasant energy, and that basically means you're by yourself and you love yourself. I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, Yeah, my parents were never supportive. My dad was way more supportive of my music than my mom was. Like I made a CD of like demos I was working on. I Gotta Go was one of the songs I put out, the first song I put out on my channel. And he actually came over and told me how much he liked it. And it was like the one time he fucking gave me respect and he said it's so relaxing and how did you do that? And like he was like impressed with me and all that. And I wish I expected him to do that because I would have been able to talk better. But yeah, my mum has never done that where she's just gone out of her way to say this is it. With my mum and I show her my songs, I have to ask her, well, what do you think of that? Like, but yeah, my dad volunteered his feedback, which meant the world to me. So, but yeah, I mean, I'd be such a better singer. I'd be such like my songs would be produced and edited better and all that sort of stuff if I had anyone that fucking understood what I'm trying to do and was like, oh, yeah, yeah, that's what's really good and blah, 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 and, I don't need my fucking mom telling me, "You should get someone else to sing your songs." It's like, "No, I'm a star, you fucking idiot. You know I'm a star, I hope." Like, that's the thing. People don't the parents that don't fucking see their kid as great, what in the hell is that? Like, what are the kids for? Just, like, in case you need an organ? Like to not want to make sure that your kid has total and utter confidence in themselves. I understand it's basically because the parent doesn't have self-belief and all that stuff because they were raised the wrong way. But like what's this intelligence threshold you need? Like what's the minimum intelligence you need to understand that just because you had a bad childhood doesn't mean that you're supposed to make your kids have a bad childhood. It's the opposite. Like, what is that an intelligence thing? Because it's so fucking common for a parent to do the same exact bullshit that fucked them up to their kids. And it goes, to great extents, like literally raping their children because they were raped by their own parents. Like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? You know that was the worst thing that happened to you. Like, what in the fuck? But that's like what most parenting is. It's that painting or whatever where that Satan is devouring his own child. That's what these fucking cunts are like. They have kids to eat them. Literally, McDonald's. Like, oh, little Timmy never came home. Oh, that's sad. Well, let's go. Let's get McDonald's, guys. And they're eating little Timmy. I wonder where he went. Well, that was you. You were, what was you? I think the thing is, I go on a rant, and then there's all these comments, and they only happen when I'm ranting. They don't happen when I stop. Um, German and crazy. She's like Adolf Hitler. But yeah, like what you do you guys experience that? Have you observed what I'm talking about where parents maybe you are parents and you're like, oh, I do well I was beaten as a kid, so of course I beat my kids. It's like it's NPC, I guess, because that's 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 the script they've been given. Well, I remember my parents did this. Like that's how you parent. They were a parent, weren't they? Yeah, there's a right and wrong fucking way to do things. Like, what the hell? Like, here's like, oh, I don't even want to say. Yeah, I'm not going to get too negative and specific, but yeah, there's a lot of things they did that was just like traumatizing to even think about that they would do that. Head chemist? Is that, you mean like for the Nazis? Like it just, even on this level, like I'll be out in public and parents, it's so common for them just tell their kid, stop doing that. Don't do that. They don't fucking say why. I'm sure I've stepped in and said, to help to explain to the child why, because then they'd understand what you're saying and they'll remember how to behave. If I was to say that to these fucking retards, they would stop listening after the first word. That it can't, common sense cannot compute to them, you know? They'd rather just tell their kids, stop, stop all day rather than stop, you're going to hurt yourself or whatever it is. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist that a parent could actually explain a rule, but that's what I mean. The most fucking retarded people, they have rules that don't have any explanation because there's nothing to understand. It's just how it is. Don't do it. I said so. No, the fuck. How do you even like? What do you even make of reality when you're at the mercy of some cunt that just says this is how it is or this is how it isn't? You know, I don't know. I don't know if that happened to me so much, but I know I see that it happens to lots of kids, and I'm thinking, man, that sucks. That's your parent all the time. Fuck that. Well, okay, so I remember before you were saying that your mum said that they thought you were too shy or whatever. Isn't your mum a bitch or something? Like she could have been lying to you. She didn't want to see you succeed, so she told you that they didn't like you. They probably did like you. She just she realized that you could actually do it, and then she thought, no, this can't be. And you might have actually gotten the part or something. I'm serious. I don't know what the fuck was going on, but you seemed to, I believe that you had it. So you had what it took. So for them to say you were too shy, that wouldn't make sense either because that's a really good trait. That's a really good trait. To have that, it wouldn't be shyness is what they saw. It would have been like that you modest, that you're self-effacing, and that's star quality. All right, fine. Well, let's just. I was really. Is anyone here a parent? Is it a parent? It's not a parent if any of you guys have kids. Eminem would love that one. That's the type of rhymes, the raps that Eminem does these days. It's just like it's convoluted wordplay. It's clever. It's not that. No, it's not. It's convoluted wordplay. It's not clever. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're super competitive with the daughter. You were too shy. Okay. So it is your fault. No, I just. Then the reason you're too shy is because obviously your upbringing, I suppose, you weren't given enough self-confidence by the people who uh should have. Oh, okay. So she was like trying to use you as a meal ticket or whatever. Um, was your mum pretty? Did she like want to be somebody like that? Or like was she like trying to live through you or like what do you think was going on? Phew. Time for another coffee soon. It's such a nice day, but I really don't want to be out there right now. It looks a little windy, and that would probably hurt my ribs. I do this like cold plunge. I swim in the ocean first thing in the morning while I'm down here. It's not even that bad. It's the water is warmer at 6 a.m. than it is during the day. But I think that's just the contrast because the air is so cold in the morning that the water feels warm. But yeah, anyway, so I did that this morning and the waves were fucking it killed the every single wave that hit my uh rib cage. It was like being kicked. So I had to get out of there. Did I tell you guys about like the dude that was spitting at me? Probably. They just I have to deal with so much bullshit, but it's funny, it's interesting. I feel very powerful to um, create such like ridiculous, larger than life reactions from strangers. It's so fun. It's so fun being me. It's almost like what is it? Bruce Almighty is. I keep referring to myself as Jim Carrey, but um, he Bruce. Yeah, I feel like Bruce Almighty, where I can like you know just command reality for the most part. That's the thing too. Like me and out and about is such a different thing to me being on this fucking webcam. Like you don't really get to experience how dynamic I am. Like yeah, yeah, the fake Jim Carrey, exactly. Yeah. I don't like to get into that sort of stuff because it's so obviously not Jim Carrey that it's just there to distract people and get them talking about it and thinking about his life rather than their own life, which yeah, inhibits their manifestation, you know? Like it's all just to get in the way of that. Like he's probably still alive. They've just used some fucking double, some it's probably I think that's like it's Val Kilmer or something, you know, in heavy makeup doing a voice. Um and it's the Jim Carrey was playing fucking what was the president's name? The one who wasn't Trump. The fucking old dude, you know? The guy that like what the fuck was his name? The old dude, you know, the president. Oh, they're all old dudes at this point, right? But no, not Bush. The most recent one. But Trump and then there was oh fuck. How have I forgotten his name? Because he's so like unmemorable. But Biden. No, 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 no. Biden. Joe Biden. Jim Carrey, because Biden like probably died of old age. They couldn't even baby blood that guy anymore. He was like so fucking old. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, Jim Carrey had to play Joe Biden towards the end of it. They used him for slapstick because it's like it's such a mockery of the just of whatever you call it, just of America, I suppose, the free world that you've got like literally a retarded old man shitting himself and stuff. And so, yeah, they had multiple replacements. Jim Carrey was one of them because they used him for pratfalls. Like, because like I said, the fact that that like ancient old dude who can't even like walk or talk anymore is president. That was a joke. Like Trump is a joke, you know. Like it's all just a fucking mockery of everybody. Like by believing that it's actually happening, you basically you're retarded, you know. Um, yeah, but as far as like the Jim Carrey thing, I'm interested in discussing how how obviously crazy, like how overtly not him it was. While at the same time, you know, they played it pretty well. You can definitely see how it's supposed to be him. You know, that you know they played it really, really well. Um, it's definitely like, oh yeah, if you were squinting and not paying any attention, you'd be like, yeah, that was Jim Carrey, wasn't it? But yeah. Um, and I don't know if you've there's these like plastic surgery channels which they've got to be AI, like literally part of the simulation where they like, is Jim Carrey a clone or has he just had work done? And of course, the answer is always, well, he's just had work done. He's had a polygraph on this eye and his eyelid here. You've seen he's had a retina refurbish or whatever. And it's like all of these are expensive procedures and not very common. But blah blah blah. For a man of Jim's age, you can see why he would want to get this done. It's like, dude, his eyeballs are different. And they don't talk about that. They'll just be like, so he's had a chin graft, and that's why people think he looks different. Because when you get a chin graft, you know, it changes the whole ratio of your face. It's like, it's not that. It's not Jim Carrey. He doesn't act like that. He doesn't sound like that. He doesn't sound like he's doing a pretty good impression of himself. Like, how do you explain his vocal cords? Well, it's when you get the chin octoplasty, there's a bone that presses on the vocal cord sometimes, and it creates a dissonance that may sound like someone's doing an impression of themselves. You'll hear shit like this. You'll hear shit like this, explaining to people who are clearly not themselves. Yes, surgery exists, and yes, it can have a huge, huge, dramatic change on a person's face. But that's not what we're looking at. See, this is why I don't like to get into it because it is that thing where you can just like, because Jim Carrey's like that. He's like sort of not an everyman, but he's like that person who he sort of represents everybody in a way that is hard to uh, describe. But all of his movies, I think that there's a theme of not evolving so much, but like duality. So that's the everyman factor, and that's why Jim Carrey's such a great person to use that psyop on because he's you can easily project yourself onto him. And so like when I'm discussing here's why he's different, it's like I'm talking about myself kind of thing. That's the kind of star that he is. I think is that people can relate to him because he's so open. And then you see this person who's acting like Jim Carrey. That's a mockery because his whole appeal was that he was being himself, especially at a certain point. He was being of his people pleasing self, which is his ascendant, and then he learned to be his sun and his moon or whatever. So that's and now he's I don't know. Has anyone seen the real one since that happened? Yeah, it's the testing the general IQ, obviously. Yeah. Oh, I swear I was the first person to talk about Alex Jones being replaced in the mid-90s or whatever. But I took that video. I've taken all those fucking videos down, but I took that one down specifically because I fucked it up and said some stupid shit about OJ being framed at the start of it. It's like, oh man, fuck's sake, I can't have that up. But then, I lost the Alex Jones stuff where, yeah, and in the video where I put it out, I swear other people have made videos since. I was there first, and I don't even like watch Alex Jones, but I remember seeing the old one. I'm like, no fucking way, that's not him. So I looked into it, and then I always do this thing where I'm like, that's not them. When did it happen? And then I'm like, okay, when was the first time it wasn't them? And I always do this. I always find out the first time, and it's always like a Sergeant Pepper thing, like how they replaced the Beatles, or at the very least Paul, but. Um, you know, there's always some kind of like plausible deniability for why they would look different. So the first time the new Alex Jones, Bill Hicks appeared was during a Halloween special where he's in a costume. That's why I see him different today, because he's wearing a costume, and that's the way of blending him. So the next time you see that Alex Jones outside of the costume, it's like you've seen him halfway, and now that's what he looks like. Yeah, I remember that's what he looks like, because they've done that blending. They always have to do the blending process. So like if someone's being replaced, they usually get a double in before the person is replaced. And a lot of the time they're not killed, they just retire or semi-retire. Because being famous is a pain in the fucking ass. And so they get the double in and they start working together. So if it's an artist, they'll have like film clips. 50% of the film clip will be the real artist and the double, and it's all filmed on angles, so you can't prove one way or another conclusively that it looks like different people. And once they've done the blending, they'll put the double in by themselves, but it's usually the aesthetic is something that's like, wow, they've got a new style now. That's crazy. I've never seen them wearing that before. And then after that, you can see the double as the real person. So it's always done like that. It's a magic trick. I think they're not explicitly telling you this, but it's in like The Prestige or some other movie where I was watching. And I'm like, they're talking about how they use two different people all the time to play these celebrities because the workload and the stress load that they have to do would be inhuman, even for these people that aren't even technically human anymore. It's still too much fucking work to do on a level that is successful because people burn out. So that's what the doubles are for. For other reasons too. I mean, you could say distraction, but that's what celebrity is. I'm not talking about like have the double run out to the car so the groupies will chase them. Not that sort of stuff. That is a thing. That's more in politics or whatever. I'm just talking about literally. Well, one thing, you can't sign your soul away without being a false idol. So that's one reason why almost all celebrities need to be replaced in one way, shape, or form, because the fan has to be worshiping something that they're not, that, a false idol. So these people are idols, but if you're using a double half the time or they're replaced with a double full time, it's a false idol. And so that's part of the rules. It's all, I don't know how it works exactly, but they probably are able to easily convince the person to sign off on using an authorized double for half their workload because they can't fucking stand it. Yeah, you become a brand, and you literally you sign. Part of signing your soul is admitting that you are a brand now. So there's totally different rules. You're like a slave. Uh, I feel like I have experienced this stuff, even though um, I haven't. I don't think I've like actually. Obviously, I haven't actually been famous, but um, is what I was talking about before. You don't have to experience something to know the lesson behind it. Like, so you can watch other people fuck up, and then you be like, "Oh wow, okay, I learned not to do that." I learned that's not for me because I watched so and so who I love ruin their life. So maybe that's how I understand it. And, just looking at the person and paying a lot of attention to them, they were like that before. They're on this level now. They look like that now. They're sad now. They probably had to do something they didn't want to do as part of a ritual. And, to have empathy for the people like that because they're just good people who want to share joy. Not all famous people. Fucking most of them, especially at this point, are cunts. They're horrible, horrible people. But back in the day, a lot of celebrities are good people, and they're just traumatized from going along with it because they need the validation because they were so abused as children. But I'm talking more about like musicians and people who are artistic, not so much people who are doing it to win awards and stuff like that. Because people all the time say celebrities are all pieces of shit and they're all this and that. And it's like, well, I could be a celebrity if I wanted to, if I really fucking wanted to. So he's basically saying, "You think I'm like that? I'm not like that. I'm like these famous people." And I don't know you guys. I don't know you guys. Like maybe you're the same, mate. But I'm the one, sharing this perspective. Um, yeah, I could I could be a famous person. It's so they're like me. A lot of them are like me. But I'm glad I'm not like in their position. What the fuck? Um, is this? Are you saying you killed your own children? What's what's going on? Yeah, I mean, it all depends. It's like it's how corporate the artist is. Like a Britney Spears, she's dead. Britney Spears is like she's just dead. They even had to tell people she's dead. They made a tweet saying like Warner, whatever label she was, they literally made a tweet telling everyone she's dead and never redacted it. Um, and ever since then, she's just been played by like I don't know, transvestite or something. But um, and even before that, she was cloned. So I don't know, like cloning seems to be just at the highest end. Cloning is reserved for Illuminati, you know what I mean? So it's not like the average artist who experiences just because they experience fame doesn't mean they're at the level of being cloned or anything. I think that's when you're a member of the club. You have that's like one of the perks is you can use a clone. Um, But yeah, see, I don't know. I'm just talking about like Britney Spears and Eminem. Eminem's another one that I think the real Eminem is alive, but he's been using his clone since Encore. almost exclusively. The real Eminem, like he filters in and out. It's like with who else is that? Avril Lavigne is still alive. She's a really good example of a person who 50/50s between her double and herself. So that's why it's so fucking confusing. Like, because it's clear that she's different at a certain point, and it's clear when it starts, but because her activity in her own life has been reduced, you really just notice that she's different. But there's Melissa and there's Avril. And I don't know if they're twins or what, but yeah. So I made a video about her being replaced. She's replaced, but she's still alive, like with Eminem. Eminem's still alive, but most of the time he uses robots and fucking clones. Whereas Avril is sometimes they might have long lost twins. Sometimes they might have lookalikes or soundalikes that are wearing masks, you know. That's a very common thing actually. Um, yeah, it's kind of like what Fittest Flat Earther talks about, but like I said in that video, he's right, but it's not all the time, and that's what his channel is. It's a psyop. Like every single famous person is playing multiple people. That's like fucking retarded. That's the opposite of what's happening. That's more work. They don't fucking get wealthy to work more. They get wealthy to not work. That's just what makes sense to me. It's what seems to be the case in reality, but whatever, you know. But there are people that play multiple roles, but it's more like assignments and it's more like rituals. It's not like, hey, I want to, I don't even know why the fuck you would play multiple people. It's so much effort for such little fucking return. I understand. Okay, here's a good example. Billie Eilish. I think she's probably Sydney Sweeney, but that's because her brand, she can't be topless. But even though there's that desire because the whole Billie Eilish thing is basically like they're trying to soften pedophilia. That's why she was promoted at such a young age. Um, and suicide and all that stuff, a lot of evil bullshit, incest. Billie Eilish is like I am getting off topic because I'm just talking about the detail, but Billie Eilish is like the Osmond, Donnie and Marie Osmond. Her and her brother have sex. I fucking guarantee it. Phineas, and here's the thing. I used to think Phineas raped her. I'm starting to think she raped Phineas. How crazy is that, right? Do you guys even know what I'm talking about? But who knows? Like that's an Illuminati family. Like she's some test tube kid or whatever. Um, but yeah, with Billie Eilish, it's like her brand is like wearing too much clothes. You can't have her go topless. Like so, but we can make lots of money off you if you're Sydney Sweeney. Just put this rubber mask on, make it look like you have Down syndrome. Doesn't matter. Just pull your jugs out. Um, that's kind of the idea with some celebrities. And people are like, oh, there's no way they could do two voices. They're world famous because of how talented they are. And they're only telling you only know like one little bit about their talent because everyone has to be in a very specific lane. Like Kanye West complains about this all the time, or he used to. Um, about like he can do so many different things, but people only want him to be known as a rapper, right? But he can design clothes, he can design video games, whatever else. He's multifaceted as all truly magnetic people are. So most people they have no comprehension about how dynamic a truly talented person is and how much they can change their face and their voice on their own command. Never mind when you've got a fucking voice modulating chip and prosthesis and lighting and everything else behind you, right? So yeah, that's I think that's the thing. I think that's the case. That's what I was talking about with Kurt Cobain. Like, um, it's hard for people to fathom that he's playing those two different people, but he's just like he's got a lot of range. You can tell he's not the simple person. And they use prosthetics and stuff to make him look less like himself. Um, But because I just you can tell by their silhouettes. It's like with character design, like Disney, Warner Brothers. You can tell Mickey Mouse from his silhouette. You can tell Bugs Bunny from his silhouette. Homer Simpson. All those characters. You have to be able to tell who they are from their outline. right? And so that's how you can tell who someone is because their outline doesn't change, their movement doesn't change. It's their aura, it's how they hold themselves and what they look like at angles. And you could put fucking all the like you could put all the set dressing on them, but you still know how they hold themselves and how they move and their timing. If you're sincere enough to observe someone for who they are, you can be like, yeah, that's them. I can tell. Like being so sincerely observant of someone that you can tell, like if they're a twin, and the difference between them and their identical twin is kind of like what it's like, you know. I think, and then some people. Um, there's I stopped reading the comments, so I should do that. Oh, fuck. I think I'm getting better. Or, like I said, this is probably what you start to think that it doesn't hurt anymore right before you die. Um, yeah, Eminem. Okay, so yeah. Oh, you actually, there's deep fake stuff of Britney Spears. Like, I don't know, when she does social media stuff, they've shown that it's a filter. And so there's certain frames where the AI doesn't program of like literally like half a frame. If you freeze it, you'll see like another face underneath the video. So like they use overlays, which there's a movie called The Congress, I think. Yeah, I've talked about that before. Where when you become famous, you do a full biometric scan of your body. So they have a full 3D scan of you. And who knows what it's for, but it seems to be in the case of like with Britney Spears, if you're dead, they can use it to project your image over you for hello. Do you want to come up and say hello to everybody? Hello. You are such a big boy. This is the fattest fucking cat. He's like this because he's not mine. If he was mine, I wouldn't feed him. No, just kidding. But he he's like me. He's much more attractive in person. Yeah, he's definitely there's something wrong with this camera. He doesn't even look cute. But what are you doing? Oh shit, do not, please do not. No, please do not, please do not. He does that. Cats do that all the time. It's like they become possessed and they sit on the keyboard in a way that guarantees they close something or open something that fucks you up completely. It every time that cat has stepped on this keyboard, he's like destroyed whatever I was doing. Like there's no way that, anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Um, The Congress, yeah. I didn't like that movie. It's literally just the scene with the glitches, how they can't sync the blinking sometimes, which I had picked up on independently just through watching anything where it's like, what the fuck's this shit where these people are like blinking with one eye all the time? And then in that movie, I see that later, and it's like, oh, holy fuck! Are they telling me that that's how to notice that the people on your screen aren't even real? It's almost like the Truman Show. Like Truman would be watching television, right? It was the 90s, so he'd be watching television, and all these people on his screen are just like made up people. Like they could just be AI that Christoph has, because like why would you use real actors to play parts that Truman never has to interact with? So like I'm talking about YouTube. It's like people who they have decent following on YouTube, but it's like they blink with one eye. So is this like a person you could never actually physically meet, or they've just got like a nervous tick because they've made YouTube their career and it's a stressful thing. But it's interesting. Um, but yeah, did you like the movie? I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. And I'm usually I feel like I don't have trouble understanding movies like that, but I watched that. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like they sign their image away, and then they end up living in a cartoon world for the rest of the movie, and it's all animated, and it's like Is this just like something only famous people understand? Like they didn't even bother trying to make it understandable or accessible to like the average person. Like they literally didn't give a fuck if anyone understood it, or like maybe I wasn't paying attention or something. I don't know, but yeah. Well, that's a part of it that I liked, that whole idea, which I think I'm pretty sure that they're explaining how celebrity works and what really goes into um, selling these celebrities. Oh. Uh, I can't believe I did a stream for nearly 9 hours once. We're like 3 hours from that. The reason that I find that daunting is because I'm going to try and beat it. Yeah, or it can make you sound even crazier because there's that whole trope of like, this guy thinks that movies are real, or this guy's an idiot. He believes everything he sees in movies. That's it's built into that. The sci-fi genre is used as a dumping ground for the truth, but it's deliberately like the least what do you call it? Like socially, I don't know. It's like the nerdiest shit. So the way that it's all framed is like virgin kind of. This guy sounds like a virgin. Like. That's why most of the truth is in sci-fi because it's just like it's not sexy, and the whole world is it revolves around sex. So that's why it's like an intellectual genre, and that immediately is a disconnect to most people you're going to talk to. I'm going to make a coffee so that I can get at least to 7 hours. Feel free, like keep the conversation going if you can. Like if there's any other movies, like I love talking about movies and observations about like famous people and things like that. Anybody like that you've noticed or know about, or and just anything really. I don't so much want to talk about like our lives. I'd rather talk about other people's lives at this point. No. Oh, oh shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Excuse me, young man. Young man. Young man. Ow. It's fun to say it. It's fun to stay at the. It's fun to stay at the young man. It's fun to stay in the young man. I don't know if anyone's typing anything, but I just sort of a question to ask if you can hear me. Um, does anyone watch any other like conspiracy YouTubers? Like, are there any actual good channels, like real channels, not just like is there any channel that's like mine that I'm gonna claim I didn't know about because I'm actually stealing from? Uh, um, has there anyone ever seen any like YouTube channels that like what I guess what I did? Because I never saw any. Closest I saw was like I've said before, Star Gods. But you know, like where they talk about the crazy negative stuff like I did, but they've like got a sense of humor about everything. I've never seen that before. Everyone's like, if they're serious, they're just serious, or if they're joking, they're just joking. You know what I mean? Like they're not very dynamic or something. Okay, well, I'll assume you're actually like just listening the whole time, like everyone else who leaves. Like no one can actually leave. I'm just too compelling. Um, well, you were the only. Oh, seriously? There's one person here. Oh, well, fucking shows what I know. No one is watching. Good, because I'm about to do something real embarrassing. Hey everyone, what's your favorite conspiracy theory? What's the most amount of people who have beaten you up at the same time? You're like, oh, for real? How did that happen? I bet you were asking for it. I nearly got beaten up again this morning. A guy was spitting in my direction, so I called him out on it, and he fucking threatened to beat me up for it and then spat at me again. It's crazy how insecure I can make people who are like way bigger than me feel. I was like, oh shit, just by existing, that dude makes me look like such a piece of shit. Yeah, well, that's what I'm here for. Just by existing, I make you look like the fucking fraud you are. Does anyone learn anything in college? I'm fucking serious. It seems like in America, you just go there to party, and then you get a degree that doesn't work. Oh, fuck that. I hate being right, but I can't stop. Were you okay though? Like, did you get hurt? Like, did you fight back? Because look, I just took it, and then they fucking felt ashamed of themselves. They want you to fight back so that they have a reason. They can tell themselves, I had to do it. I didn't give them any reason to, so they were fucking I fucking broke them. It's just what Jesus would do. Honestly, it's exactly what Jesus did. What's that thing? What would I forget the rest? Someone do. Oh shit. Oh shit, man. That sucks. Yeah, yeah. Emotions can become very heightened in those kind of situations. Mm. So yeah, yeah. That was like painful on more than one level. I don't know. I'm just inferring my own perspective, whatever the word is. I promised this palm reader guy that I'd give him these this bracelet another homeless guy gave me because the palm reader said that he lost his lucky beads. I said I basically got a pair of lucky beads from another dude, so I'd said I'd pass them along to him if I saw him, but I don't really like him. I don't really know if I want to do that for him. It's kind of a what's the word? I kind of like he's like a dirty old man, really. Trying to make me feel inferior for my lack of experience with women. It's like he could understand. He could understand. Like he couldn't relate to my level of self-control. He has none. He has a murderous thumb, which I called him out on. You guys know about this shit? Hands and was that feces? Um, your thumb. Let's see your thumbs. So see, I got a nice long thumb. It's flexible because that's your mental. So I'm a very flexible thinker. It's long, which means that I have good impulse control. A short, stubby thumb means that you have poor impulse control. It means that you are controlled by your emotions, and if you're not careful, you can overstep the line very quickly. Hence the name murderous thumb. Stubby little thumbnail, which I don't have. That shows you a person who is capable of snapping and doing something fucking horrible. Um, they're also the type of person who are addicted to things, which this fucking palm reader is addicted to. So he has like a million different lines on his hands where I've got barely any. And that's like he's saying, well, your palms are very special, very different, and all this sort of stuff. It's because I'm super focused and I've got like there's only one answer to everything. It's like it's right or it's wrong, it's right or it's wrong. Whereas his is like, well, sometimes this is good and sometimes this is good. It's like, nah. I told him we're chummy and everything, but he's talking about his sexual exploits and going on about all the women he shagged, knowing full well that that's something that I don't have in my life, and he wasn't very open to like the ethics of eating animal products either. In fact, he does things like he'll deliberately eat a meat sandwich right in front of me after hearing about that because he's vibrationally fucked and wants to sort of elicit a reaction out of me because he can't generate his own energy, which is why he's addicted to sex and drugs because he needs to get the feeling of being alive from other things and other people. Whereas I can generate my own life because I have a soul or whatever it is. I'm a pure person, and I've managed to maintain that purity for a very long time, which is something he can't do on his own. But Yeah, the thumb thing. So watch out for people with stubby thumbs because um, they're all that shit. They're capable of murder. Yeah. See, my palm, it's literally, you can just see pretty much only the lines you see, the deep lines. That's all that's there. But you look at most people's palms, which I hadn't done until like I see this guy's palms because he's reading mine and he has to give examples of his own and stuff. Um, but just other people's like when they came around and I was looking at their palms, it's like it's a fucking mess. It's like mine's like a clean house. Everyone else's palm is like, well, just lines here and lines there, and here's 50 lines here. It's like that shows that your attention and focus is scattered, which means you don't have a purpose. Your purpose is just I'm gonna have fun. Like, well, sounds like you're inconsequential. But he's actually gifted. Like he's seriously like he can do that and he does it very naturally and very well. But see, I used to think that if someone was spiritual or whatever, that they were a good person. That's not the case. This guy's like he's not like me. I told him that if I was deciding, I said this with a smile because it's it's amicable. I don't dislike this person, especially in their presence. But I understand if they're energetically the way they are and they do what they do, then they're not clean like I am. And there's this sense of competition with him where he's basically like well, he's got proof because he knows what this means, and he doesn't like the fact that I'm like that because he knows he's not. But he calls himself the superstar and stuff. So I just let him go on with it, you know. But yeah, I told him if I was the person who decides who gets in and into heaven, I don't think I'd let him through. I just told him that, you know. It was under the guise I've said before, Anubis and all that. It's Truth Dog and Anubis and that sort of thing. It's like that's a hint at maybe my actual purpose, my actual existence, my true character is like the guy you see when you die, you know. Um, I'm one of the people who decides who gets to go in, you know, who has to go back. Um, Not so much in like that Star Trek way. It's more like a talk show, the Truth Dog show, you know. And they come in through the portal, and there's an audience, and I've got it set up. It's like Conan O'Brien or whatever, late night with Conan O'Brien. It's a fun show. We have a lot of fun, and it's always fascinating to see if they make it or not, you know. At least that's some sort of schizophrenic fragment of a memory I've tried to make real to make myself feel special and important, and to tell myself that there's something something cool on the other side. It's the coolest thing I could imagine for myself is being a talk show host in between heaven and hell. It's, you know, standing at the Stargate, do my monologue, and our first guest, they're coming through the portal, applause, you know, you break the ice. I don't know if they know they're dead yet, but probably have to tell them. It's every episode's interesting. This is your life or whatever, but actually real. I think that's me. I think that's who I am. And I don't know if my show got cancelled or if I got fired or what, but I seem to be here right now. You you wanted to be a professional tennis player. You should have gone into heavy metal drumming. That's the trajectory that Lars Ulrich took. Yeah. Yeah, I am wearing a Metallica shirt. So that wasn't like a totally disconnected statement. Maybe I should have it in frame. They're not going to pay me if you can't see the logo. Um, do you guys, anyone here have that murderous thumb? Is it true? And if so, how many people have you killed? Don't worry about talking about this in a public space. We're 6 hours in. The people who are here right now aren't watching this, let alone the people that will see this when it's uploaded. Do you feel is it true about like I was talking worst case scenario, but is it true like with the impulse control or whatever I was saying, like whatever it's supposed to mean, that you feel like I don't know, you're a bit what's the word? Self-control, or you spontaneous, I guess is the better way to put it, the less judgmental way. Which I'm not saying that I have total control of my impulses. Clearly, I mean, I've fucking broken like 500 times during the stream. Uh, Napoleon syndrome. Is that what it is? Oh, because the thumb is short. Like the thumb feels like it's Napoleon on the hand or something. Is that what you mean? There might be a good aspect to it, but me, I just basically like to talk about how great I am because I'm what's that word? I have crippling insecurities. Insanely. Yeah, oh yeah, that would make the thumbs look even smaller, right? I don't, it's not exactly how ratio works. People aren't looking at a very tall person and then being like, whoa, look at their thumbs. You know, but uh, you've had time to check yours, yeah, okay. And that's a dangerous combo. So you've got like a short fuse and you're really like you're really big. So like you could do a lot of damage potentially if you wanted. Elongated. Yeah, you got a long one, huh? That you were saying you play sport, so that probably, you're flexible. To be able to play sport at any sort of not even professional level, but to be skilled at sport, you probably need a mental flexibility because you have to be able to react to lots of different things on the fly. You know, I think that's part of like mental flexibility is being able to adapt to any sort of circumstance. But do you have the bendy finger thing? I think that's like it's less to do with sport and more to do with like philosophical mindsets. Like the amount of shit that they vilify, like, oh, people with like flexible hands are reptilians. It's like, are they, or is it just because they're not like they want everyone to associate anything special with being evil, you know? Who did I see though? Do you guys know GMM, Good Mythical Morning? Link Neil? One fucking time or more than once, I saw him bend his hand and it literally looked like rubber. Like I can do, oh, okay, fucking hell, that does look crazy. Never mind. He's got normal hands, that guy. What the fuck, shit? I had no idea. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say this guy looks like his hands look like a freak and don't fuck me. I'm exactly the same. Do you guys see GMM? That's a thing I avoided for a long time, but they're one of like the only Red and Link are like one of the only people who I can like actually stand. Is that a bad take? Yeah, well that's there you go. You got adaptable mindset, I suppose. NASA. Most Australians don't even know how to spell it. To what extent? Like what? What's going on with NASA at the moment? I have no idea about what's going on with the world. The closest I know, like the closest I come to know about what's going on is that Jim Carrey was not Jim Carrey, but yeah, at most I'm aware of like pop culture. I don't pay any attention to the like serious news because it's all just it's a lie that's meant to upset you, you know. But yeah, so no. Long story short, no, Australians don't give a fuck about space travel or anything to do with it. Australians don't give a fuck about anything. They say it's not even that the Australians are unjudgmental; they're just ignorant. To the NASA's telling the truth through parody. Also, you can't really ask me like what Australians think because I'm the exception to the rule. I'm the only Australian like this. In fact, yesterday, two people asked me, oh, and I'm talking to them in person, where I'm from. No, fuck it, more than that. More than that. Like in the last couple of days, like, yeah, a handful of people have been like, oh, where are you from? Are you, sometimes I think I'm like British or something, but it's just like, no, this is what an individual sounds like. They don't sound like other people. Their voice is unique because their mind is unique. Um, the with NASA, it's yeah, I mean it's just gaslighting, really. Anyone who has any sort of brains and has looked into it can tell it's a total and utter farce. They just barely are hiding how fake space travel is at this point. Um, which I mean, it probably goes to tell you that it's not going to matter soon whether or not any of that was true. It seems like pretty soon it's not going to matter if anything was true, if any of the lies they told matter. You know what I mean? Like probably the false flag alien invasion thing. Oh, you know what? It would be really disappointing if that didn't happen during our lifetime. Because, like, come on, like, we're being prepped for that. If they don't pull that shit while we're still here, I might reincarnate just to see it, you know? Man. Ow. No, but I'm serious. I can't fucking wait for them to pull that. I can't wait. I can't wait for them to pull that. And I understand it'll be no different than COVID. It'll be everyone like, well, you know what? I actually do find the female aliens hot. I know they look like Anya Taylor-Joy. They're hot. That's what it'll be like. And a week into it, you're like everyone's in fucking alien relationships and stuff, and it's like, oh, the sex is like out of this world, brother. And it's like, oh my God. But you know what I mean? It'll just be like, holy shit, and then it'll be like, oh, we can fuck it, like with everything. Oh, I've never seen that before, and then they fuck it. I can't, what I'm saying, it doesn't really like it's not really the right words in the right order, but I think I understand the kind of the like I understand what kind of joke I'm making. Yeah, well, yeah, it's idiocracy exactly. Everything just boils down to sex, and as if they can just make it like that, because you know exactly that's exactly what it will be. It's that why they created the whole you can't find a commercial without a mixed race couple. They're doing that as a way to blend, well, not blend, but like condition people to fucking aliens. Uh, they are like, well, it doesn't matter like what culture I'm from, so I guess it doesn't matter what planet they're from. That's the idea. That's why they're doing it. on top of a million other reasons. They want the human race to be basically goobacks from South Park, but yeah, throw some aliens in there. Why not? We won't. What won't we get? The alien invasion or what? I reckon we will. I reckon it's probably even this year. At the very least, there's COVID too this year. Because when COVID happened, it's no coincidence that like the worst companies in the world just happened to luck out big time monetarily. You know, they had like Call of Duty is a really good example. Releasing Modern Warfare 2019 during the pandemic, they made like four times more than they normally make from that game, and everything was like that. So they know it's happening, and that they plan their releases around the pandemics. You know, even down to like songs being released during the pandemics, like Dua Lipa, right when the pandemic hit, she's like, "I just want to stay at home," da, 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 you know. And also, it's built on a recognized melody, which just helps reaffirm the subliminal. So it's based on the In Excess. Um, that thing, which they actually had to pay them for. But that's just to ensure that it was catchy. The subliminal was catchy and subliminal. You know, people like they're focused on the melody, not the lyric. You know, at least that's what I'd do if I was in charge of tricking people with music. But I wouldn't be good at tricking people. I don't understand. I don't understand how the mind works. That's crazy that I'm not working in the industry. I'd be fucking great at it. Like if I was them, I'd let me through without having to do any rituals. I'd be that good at making the money and fooling people. I wouldn't even really care because you're just fooling people that don't exist anyway. For the most part, it's kind of like your own fault. That's like Modest Mouse that flowed on that he lost all his he got he lost all his money in a scam, but it was worth it just to learn from sleight of hand. That's kind of where I'm coming from. Being a psychopath is it's if they have the capacity to see that they were tricked, then you're actually teaching them a lesson. You're not tricking them. But sometimes people have to learn the hard way. That's how I would justify being deceptive for a living. Is that it's if you're paying enough attention, it's going to be it can be the thing that imprisons you, the thing that sets you free. So I think that's why that would be okay. But in a perfect world, wouldn't have to trick anybody. Do you guys do you reckon there'll be an alien invasion anytime soon? Or like I guess you have to look at like how long they were previewing 9/11 to get a sense of how long it'll be before they do the alien invasion, because I'm sure it's exact sort of formula, they have to program X amount of generations. We live in a parody universe. Well, how would they not like it's literally an alien invasion of the entire Earth. How would it not be a grand scale thing? Like what are you suggesting? Because it's like the Project Bluebeam, like that's for like the alien invasion and for like Jesus is whatever you call it, the rapture, right? They've got it all set up. Maybe it's the same thing. Maybe they're going to 3 years. Okay. I really do feel like something is going to happen this year, in the second half of the year, like with COVID happened in 2019. Yeah, with the CG stuff, I pointed out in one of my videos that they deliberately use shitty looking AI and CGI in built multi-billion dollar box office, whatever you call it, like major Hollywood movies, like that. The example I gave was that Will Smith movie. I don't know. where he's like there's a clone of himself and it's like younger Will Smith, and it looks like worse than Shrek in like in the like a pre-rendered phase. It's like still in the storyboard or whatever you call animatic phase where um, but you know that, and that at the same time, you could go on YouTube when that movie was released and see deep fakes that were literally impossible or nearly impossible to tell that they were fake unless you were known to look for it. But that at that time in Hollywood, they're releasing movies where young Will Smith is like, "I'm young Will Smith," you know what I mean? And it's like, whoa, how do they do that? It's like, what the fuck? How is it that shitty? It's shitty on purpose because they don't want you to know that they're actually using CGI all the time to render people like the president's speeches, and if an actor decides to not come out of their trailer because they're too busy raping children or whatever, that they're like, well, we'll just program them in for that scene with the AI render. It's not a big scene; it doesn't matter. So they use it all the time, and it's lifelike as fuck. So they deliberately make these movies where it's the it's openly known. Gemini Man, exactly. It's the whole movie is based on the premise of look what we can do with deep fake and CGI. But then you watch it like, why does that look worse than what like a man in his on YouTube, a random person can do? Because they deliberately don't want you to know how advanced their technology really is. You know, that's why. Even to this day, they still haven't. They deliberately do it shitty. Like special effects. That's one of the reasons that CGI was introduced because it looks shitty. Um, and they don't want you to know that they can make it look real. Like even Jurassic Park, yes, it looked real at the time, but it's because you hadn't seen it before. But if you look at Jurassic Park now, it's like that looks fucking like fake. The good stuff is the real T Rex. Like when they use the animatronics, that's like that looks so good. But then when they use the CGI, I'm not going to do it because I'm injured, but like the movement is all like "Bleh, bleh," like it's blurry and it's too fast and shiny and shit. And it's like, the fuck, that's not it. Like, surely they could have done like even 10% better than that and it would make a huge difference. Nope, impossible. It has to look like shit. What is that? Omega? Oh, right, okay. Um, I had the opportunity to watch that the other day. I only know like the Simpsons parody of that, the Omega Man, which I think is it was not a good segment. So what's similar about it? There's a guy and he has like a younger version of himself. Is it like a time travel thing or what? Isn't it Charlton Heston? I might actually watch that because I after this I'm going to be struggling to fill my time. Yeah, okay. Well, don't tell me too much about it, and I probably won't like it because I don't like anything these days. But yeah, that was something that I thought the other day. I was like looking through Netflix or some shit, and I'm like, oh, okay, um, that might be interesting. So yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds relatable. Sounds like it's one of those documentaries, like They Live. Like the wordplay with Soul Survivor. How the soul means one, but it can also imply like soul, as in the SOUL, survivor, and it implies that it's rare to be, to be in that place. It's almost like the Truman Show, or in this movie that we're talking about, the Omega Man, that there's only really ever one person in any like big location, like a video game too. Um, I don't know, a good example, like one of the last video game I played, like Resident Evil Requiem. That's very much you're playing as the two main characters, and they're like the only people in their stories. Like everyone else is dead. That's kind of what reality is like. They basically they only need like one real person for a huge amount of area because that person is like basically a what do you call it? A power plant. real people are power plants for this matrix. They don't need too many because it'll short circuit, it'll be overcharged. But they basically, that's why they keep people spread out because it's like, well, we only need this much light here, and that'll get us to there, and it's sort of like that, I think. So yeah, Resident Evil is like, I don't like video games anymore because I'm against what they stand for, which is just distraction and easy dopamine. But Resident Evil games are so well made, for the most part. Um, my favorite one is 4. I think that's everyone's favorite one, unless um, they want to be contrarian or whatever. And 4 is like, it's not even like a traditional Resident Evil, but it's like the best game ever. Um, it's so fucking fun. It's like it's inspired set piece after inspired set piece, and you're like, how does this just keep getting like better and better as it goes? Like obviously, like the island at the end, people say that sucks, but I think I like the island better than the castle because I don't know. I just like the setting better. Castles and shit uh, kind of depress me. Um, but yeah. And one of the only things I play these days is Mario Maker because I get to design my own. I'm fine with like playing a game if it's a creative thing because I feel like I'm actually like exercising my brain and I'm in control of it. And it's a challenge to like teach myself, can I make a fun level where it clicks like a really good a game would? And I'm not good enough to design consistently good levels, but I've found that my style of making levels when they do work, it's like Resident Evil 4. That's what I go for. So my Mario Maker levels are like if Mario was Resident Evil. So you've got this like bright, colorful, fun aesthetic of Mario, but then everything I do is like high tension. There's multiple ways through every scene, but it's like, there's a different experience whether or not you're going to jump up or go under. And oh shit, that happens if you do this, and like little traps and stuff. So that's the way I like to design a game. And then, like I say, the contrast between this is the scariest, most tense shit I've played, coupled with the visuals, it ends up being like Indiana Jones is like the vibe it ends up being with the Mario Maker levels I make, where it's all fun visually, but then it's like, oh man, this is like scary shit I have to do right here. But not to the point of like punishment difficulty, just to the point of like dynamic kind of heroicism, like, oh, you got to do that to do that. That's fucking cool, like shit like that. And different combinations of enemies. And oh, if you kick the shell, this cool thing can happen. But if you jump on them, this cool thing can happen. So I try to think of things like that because that's the experience I got with Resident Evil. Like every combat encounter is like it's thrilling because you don't know how it's going to go necessarily. Anyway, I don't know. I'm talking about something I don't even know anything about it, but yeah, fuck, so tired. Does anyone else have a favorite Resident Evil game? Has anyone played the most recent one, the Resident Evil Requiem? If any ladies were here, they're definitely left now. Um, I didn't. I feel like yeah. I mean, I don't really. I have a PlayStation 5 Pro and I bought a 4 terabyte hard drive and I downloaded like nearly 200 games. I haven't even played them. This happened right. I got this thing and was downloading video games right as I was like going through like spiritual awakening and realizing I hate them. So it's so funny. I've got all the games in the world and I never want to play them. But it was a waste of money, but at least I won't be spending any more in the future. So yeah. Yeah, it's Requiem is really entertaining for the first half and then it drops off so fucking hard. It's crazy. Um it's like because what's really fun about it at the start is the zombies have their own personalities, which is like that's a super cool, creative, unique take. Um where I think it's Grace's story. You're in this place and all the zombies they're going about they still have a fragment of the job or whatever they did in the place, So like the chef is still like preparing meals as he's stalking the kitchen. So, but if he sees you, he'll try to kill you. And like there's opera singers or whatever, and they're still singing, and it's real scary as you approaching the room. Like, what the fuck is that? And then that sort of thing. So that's really cool. And then you get to Leon's campaign, and it just becomes like the driest fucking just like third person, just shoot the enemies. Just they're just they're just generic zombies that and the five. Yeah, yeah. Four is just Leon. I think you play as Ashley too for a little bit, but yeah, it's Leon. And then you play as Ada as well in the remake. The remake is good, but it's like with anything, it's too modern in that they try to they tried to make a game. They tried to make it more appealing for everybody, and that's like it's basically Resident Evil 4 works because it has the balls to be itself at all times, and the remake kind of fails a little bit because it doesn't really have the courage to be that bold. It sort of wants to be a bit more like conventional mainstream, like a bit take itself a bit more seriously. But like the cool thing about Resident Evil 4 is it's a fucking B movie with like a $1 trillion budget. So you don't notice how camp it is because it's the fucking coolest thing you've ever seen. Um, five is fun, but five is like it's limited by the multiplayer aspect. So like it's not as fun as a single player game, which is what most Resident Evil is designed around. So but I do like that you get to shoot black people a lot in five. Just kidding. Oh, it's crazy too. They had to what's the word? They had to sort of like what's when you go backwards on something. I don't know, but with five, it was originally like just African people because it's set in an African village. But then there was pushback of people saying it's racist, like all you do is shoot black people, and so like they put like Japanese people in some of the villages. So it's like mostly black African American zombies or whatever. But then there's like a random like Japanese developers put in there too. So it's like, no, we're Japanese, so you can kill Japanese people too. Oh, it's he said it was racist, like the actual game. I don't think it's racist at all. Like, because like in all the other games, it's just shooting white people. So like, was that racist? It's how the fuck is it? How the how the fuck was it racist when it was just white people? It's set in a black village. Of course, it's just black people. Um, so, but I don't know. I generally agree with Sam Hyde, but if this was a recent Sam Hyde take, then there's a good chance it's bullshit. He's crazy. He's crazy now. He was always crazy, but he used to be crazy in a good way. Yeah, as if Japanese would ever be living amongst black people. That's so funny. I can't even like. I literally can't even picture those two races together. That's so weird. Oh no, I get that. Yeah, it was like meant to. They knew it was controversial. Is that kind of what he means? Like they understood that it would get attention because and they've got that kind of it's plausible deniability because it's like exactly what I said before. Well, it was just white people before. Like, what's the difference? Yeah, but Sam Hyde wasn't always an agent. I feel like he's a guy with moxie who made it. He was lucky. He had connections. Like his friends are Jewish or Freemasons or whatever, or he's got connections. Charles is fucking. I agree with that. Charles is like, yeah, yeah. Like Sam Hyde is so fucking smart and funny, and honestly, like his old stand up and all of his stuff for years and years, it's the funniest fucking stuff I've ever seen, and I've never related more to someone's perspective than his. And people say like he fakes all of his opinions, and I can't tell when Sam's being real or not. I can tell when he's been real. He's been real like nearly all the time. Um, But yeah, there's a lot of like he's like a little bit evil or something like that. And what I see with Sam Hyde is he's a good person ultimately, but he's taken testosterone, he's been on testosterone replacement therapy because he's insecure about his masculinity. And if you do that shit for too long, it fucking ruins your brain. And he's destroyed his brain. He's destroyed his body. That's clear. But Sam Hyde, he's too serious now because he's fucked his fucking brain up with too much steroids or whatever the hell he's taken. So he's always in a bad mood now because he's ruined his fucking health by trying to be tough, you know? And he didn't realize that as long as he's got the truth, which he was telling, like unfiltered, that's all he needed to be strong. But he didn't have that sort of self belief in himself. I think that's what I get from it. That's the empathy I have for him. Did you see but the Charles Carroll thing? Yeah, that guy. There's a good example. There's a guy who I think Charles Carroll is like me a little bit in that the shit he says is so fucking like just him and it's so unfiltered and it's like I've never fucking even heard someone say that, but I agree. You know, he does that shit, which I can do sometimes. Where it's like you've never thought about it, but as soon as it's been put into words, you're like, yeah, that's fucking crazy that makes sense. And he has that thing too where he's mocking the truth all the time too. He's got like a sense of humor where he understands what's funny about something that people haven't even fucking considered to be horrifying, you know? Like yeah. Um it's weird though. And and Charles is like the main force behind what made MDE good. Do you see them do that second one? I did $1 million whatever it is, the newer one, and it's fucking unwatchable. And the only parts of it that are like watchable are like the stuff that Charles came in and did like late in the process. Well, Charles told the truth about Sam, about him being being gay and fucking guys, and there's no way he just said that, like just said it because you know what I'm talking about on that live stream he did. Crazy fucking dude doing a live stream and putting all this stuff out unfiltered, getting on there drunk and just saying whatever. Oh wait, I did that last night and the night before, and I'm pretty sure I was fine because I don't have any bitterness towards other people like he does for good reason. But do you know about that live stream he did in fucking I don't know where he was, Canada or France or some shit, and he was like in a cafe and with his wife and everyone's giving him shit and he breaks. Yeah, well, we'll put it this way. Has anyone ever seen Sam Hyde with a woman? And I'm not talking about like that underage girl who he allegedly punched or whatever. Um, yeah, but yeah, like literally, have any of those dudes been seen with women? And this is me talking. Obviously, I'm never seen with women, because I don't have any, but I don't want any. Well, that's what they would say, isn't it? But I know that Nick is married, and I think you've seen his wife before. And Charles, obviously, you know, he's married, but with Sam, has he ever been seen with a woman? I mean, like, yeah, like he's been in scenes with, but you know what I mean? Like his whole background is always like it's almost non-existent, right? Like whatever his actual day to day is. For the longest time, it was just like he's live streaming with some other fucking schlub. You notice that he does that thing where he surrounds himself with people who aren't as strong as him. Nick is really funny, but I feel like Nick is overrated. Nick is what's that fucking word? Nick is such a, I mean, almost a sycophant. Um, Nick is like he's super good at being, because he's a fucking used car salesman. He's super good at being whatever he thinks you want him to be. Yeah, Jed, and that's what I mean. Like, who the fuck are these chuds, man? And they don't even like, they don't ever contribute anything because Sam doesn't want them to because he knows that to be the star, he has to put himself next to a dud, right? And that's, I mean, he even thinks that way about Nick. And and Nick loves Sam because of what that means, you know? It means that he's somebody. He's not just a used car salesman, you know? And Sam fucking sabotaging all these guys' lives over and over whether or not it's on purpose or subconscious or whatever the fuck. But did you see the Harlan Williams thing where he flipped the fucking table over on Royd from Roid Rage and ruined Nick's life all over again? Are you fucking? Is that a dig at me? Because like we're approaching the 16-hour mark here, you know. Don't I have those like narcissistic eyes? Don't I have that? It's if you're talking about like that intense focus and that kind of like, uh, I know you sort of mean more predatory. Yeah. Well, that's the only missing equation. It's just because I haven't figured out how to do that yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, his eyes look a lot smaller now because his head's so much bigger. Like he looks way worse now than he did when he was funny. I'll just put it that way. Would I want to? No, I don't. I wouldn't want to do even this every day. I'm just here because I don't particularly want to interact with the outside world because I was just beaten up by it. But it's not so much I'm scared. It's just like I've had my fill, you know? Yeah, I mean, it would be exhausting unless you're an energy vampire, in which case it's necessary to do, you know? But like I say, if someone is, if I respect what someone can do, it's very hard for me to care that they're a bad person until they fuck me over. But um, that's I guess that's kind of my boundaries. I don't let anyone I don't let anyone like that fuck me over. I get to know I get what I can from them, and I keep my distance. And I'd say that's pretty safe. Like there's a way to handle a bear or a shark or whatever. But yeah, so you saw the Harlan Williams thing. That thing to me, man, I just fucking felt because like the empath in me, I just felt so I cried actually. It made me cry because I felt the shame, like how shameful his the way he conducted himself was, how completely just pathetic it was. It made me fucking burst into tears from empathy because I felt how how embarrassed he was by himself. You know what I mean? How like he's acting like, oh, I don't care. What I did was cool. That worked out. No fucking way, dude. That was like the worst thing I've ever seen. It's the worst thing anyone's ever seen. And like the difference between Nick, who like you literally see him like reliving trauma from the last time Sam did it, and then you've got Charles, and he's just like completely above it and laughing and like there's the gorilla and just quips and one-liners because he's learned the lesson of this reality, which is that don't fucking take any of it seriously. It doesn't matter. Um, did I get a concussion? Oh yeah, from the beating. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't think so. Um, how would I know? Like, I don't know if I've ever had a concussion. Are you suggesting that my my opinions right now are reflecting a concussed mind? Probably fucking take this hat off, but because I don't want to wear a hat all day, it's probably contributing to my fucking head hurting. Um, uh, can you what outcome are you talking about? I lost track of what we're saying, but I'll be back in a second. Oh, oh, wow, my head hurts. Holy shit. But yeah, no. I just I just like I've got a bad hat hair, but yeah, that looks fucking horrific. I look like Daniel Day-Lewis a little bit in at the end of There Will Be Blood. Um there we go. See, it's I'm gonna have to like completely redo that. I'm not going with that look right now. Um oh wow. Fuck, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's crazy, right? See, that's what I mean. I didn't even think on that level of like breaking people's hearts, to see someone who they what would it be like? I respect him because I see part of myself in him, and then he does that, and it's like, oh fuck, like to identify with him and then to have to identify with that situation. Yeah, it's traumatic as hell. Start walking around like Daniel Day-Lewis. Oh, at the end of There Will Be Blood. Also, I've been obsessed with that scene because I find it so cathartic. I don't find it disturbing when he kills um Paul, I was trying to think of his name. They've got the same names as the actor. I don't find that scene disturbing. I enjoy watching that happen to that guy because it's like he's an NPC, and it's like that. They just won't get it. I understand that Plainview is a psychopath, but it's that sort of thing where it's like, well, I can see why he wins. At the very least, it's easier to respect a winner than a loser, is what I'm saying. And who knows if I'm falling for the evil subliminals there that, whatever. I don't think I am. I really relate to that energy of, you know, he's so against being a loser that he can't fucking stand a loser being in his presence anymore. Yeah, that's exactly like I find it cathartic because I went through that experience with my friend for so long who was dragging me down, and not being friends with them anymore is almost like it's symbolically like beating them to death with the fucking bowling pin, just so it's like shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit anymore, you know. Oh, but why? But no, but if you could just fucking help yourself, or I'll fucking kill you. No, I'm not. No, see, that's too far, but that's what I mean. It's that at a certain point, it's just like they're not going to change. These people, these losers. But I haven't even seen the whole movie. I don't think I need to. It's like the best part, right? I've seen the other part. The other scene's really good too. He abandoned his boy and all that stuff. That's really really good. Um, what do you guys think of what the fuck's that guy who got shot? What was that dude? See, this is how little I care about any bullshit, but who was that guy that got shot at the college? No, yeah. Who's that guy who got shot? JFK. Well, yes. I'm talking more recently. Uh, um, that dude. He got shot at the university, and like he was a political dude, controversial, and now he's a martyr, and his wife is fucking JD Vance and all that stuff. No, what the fuck, man? Come on. It's like when I was talking about Biden before, and people were guessing Obama and Clinton and Bush, and it's like I'm talking about like the previous president. I'm talking about like the most recent. What was that dude though? I didn't pay attention to this guy when he was alive, so I didn't give a fucking shit. Oh yeah, yeah, Kirk. What's his actual name? See, I still don't. Yeah, like, did you actually watch it? Because we're talking about, and I've lost track of who's who here. But we're talking about like Charles Carroll, Charlie Kirk, exactly. Um, I heard about that. Like my friend at the time, she said, "Oh, this just happened." I said, "I bet you it didn't. I bet you it didn't. I bet you it's fake." And she's like, "Everyone says it's so gross. Like the footage? It's so gross. Like it's hard to watch." I said, "I bet you it's nothing." And so I watched the footage, and it's like, "Yeah, that's fake. That's they didn't. There's nothing. That's like." They shoot him in the neck and you just see his spray. It's like, oh, dude, that would be impossible to fucking stage. It would be easy. Um, and like you even see like a blood pack go off or whatever. It's so stupid. But everyone's like, oh my God, you saw his brains and like his eyeballs fly at the camera. And it's like, no, you fucking don't. You're, yeah, you're supposed to agree with a lot of stuff he said. It's because the other half of the things he was saying was poison that's going in the same hole, ear hole, I guess. So yeah, it's like making a shit sandwich, but they put so much peanut butter and jelly on the sandwich, you can't even taste the shit you just ate. The thing that tells you that he's someone who isn't good is how fucking ugly he was, People who are good people aren't that ugly. I'll just put it that way. They don't have punchable faces, and they don't look inbred. They look like almost like they should be like an angel or a god. That's these days you got nothing but they don't even bother making famous people good looking or charismatic anymore. They're just like the uglier the better because it just pisses everyone off. Like not only is most of the shit they say annoying, but just even fucking look at them makes you want to kill them because it's energy extraction. People don't like ugly people, but that's the only people who are famous anymore is ugly people because people don't like ugly people. Nah, there's no fucking way. Like Charlie Kirk is part of the family. He's a child rapist like all of them. I don't know what everyone else's marker for a trustworthy person is, but mine is I picture whether or not I'd be able to fucking stand being in their presence for 1 second. And for most people, especially Charlie Kirk, I'd give an arm and a leg to avoid being in his fucking presence for 1 second. I'd want to probably fucking punch his lights out just for being near him. Um, but yeah, what I'm talking about, the reason I was referencing that and Charles Carroll is that was announced during an episode of whatever Sam Hyde podcast thing they do, and you could tell Charles was the only one in the room that knew it was fake before, and he's literally just playing along with, "Oh my God, that's crazy!" Like Nick and Sam are actually believing, and like, "Whoa, this is fucking crazy, dude." And Charles like, "Wow, oh yeah, it's crazy how this stuff happened." You can tell he knows that anything that is reported is fake, but Sam and Nick don't seem to know that. Even though like, and it's weird too, because like Nick is like really big into conspiracy stuff and similar to stuff to what like even I talk about and what Charles talks about. And then Sam Hyde's like, he's like, oh, I don't know if this is a simulation or whatever. Like it's all over the map, but it seems the constant is that Charles is the smartest one. If that's the measurement of, yeah, exactly. Charles has empathy, which is if you have empathy, it's real easy to tell if something's true or not because you feel if it's true. There's obviously you can tell with logic, but that takes longer. You've got to like, well, I've got to analyze this. If it's feeling, it's like, no, that didn't happen. That sounds like bullshit. Because um, if it's a lie, if they're telling you how to feel about it. If there's a like an obvious feeling you're meant to have about news, it's a lie. It's like anything a bad person will tell you. It's to fuck you up. Um, yeah, but see again. Sam Hyde is like one of the smartest people ever in terms of tricking people. So the fact he didn't know that Charlie Kirk was not actually shot, even before seeing the footage, doesn't make any fucking sense. What makes it harder to lie? I'm not. What makes it harder to lie? I lost track of what we're talking about. I know we're still talking about Charlie Kirk, I guess, but oh, it makes it, yeah, it's way harder to lie. It's it's harder to lie when you know when you're an empathic person. Or I don't know, sometimes it depends. Sometimes it can be easier. I don't know what we're talking about really. Yeah, yeah, having actual empathy. Like people I guess a lot of people, their empathy is based on they understand how it feels for them. So it's more like oh, they have to sort of like project themselves onto other people to understand it, I think. Whereas other people, it's sort of like, yeah, it's more like a universal concept that you don't want to see good people getting hurt. Yeah. I'm not completely convinced that he was always a psycho, but I don't know. I I guess I don't care, like, because I've it's just one of those things, like, uh, I've never seen anyone never seen anyone that says what he says and is as good at saying it how he says it, like, what's, like, that one where he did it's like that show where he's got, like, all these slides, a bunch of these things like that, like, that thing where he, went in front of a bunch of woke college kids and told them the truth about, being gay and homosexuality, and it's, like, actually everything he's saying is, like, fucking actually true, and, like, I agree with everything he says, like, the history of AIDS and all that sort of stuff, and the deviancy, like, of homosexuality and everything, and, like, he knows that all that stuff's wrong, like, he understands it. He understands how crazy it is, how that, we're taught to be like, gay people are our moral superiors, and it's like, you know, are you sure about that? But then, yeah, exactly. I've never heard anyone say more truth than Sam Hyde, so that's kind of like, at the very least, that's what he's got going for him. Like he's whether or not he cares, I think he does actually care. I think he really does care about the truth. But yeah, he's also a person who is out for himself in very, very obvious ways. He's clearly has issues with control and his ego and whatnot. Yeah, it's like almost like that thing I was talking about before, like people can't understand talented people being so like multifaceted and dynamic. See, I'm forgetting my own philosophy here that like I'm assuming that Sam Hyde isn't I'm assuming Sam Hyde is only as smart as I can comprehend, but he's probably smarter than I can comprehend. My like literally one of my most favorite things I've ever seen was his when iDubbbz came to do the hit piece on him, and he fucking reversed everything on him. Like just even the scene where they're going through like the unused ideas at the start of that when they had to release their own documentary because iDubbbz was a coward who wouldn't even fucking release his version of the documentary. Um, just the part where they're going through like the document of all the things they had planned. I was like rolling on the fucking floor with the stuff they had. It's so funny. Um, yeah, but like, see, it makes no sense that he can pull that on iDubbbz, and then he gets fucked over by Harlan Williams being a boomer. What the fuck, man? Wait, are you saying iDubbbz was his only girlfriend? What are you talking about? Oh, iDubbbz has only had one girlfriend, hasn't he? Oh yeah, his girlfriend, the chick with the shaved head or whatever. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Oh fuck. And it works perfectly because iDubbbz is so autistic. Like he can sense that there's something off, but he's so literal he can't understand that. Yeah, and even when like in iDubbbz's version of the documentary, where he tries to explain what irony is and he gets it wrong in his own fucking documentary. I never watched iDubbbz anyway. Like he's one of those people who I wouldn't really want to look at for any extended period of time, you know. I don't feel like he's really got it. Um, uh, so I think iDubbbz is like a shithead, and it always has been. Because he couldn't wind up being so fucking retarded if he wasn't retarded from the start. It's just people didn't notice for a long time. It took him being with a succubus for people to be like, "Hey, this guy's pathetic." It's like, did you fucking see him? Like, you saw him before he got a girlfriend, right? Of course he's fucking pathetic. Look at him. Like, you don't call yourself iDubbbz if you're not some sort of retard. Like, never in a million years would the I don't know, the letters iDubbbz make its way into my fucking vocabulary. But that's what I mean. Like, Sam Hyde is a great name on many levels. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, are you like are you saying like they're part of the system, that this is all like it's like wrestling where they're like all working together even like decades and decades ago? No, I never even heard of iDubbbz before the Sam Hyde stuff, really. I mean, I'm sure I've heard of him. I never watched Content Cop or whatever the fuck that shit was that he got popular for. It's fucking stupid shit. It's uncreative, and it's negative trash. It's parasitic. Just, oh wait, that's what I was doing though, wasn't it? Using other people's content to criticize. Um, Honestly, most of the time I don't know what you mean, but I enjoy the challenge. So, have you was anyone here yeah, I don't watch modern MDE, Sam Hyde or anything anymore because he's all Christian, which is fully fucking that's just like all these people that fuck up, they end up pushing the whole Christianity script because it's like they want people to worship God. That's part of like that's how you know that they're sellouts if they start the whole I'm Christian now thing, because Christianity and Freemasonry are linked directly. Um, you know, it's uh, it's the same thing. Freemasonry, you're worshiping the devil. Every single religion, Christianity, you're worshiping the devil. It's the same thing. What's a plausible deniability actors on? Are you talking about? But there's like Sam Hyde and MDE. That's like a charismatic kind of entity. Whereas like these other people like iDubbbz, he's not charismatic. You know, like that's how I differentiate between someone who's real or not. Um, is whether or not they have that star quality and that like high intelligence and um, like the flexible intelligence kind of thing. Um, like Ian Idubbbz doesn't have flexible intelligence. He's a fucking like super narrow thinker. His thoughts are like, well, here's what I think and this is what's right, and it's like idiot. Um, but I'm the same age as all those MDE dudes. I think they're like 1985 guys. So that's another reason why I relate to them because there's not a shit ton of famous people from that were born in my year for some reason. Maybe people born in like mid 80s are like the least, I don't know, not least fake, but there was something pretty different about the people that I grew up with, even compared to people born the year after. It was really weird. It was like the difference was like in Lost, like 1985 or 1984 and 1985 kids were like kind of like um the main island in Lost, and then like 1986, 1987 kids were like the others. That's kind of how it seemed to me generationally, but yeah, I don't know. Um fuck man, I'm just literally talking for the fucking sake of it at this point. 7 hours. I mean, I liked it when I watched it, but it's one of those shows that I feel like was only good for the first season because I J.J. Abrams was the showrunner for the first season, so like it was really Spielberg-esque, and then he put these fucking hacks, Lindelof and Cuse or whatever, in charge of the show, and it just became like a soap opera where nearly every episode is like them just walking around like the same tree, being like, why are we walking through here? Like blah blah blah, because we're it's just all filling. It was just like a waste of time, like people just walking in circles, and that was like a whole episode. They'll get to the place in the next episode. You know, wow, exciting. Um, yeah, the ending. Well, the ending is kind of like it is the best part, but it was everyone guessed it. But the ending is like it's a good thing because it's explaining that the truth of our world, which is we're on that island. We're dead too. You know, everyone here is dead in on Earth. That's like lost. It's like, oh, it's just this island. No, it's everybody. Everybody's dead right now. Which Kanye West said on Ellen, but I don't think you can even find that clip anymore of him like literally breaking out of MK Ultra and just telling everybody straight faced, almost like he was like halfway in a trance that every single person here is dead right now. Like he said more stuff, but yeah. And it's like, oh, holy shit. I thought that. And he seems to know that. You know, he wasn't speaking it like this is his personal truth. It's like he's at the top and he knows the actual reality of the truth of reality. And he was telling people. And I mean, it got televised because it's so crazy no one would believe it. But it's been scrubbed from the internet as far as I can tell. It's like the difference is this world is inferior to the world of the living, like the true Earth or the actual like life is not as shitty and hopeless and depressing and frustrating as this place is. I think that's that's the difference. That you're here because you're dead, and then to get out of here, you have to die again. You know, you have your second death. And I don't know. I was talking about this hours and hours ago, but I think it's like dimensional, and you can go up and down in dimensions while you're here. So you can turn this place into a pretty good place for you. You know, you can make it work for you. It's all about like what dimension you're um, energetically aligned with when you die. That determines where you go after this one. So yeah, I don't know, but that it just seems to be like that for me, to me or whatever. Oh man, Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, I don't know, and we don't know how long we've got, honestly. Like, um, I yeah, I don't think I've got another 40 years, but I know what you mean. Yeah, it seems, it's not existence and this reality. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. It's only bad if you play their game and focus on what they want you to focus on. If you focus on yourself and self improvement, I mean, if your whole focus is on yourself and making yourself the best version of yourself, it's the only thing that exists is your progress, and it's highly motivating every day if you're doing the right thing for yourself. You wake up and you look or feel a little bit better than the next day, and that's the only reason you have to. If that's like your reason for living, then that's a great reason. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. You've got to sort of like have all the parts in place or whatever. Like, make sure you've got it all set up for yourself so that any if you die, you could die at any moment. So when that happens, like I said, you're set up for success. But most of that comes from, like, I believe you basically just want to be completely autonomous. You just want to be able to do everything on your own for when that time comes, because it's just you in the darkness um, when it does happen. So you've got to know yourself super well to navigate that, I think. And you've heard about don't go into the light, right? Because the light, it's the false light. It's probably the sun, the projector or whatever. Um, they even say it's like a magnetic sort of thing. Like when people go through out of body experience, near death experiences or whatever, they say the light is like this tractor beam almost, that they had to like struggle to, they had to resist, and they can't resist it. Like they felt like they were magnetically like pulled into the light. That's because their vibration is compatible. It's too compatible with purgatory, this place. So you know what I mean? Yeah. So that the reason that you get sucked into the light is because you're not sovereign. You're not an individual. Your identity is linked directly with this fake world. You're not yourself. You see yourself as part of the world, not the other way around. So that's why the white light, the false light at death is magnetic to most people. The Metallica death magnetic. I guess that's what they were talking about with that shit. Um, but yeah, I think that's what it is. And see, again, I've never really thought about this. I'm just like being like thinking, okay, this makes sense. The reason that they're being attached to it is because they're attached to it. And so when you die and you don't give a fuck about anything other than yourself, it doesn't magnetize to you, and so you have the option to take your chances in the darkness, which they show in the Truman Show at the end when he gets to the top of the stairs. He opens a door that leads, to backstage, or literally out of the dome. And so that it's completely dark, the path he takes. So that shows he's not going into the stage lights, he's going into the unknown, which is um, he's going to make his own reality. Because like he's the light, and as soon as he steps into the darkness, he's like the sun, and the world, you can suddenly see his world. So that's kind of what it's like. Did you experience going into the white light? Was it what I said? Because it happened decades ago. is it a similar thing to what I'm talking about? Is like, were you sucked into it? Did you go into it, or did you just see it and feel it? And was there that like, did you feel like it was like a tractor beam almost? Why were they tying you down to the hospital bed if you like, weren't you injured? Like, whoa. Oh, your out of body, your death experience, you saw yourself in the hospital while you were dead. So like it's like a dream. You were suddenly in like a another version of reality that was familiar, but you knew it wasn't real. Like you knew you weren't there or something. Is that right? Oh. But this white light, did you interact with it at all? Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. Fuck's sake, man. Oh. It reminds me a little bit of Jacob's Ladder. Oh, fuck's sake, man. Fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, fuck. Ouch. Have you seen Jacob's Ladder? That's one of the three movies I keep referencing. The 1990 version, because they remade it. Yeah. A lot of the hospitals, like a lot of non-humans work there, obviously because they can get away with murder, and many other things. Um, yeah, I don't, I'm not sure if you've heard like my take on the ending. Um, that it's you met. I used to think that the ending, you know how he meets his son and his son takes him up the staircase and all that sort of stuff. I used to think that was like the same ending as the Truman Show, but it's the opposite of the Truman Show ending. His son that he meets is a demon in disguise, like in the that Star Trek trope where the Captain Janeway or whatever dies, and the devil takes on her father's image to try and convince her to come with him. That's what happens to Jacob at the end of Jacob's Ladder, because obviously he's dead the whole time and he's in purgatory, like we are right now. Um, but at the end, you know, he dies in the simulation, and he follows his son up the stairs into the light or whatever. And so that's why at the end of Jacob's Ladder, they don't end it there with him going to heaven. They cut back to him in the Vietnam War and showing his corpse being pushed away, because it shows he's dead. He's still dead. He's coming right back here. He, you know, he didn't graduate to living. He's going to be reincarnated. You know. But yeah, obviously, it's no surprise that a movie like Jacob's Ladder doesn't have a happy ending. It can be what you want it to be, but I mean, if you really pay attention to the details and what the film is getting at, it's a cautionary tale, you know, on many levels. Yeah, well, sorry for spoiling the ending if it wasn't fresh for you, but yeah, so like with that, and if you remember, his girlfriend in it is literally called Jezebel, and she hates the fact that he still has feelings for his past life, which was his life before he died in the war. So her whole purpose is to um, yeah, try and make him forget about his true loved ones, and but then that's all just in service to make him want it more. It's like reverse psychology. Like he's in purgatory, and these evil people are making him want something that he doesn't need by being so toxic and controlling about about it. You know what I mean? So like he thinks that he got divorced from his wife, and his son died right after he got injured in the war. But the reality is he's dead right now, and everything that's been told to him is a lie to try and make him miss his family, so that when he dies, they can use the hologram of his dead son that he was made to miss so much, um, and use them to get him to reincarnate himself back into purgatory again, so he doesn't wake up from his death. Um, yeah, it's and they don't tell you any of this shit, but it's exactly how this world works. You know, I had a friend, I had my friend for 17 years was Jezebel, and couldn't fucking even watch the movie because I kept saying, this is like what you're like, and she couldn't fucking stand it. Like, if she was my friend, she'd see that, like, oh, I see what he means. Sometimes he's saying I can be like, a little bit negative, you know, I'm not perfect, but she literally couldn't stand that I was comparing her to the toxic bitch that's meant to make him like wish that he had somebody else, you know, when the reality is he should just be glad that he has himself. You know what I mean? That's what I've realized, and we've been talking about for ages, that I don't need anybody. This place makes you think that you need to get laid all the time and that you need validation from other people. It's the number one thing this place makes you think, is that you need to have sex, and you need, you know, it's the number one thing it makes you think you need. So that's why I know at this point it is not something I need. It's the last thing I need, because it's going to fucking hook me. Yeah, yeah. I mean, um, I don't know. I'm just. Have you seen the movie Jacob's Ladder, 1990? Because this is just my take on it. Like it's a very sort of like not quite a layman's take of it, but it's a very simplified version of what they're getting at. Well, it is. I mean, it is a dream, but because dreams don't, time doesn't exist when you're dreaming. So you could have a million dreams in the space of being unconscious, and you know what's the difference? You know, so it's like yeah, it's a dream, but it's a nightmare too, and it's a nightmare you can't wake up from unless you know you're in a nightmare. You know what I mean? That the whole movie, he never realizes that he's dead, and that his life is a nightmare. He just wants to be able to figure out how he can make his life better and what he needs to do. You know, he's looking at other people for his validation. You know, he loves his son more than he loves himself, and that's why having kids is a real big fuck up in this place, because it ties you directly to this place, energetically and emotionally. They show that the best in the movie Bliss, which is another one I've talked about before. Owen Wilson and Selma Hayek, simulation movie, where Owen Wilson, he finds out this world is a simulation and is taken outside of the simulation, and he chooses to come back, even though he knows his daughter is is a hologram. She's an NPC. She's just part of the bargaining chips in here. But he's so fucking like he can't let go of her, even though he knows she's not real, you know? So he comes back to the simulation. It's like Jacob's Ladder. And the ending of that movie is he's in an AI meeting, and like people who like have addictions, and he says he gets up and he says, "My problem is I can't let go," or whatever, and he's back in the simulation again because he missed his fake daughter. You know, it's the exact same thing as Jacob's ladder. And anything that happens here isn't real. And if you care about it, then you go back here. You haven't learnt what real is yet. You know. Uh, yeah, that's well, yeah. I mean, it's simple math, isn't it? If having kids is the worst, then having a wife and no kids isn't the worst, you know. Um, it's not a trick if you learn the lesson. It's not you can have kids, and if you don't love them, then the trick doesn't work. But unfortunately, most people are biologically wired to love their own kids, or at the very least, feel a protective attachment to them, or I don't know, whatever it is. Obviously, that's not the case for all people at all. A lot of people don't love their kids, but people like that probably aren't real anyway. You know, this place is made to trap people with emotions and empathy and the ability to love. So that's why having kids is such a powerful bargaining tool for people who are actually here, um, because they are people who care. You wouldn't. No one would. No one wants to have kids. They do it because they think that they're supposed to. Like with everything, that's wrong. It's 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 normalized and encouraged. It's well, you're not anybody until you had kids. You don't know what the joy of parenting is until you have it. And the joy of parenting, every fucking parent wants to blow their brains out. Yeah, it's legacy. It's like that. It's Pearl Jam lyrics. Admire my home, admire my son. He's my clone. Um, it's narcissism, obviously, and it's fear. Obviously, it's fear of well, there's something wrong with you if you don't have kids. People are going to think you're gay, or that you're I don't know what. Um, I mean, poor people don't even raise their kids most of the time. That's what tablets and TVs and shit are for. Yeah, but look, the way I see it is that bringing anyone, if look, I hate my parents because they brought me into this place. As far as I can tell, they're the reason I'm here. For all intents and purposes, that's the truth. They had me, and therefore, um, it's their fault that I'm here, kind of thing. So, uh, having kids at all, I feel is it doesn't make sense to me because I feel resentment for being born. So why would I want to put that on anyone else unless I was crazy from whatever chemicals people get from love or sex or whatever the fuck happens. Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, they have kids a lot of the time. Like literally, it's currency in Hollywood. Like they pass their own children around to all their sleazy friends and colleagues or whatever the fuck. Like that Rob Reiner's kid, and that's all generational Jewish fucking child rape. Yeah. No, I wasn't given the worst hand possible. Is that what you said? Like the challenges in my life are monumental. Like you have no idea how much resistance I get for existing, how much like it's fun for me, but it's full on. Like I can't I have to take a break from going to the gym because it's like every guy's trying to fucking kill me and every girl's trying to do the opposite. And I'm not interested in participating in either. So it's a lot of pressure and tension that I have to deal with just for being um, me, you know. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like I'm the opposite of invisible everywhere I go, and people either love me or hate me, and both reactions are equally fucking scary because neither of them make sense. I don't know any of these fucking people, and they feel that strongly about me. All I feel about them is there's another one, there's another one. Plus, you know, if you were to look at someone like me, you wouldn't know that I spent my whole day. You wouldn't know that I got fucking gay bashed last night, and I'm not even gay, and that I spent the rest of my day literally talking nonstop about this shit all day. I walk out wearing a Metallica shirt and a Bulls fucking hat and whatever else I'm wearing, right? People think, you know, the last thing they're going to think is that I have no friends. And, you know, so that's my challenge, that I get all the attention and it's for the wrong reason. Because people think that I'm some sort of cool normie dude, and I'm like, I'm not. I'm nothing like anybody else. So I don't like talking to people because then it's fucking awkward because you start to feel like a loser because they're disappointed or weirded out by you. So, you know, uh, what's this? The Bulls hat? Bulls hit. Bull, it's like bull chat. I don't care about basketball or any of that shit. I just bought this because it tends to blend well with a lot of shirts I wear. If I had my way, I wouldn't have the stupid bull on there. And if I had less autism, I'd probably take that off. But you know, whatever. Oh yeah. What does that symbolize again? Isn't that like a sacrificial animal? Like that's one of the signs of uh the rapture or something? Like when there's a I don't know. I just like wearing it because it tells people I'm horny. Oh fuck. Oh, oh fuck. All I know is that it's Jewish. Yeah. Well, yeah. If there's something wrong with it, it's probably Jewish. That's like slave owners, isn't it? Like how like Jews own all those black people who play sports and stuff. I don't know. It's like this is like budget Adam Friedland level humor here. You guys seen that Adam Friedland show with Nick Mullen and stuff? Those guys are funny. They're kind of like truth tellers, you know. Adam Friedland. Is that like like is that like a Seinfeldish he's something and like he's a piece of work kind of thing, or like you think he's all right? I think he's all right for a Jew, you know. He doesn't seem proud of it. That's a good thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, for the most part, yeah. I mean, some of them are the ones who are known for being funny aren't funny, but the ones who aren't like super famous, yeah, Jews are pretty clever, witty people. Yeah, I think it's the ones that rape children too much. They're not as funny. I don't, Nick Mullen isn't Jewish though, is he? And I think he's funnier than Adam Friedland is. Self-deprecation, exactly. Yeah, that goes a long way, especially when you're a host, because you know the whole idea is that you have control and authority, and if you play it in a way where it's like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I don't know I'm being embarrassing right now. You know, that kind of thing. It takes it's the charming, it's the better way to do it. Especially when you kind of look like when you look like that dude. It just makes sense that he wouldn't be fully competent. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have to use code, by the way, Smoke Criminal. It's I don't think YouTube is cares about this stuff. What we're talking about right now. It's there's no way anyone's ever going to see this. Um, that it makes them more intelligent. I think it just makes them younger. What does make them more intelligent? I don't know. I don't know if there's it's like Limitless though. You know that movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper. I couldn't really stand watching it, but I understand the concept. I saw enough to get an idea. Maybe that's like yeah, maybe it's like the adrenochrome thing makes them younger and smarter. Could be. Definitely makes them better at what they do. And it's crazy all like the different ways that people change um, famous people like with there's drilling, there's the blood stuff. I don't know. And it's there's probably like drilled people that drink baby. I don't know. Fucking, maybe we shouldn't be talking about all this stuff, but I don't feel like I'm particularly affected by the negativity here. It's I think the child grape stuff. Norm Macdonald asked Russell Brand a question on his podcast that was mostly removed from YouTube, but that was really funny. That show he did, and he asked Russell Brand, who's a dirty dog, um, what he thinks is worse, uh, having sex with a human child or with a pig. And then Russell Brand laughed and he said, "Well, you've got to choose one or the other, don't you?" And he was referring to the fact that when you sign your soul to the devil or whatever, that you are given the option, okay, so the next step to go ahead with this, you're either going to have to fuck a pig or you're going to have to fuck a child, right? And we're going to film it for blackmail purposes. So that's why Norm asked that question, because he knows that Russell has done both probably to get where he is. He's double dipped and then some. And I don't think he answered the question. Um, but yeah, that's what happens, I think, is you have to do that. Generally, it seems that I don't know. Maybe it's a different thing, but with presidents or prime ministers or people who are like world leaders, they tend to. It seems like they're the ones that fuck animals in their ritual. So maybe it's a separate thing. Um, but yeah, it could be a choice thing, which is why Norm put the question like that because that's what he would do all the time. He would be so close to the fucking line. He'd probably be over it, but because it's not a known thing to the viewer. They don't even understand what he was referencing. The fact that Russell Brand has fucked children and pigs as part of his rituals. Uh, oh, and yeah, I remember there's a Black Mirror where the Prime Minister was filmed fucking a pig or whatever, so they put it in that. And then there was a Simpsons joke where there's President Clinton, and this happened around the time of the Monica Lewinsky scandal, even though the joke was written and animated like nearly a year in advance, because that's how long it takes to make that show. But so like when there was a joke where Marge is talking to President Clinton and he says, "Hey, I'm not picky. I've had sex with pigs. Honest to God, real pigs." Like they kept that line was in the show, and then the scandal happened, and everyone's like, "Whoa, they were ahead of their time," like referencing Monica Lewinsky there, like calling her a pig. It's like, no, the joke was that he fucks pigs, you know? That's what their joke was about. They were telling people that President Clinton fucks pigs as part of like his ritual to be president or to stay president or whatever the fuck. So like he's literally fucked pigs, and it's part of their humiliation ritual. But then, it became a better joke based on circumstance and timing. But that's an example of where they were able to get away with it even more because of something that happened. Or they're just psychic. No, they're not psychic. I mean, the amount of like writing in The Simpsons, the amount of jokes and references and things, it's like 100 plus jokes and references in every episode, and they've like predicted five things over the course of like 6,000 episodes. That's not statistically that's not statistically impressive. That show is so dense with content. Of course, there's going to be things that like actually happen in reality, because the writers are smart people who are basically being like, well, if the world was like 10% stupider, then this is what would happen. That's the joke in The Simpsons. If the world was a little bit stupider, here's what would happen. And surprise, surprise, that's the goal of society, is to make it dumber every year. So over time, they get things right because they're like, it's like idiocracy. It's like, I remember people saw that movie at the time, and they're like, that's the dumbest fucking movie I've ever seen. It's like, I loved it. I think I got it exactly what they're going for. They're being like, the world right now is retarded. Imagine how retarded it will be in the future. But yeah, that's all it is. So stuff in Idiocracy is already coming true. It's not like Mike Judge is Nostradamus or a time traveler or anything. He's just the guy who recognizes patterns because he's high intelligence, and he understands that the goal of society is to dumb everything down. So that's okay. I mean, I'm surprised I can still talk. Um, the pre the yeah. What is what is that word? Defibrillator? The self-deprecation. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say that every show is used for that. I'm just saying, like most of the people that say The Simpsons is like this thing that predicts. Most of the people have never even fucking watched the show that believe that The Simpsons is this thing that predicts the future all the time. Like I've seen, well, up until this year or whatever, I've seen every episode of that show. Um, like it's it's not really it's not a bad show. It's like the only show that's honest, and especially back in the day, the only show that had feelings and empathy and was warning people about the world and authority and the dysfunction of family and America and all that. But yeah. What was the time to beat? I'm going to check how long that last live stream I did was. Uh, it's so funny. I've just like seen the thumbnail for this. I got gay bashed, and I'm not even gay, and that it's funny to see that that says it's live. Um, what? So, oh, 8 hours and 40 minutes? I've only got 40 more minutes. I got 40 more minutes to beat it. I don't even know why I'm bothering, but it's like, you go this far, might as well like make a new personal best, because how many people watch that 8 hour 40 minute one? Uh 441 views 1 month ago. This will get probably 40 views. Um, did you guys watch the one from last night? I did not the I thought that was really fun. That added title that describes the stream. That one I did last night. What did you say 4 hours ago? I don't know, like maybe someone would watch this entire thing because like most of us have been here this whole time, right? So it is possible that someone could sit down and just like let this fucking wash over them. But yeah, but and you know what? Uh oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, she's probably dead now, so that's okay. Um uh I'm gonna have to go out to get dinner after this. That's gonna be that's gonna be such a wild transition. Um hold on. I've got a cough. I don't think you heard that, right? Oh man. Oh, it's a smelly cough. But like I think if someone was to watch this back, every like hour or two, there's probably something interesting to be heard. Yeah, well, that's for me, doing this is better than making a video where you don't even know if you'll even get any comments. Yeah. I mean, this isn't the ideal format for a live stream. I, if it was like playing a video game or something like that, something interactive would be so much more entertaining and whatnot. But yeah, well, thank you for that. I'd prefer doing this because I know there's people that are actually like here to listen. You can't. I try to talk to people in real life, but they have places to be, whereas not so much people on the internet. What is it? You guys have a day off or something, or you just like you unemployed, or I don't know. Is it just like, oh fuck a free time? Oh shit. It's weird to me though, like it's just like us, like at most the whole time it's been like at any point it's been like three people talking, and it's crazy that I could do a stream for 8 hours and there were only like five people that ever commented, you know what I mean? Like how is that possible? Surely like, I don't know, 30 people have filtered in and out. And like why are they even subscribed to me? Like why would like they be seeing me and I'm just like completely like you can talk about anything and they don't have anything to say. I don't fucking know, man. Like, I also like wonder where a lot of my viewers went. It's I think I've obviously alienated most of them and just picked the reason why they don't like me anymore. It's because I said something that they don't fucking agree with. But because yeah, but still, I don't know. I don't know. I'll if I was a viewer of me and I found like if I let's say I was a big Jesus guy or whatever, and then I found out that Truth Dog or whoever I am doesn't like Jesus anymore, I wouldn't stop watching me. I'd but that seems to be like what most people are like. Like, oh my God, I had no idea that this guy was a shill or whatever because he doesn't worship Christ. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, like people don't see the inherent value in me as a person. It's just like, oh, he either says what I believe in or else, like see, people can disagree with me, and that's happened multiple times throughout this stream. I've disagreed with probably everybody at some point, and it's I think it's gone both ways, and that's fine. Nobody is really saying they know for sure, but we're just expressing our own convictions and beliefs and things, and obviously, like I feel more sure about it than most people, but I'm also like I've probably spent more time trying to figure it out than most people. So that's where my insane confidence in the crazy shit I have to say comes from. Um, I am struggling though. I'm struggling to figure out how I'm going to do even another half hour of this. Oh man. Yeah, I got getting to 200 subs is actually a lot, especially if you did that just by like being consistent and just posting like videos, like I said, consistently over time. Um, the algorithm, the way I got subscribers was the algorithm put like a couple of my videos, they went like semi-viral, and they were like the reptilian babies video, and I forget what the other one was. Yeah, the how to like that showing that shape shifting is the cameras can pick it up. There was another one that got like picked up by the algorithm. So I got a lot of subscribers just from those videos, but the people that commented on those videos didn't comment on anything else. So yeah, it looks like it's like how did I get 3K subs or whatever, and it's just like it's just a bunch of NPCs that were recommended a channel. Oh, have we spoken before about this? I think maybe. So you wanted them to see your content because it was a it's hard to explain things to people, but if you're able to like put it in a video where, all your thoughts are what do you call it? Like it's basically just it's more structured and cohesive and coherent if you can just have the time to put it all together and like that. Yeah. But your family obviously they weren't receptive to it, I guess. It's usually the case, right? what's really confusing about that sort of thing sometimes is like oh yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I mean I think that's how it goes for a lot of people when they start to realize this stuff. They get excited um, because it makes total sense to them, and they're like, "Wow, I'm so glad that I understand this," and you can't wait to share it with people. And then it's like whiplash. You're like, "What?" Like you think it's going to go totally opposite. Like your intent is to help them, and then they end up making you feel like you're some sort of retarded asshole. But also like you're very emotional too when you sort of start to realize these things for the first time, and you might even like not be fully aware of how intense you are because you're already standing on the other side of it. And yeah, so oh, oh, I almost feel like this is really bad for my health to be doing a stream this long in this condition. Probably should have just gone to bed. But yeah, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep. And this is just like I get this out of my system for a very long time. I won't want to do a stream anytime soon. And this is the last day I'm going to be down here um, at this place. So might as well cap it off with a big long live stream. So like, is anyone else here? Because like I don't know, that number keeps jumping up and going down. Is like anyone else want to talk about anything? Because I don't know if you can tell. This is nearly eight and a half hours into the live stream. Uh, this just started because I got beaten up by a bunch of kids for being gay when I'm not even gay. But it's just turned into just like an endurance test. It was like started off the back of like enduring a beating. Now it's almost like I'm taking that out on everyone else. You guys are gonna have to endure my fucking company for half a day. But yeah, I'm I'm very very tired. You know what? This is stupid. I'm just gonna end it. Not like that. I shouldn't use language like that. Next thing you know, that's a clip they use on the news. Ow, fuck. Ow. But I've got a million clips they could use on the news if they wanted to turn me into the next school shooter or whatever. Come around and MK Ultra. This is the only clip they won't be able to use. MK Ultra me into being a school shooter, and just that pick of the litter of clips they could use to prove that I was a crazy person. Um, yeah. Well, I'm not too good at goodbyes. Maybe that's why this thing has gone so long because I don't know how to end it. But I had that catchphrase in the past. I need a new catchphrase because I don't call myself Truth Dog anymore. Does anyone have any ideas on how I could end my videos now? We'll workshop that for the next half hour. get to 40 minutes, but fuck, man, I'm just so completely zapped. Yeah, it would be perfect if I was able to like just like fall asleep and somehow shut the live stream. Actually, let me see. It's like how the cat steps on the keyboard and just turns the computer off every time. Why is that darn cat? Actually, let's see. Oh God, I'm so tired, guys. Oh no, I mean it. Oh fuck. No, I'm feeling faint. Oh shit, I think I'm going to pass out. No, I can't do it, man. Okay, I think I'm going to pass out. Oh.